right, so yesterday, Key and I had the pleasure of casting ONIC vs. Bleed, and so we're bringing him in to get his thoughts on ONIC vs. Boom.
Pinoy Pride!
All right, I shouldn't have been surprised that they're not playing, but it's fine. Okay, I think we have Kremer. Yeah, we have Kremer here to give his thoughts on this specific matchup. Kremer, what is your prediction?
I'm just predicting there to be a more exciting match than that last map in the grand finals, man. Paper X. Oh.
I don't know what's going on here.
Ada Benkai ngapain anjir Benkai?
You're looking pretty different today, right?
I know I look a little bit different. I'd say I just went for like a little haircut, you know, a bit of a suntan, but it's still definitely me, still Kremer.
All right, I give up. Quack, you can take this one away for Krem Kai.
Okay, well, Kremer, we saw quite an aggressive style from ONIC.
Benkai ngapain anjir?
I mean, Benkai at Masters?
I mean, me as a master analyst, I definitely have to say that they definitely picked it up from Paper X, man. After that performance in Copenhagen, who wouldn't want to learn that style? You know, W Gaming, man.
No, look. This is clearly Benkai on a green screen. Look, I can see Kremer from here.
Hello? Oh, I don't think this works anymore. Guys, it's actually...
Thank you very much to Benkai for playing along with that one. Obviously, all you Kremer fans that love seeing Kremer eat food, there it is. You got your mukbang stream right there. A face full of noodles. But again, thank you, Benkai, for hopping on in and being a part of it. Again, a huge celebration of Valorant here for Indonesia. And that turns our focus, with all the jokes aside, now to the big deal. It's Boom Esports versus ONIC G. Let's get into that grand final as we take a look at the roster of who's up next. It's Boom Esports that is coming, the #1 seed, as they were the ones that took down ONIC G earlier 2-0.
Very much so. Like Sleepy said, really explosive APAC style action, but at the same time, because of their extremely experienced and structured
boys.
coming,
Let's go, boys.
coming in
Ada
from
Benkai
India,
tadi.
they really have the structure to show that it's not just pure chaos.
Benkai ngapain
It's
coba?
also organized chaos, and I believe Tash, you kind of had a very interesting analogy.
Yeah, I call it like this. If you go into someone's very messy room, you have no clue where everything is. It's a mess. But you know where exactly everything is, and that exactly describes the gameplay or game style of Boom Esports. And like the name, very explosive gameplay, we haven't seen them really take the slow approach coming through. They like to brute force their way through everything. On the flip side, coming like what Sleepy said, ONIC G, very anti-APAC. I have to agree and disagree at the same time, because I think they're both. They really know how to handle the APAC strat, and that's what makes them so interesting. They can play W gaming, they can go fast, but then they can take their time and really take it back and figure out what exactly should we be doing next to handle this W gaming sort of situation going on.
Yeah, definitely. And for some highlights on how ONIC G made it there, we've got our Broccoli a Day Keeps the Spike Away segment, in which Tash Bunny proves if she eats her veggies, ONIC G will win. This is what they did yesterday in their matches, both against Team Secret and Bleed. And it was not only intense for the players, but also for Tash as well. Because again, ONIC G, they played 100 and something rounds, and they had to have endurance, and they had to have a healthy lifestyle. So we get to watch the highlights while Tash is proving exactly that. Watching each match so intensely. Oh God! Maybe a little bit of a whiff. Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there, but that's okay. ONIC G didn't win every round. They didn't win every map, but they won enough, and it's thanks to.
Tas makan anjir.
I am so glad that happened.
Okay, my reaction while eating that was just that the match was so intense, and as I was doing that, I wasn't.
Oh my God, please eat here more, Tash.
Oh my God.
The one time I let my guard down, our producer Teo just starts recording, and I was just like, it's been a week since I always eat on desk, and now, the moment I eat my broccoli, you start recording.
Tash, I will be the first to tell you, it's not just one time. That was just the one time they recorded, Tash. That game was very intense, and again, you got to hear her reaction there. Oh my, blah, there goes the broccoli right out of her mouth. And I'm telling you, everyone that had the opportunity to watch that were delivered a treat here, as we got to see Monyet and the rest of ONIC.
Bentar cuy.
But they won enough, and it's thanks
Bentar,
to her
kita ulang
veggies,
cuy
ONIC
anjir.
G will win. Players
They really know how. I think they can take their time and really take it back and figure out what exactly.
yesterday in their matches, both against
Bentar, lucu anjir
It was
casternya.
not only intense for the
Makan
players,
tai
but
caster.
also for Tash as well. Because again, ONIC G, they played 100 and something rounds, and they had to have endurance, and they had to have a healthy lifestyle. So we get to watch the highlights while Tash is proving exactly that. Watching each match so intensely. Oh God! Maybe a little bit
A whiff?
yeah, a little bit of a whiff there, but that's okay. ONIC G didn't win every round, they didn't win every map, but they won enough, and it's thanks to the broccoli.
I am so glad that happened.
Okay, my reaction while eating that was just that the match was so intense, and as I was doing that, I wasn't.
Oh my god.
Moments where ONIC starts to set up, they play a really default.
Oh
at the
my
start of the
God.
round, but then at some sudden moment,
Goblok anjir.
a flip switches and he just goes in, starts to updraft and finds knife kills everywhere. And it's something that really gives ONIC.
Let's go.
Yeah, can't wait to see them in
Bentar,
action
aku buka
because
ini dulu.
it'll be very tough to predict who's going to win with those two guys on the map. And speaking of predictions, our analyst desk have been predicting each map in each round. Obviously, you all at home, you get it right all the
ONIC
time.
lower
But here on the
bracket Slayer.
desk, there's something called accountability. So we got to face the music with our picks
Mulangin
as we pull
tim
up
Thailand,
to see
mulangin tim
exactly
Filipina,
what we're going to
mulangin
have
tim
here.
Malaysia,
Yes, there it is.
Singapura.
Oh,
Gila.
who's that at the bottom?
That's embarrassing.
With the below a 50% pick rate,
No.
and then also below a 50% pick rate. These are my two analysts on the desk.
Okay, you have to understand one thing. I believe in copium. I will
Komodo.
always go for the underdog.
Tadi juga ada bengkai
That's
anjir
fine.
ngapain?
I respect that. And as for me, come on. I came in late. I had some issues, coming in here, and then I didn't have that many.
Bengkai.
All right,
I missed out on the first half.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Benar-benar
the
jadi
Yosh
meme
boys,
ya,
They
bengkai
might
di
be biased
Valorant
when they
scene.
cast because they love Orda, but they got their picks pretty right. They know what they're talking about. But to set us up for the rest of the day, let's get into our predictions for this final match here. Who will be the one joining
Semua sih
Paper
kuat
Rex
ya,
and
kelihatan
Sersha
kuat.
over at Champions in Istanbul? Let's go you first.
ONIC
Eric.
punya
Yeah,
ini
thank you so
pengalaman
much.
karena dia
I'm
di lower
trying to
bracket
get,
matchnya
my
banyak
prediction rate
banget.
higher, a little bit
Boom
higher.
punya
I really need to.
punya waktu satu
But at
hari
least
untuk mikirin
here's
strategi
what I'm
anjir.
going with for
Itu
this
keuntungan
prediction.
mereka
I'm using
sama-sama
Bleed as a
keuntungan sih.
yardstick.
Aku
Seeing
ngeliat.
how these two teams perform against the best of MYSG, and that's Bleed. A little bit rough, but it is what it is. And at the end of it, you can see that Boom had a more decisive victory, and that's why my prediction for this one, I think it's going to be a four-map series, and I'm going to have to go with Boom.
Again, this is a best of fives. Thank you for that clarification. So, 4-mapper, 3-1, boom. Okay. Tash, what
I'm
are you
gonna
going with?
go with ONIC.
Okay, well, you gave the pick without telling us what. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Tell
I
us
told you.
why.
Okay, so number one, I love underdog picks. I love Copian picks. And number two, the tenacity, or rather their journey behind it, has been very, very interesting to follow. Losing to Boom, going through the lower brackets, having a very long day, now coming here, bringing us to an Indonesian civil war, want to see them complete the revenge arc, makes it so exciting. So my pick is not really more on like skill or anything like that. It's just more for the storyline.
Yeah, we could see a lot of your picks have been more for the storyline. You're making me nervous, Tash, because I also picked ONIC.
Oh!
I do believe in the fact that this squad got a lot of character building in the last 24 hours to
Iya
take
sih.
down
Kalau
Team
aku sih
Secret
juga benar
every
sih.
single round.
Kalau
in
aku suruh milih antara
regulation
Boom
and
dan
then be
ONIC
pushed
sih,
to the
aku
limit,
lebih
beat the
condong ke
bullies
ONIC
of the
dikit.
APAC region
Cuma
in the form
ya
of
itu
Bleed.
tadi.
That was something that
Aku
builds
dukung
character
semuanya sih.
into
Siapapun tuh
defeating the
Indonesia
final
lolos,
boss. I guess
keren
we'll
banget
see
anjir. Udah
what
sampai
happens
ke ini
here
kan.
as we finally get our map select underway. So, the way it works is the upper bracket, our grand finalists through the upper bracket will ban the first 2 maps and select the first map, so they have control of where we start. Ascent, Breeze out, Bind in, then we're on over to Haven next, Fracture, Icebox, and that leaves just one left on up. It's the one that no one's been practicing.
Oh God.
Split if we go to all
Split.
5, and if we've been trusting ONIC.
Aku pengen lihat 5 map.
Here, y'all. What do you think?
Pokoknya 5
Personally,
map.
I think that
Siapapun
for-
yang menang,
okay, this is against
you
my
do the
pick,
best
but
lah.
just see
Udahan.
in terms of trends,
Walaupun diriku
for the
ngelihat
first 3
ONIC
maps,
sih
it might just go straight
performanya
to
kemarin,
esports.
wah
They have a
luar
really good track
biasa
record on those
anjir.
maps. Those
Kalau kalian
aggressions are just
nonton bagaimana
accounted for.
resilience-nya
But
mereka
now
ya
the
kan
grand
dengan
finals, after
full
seeing the
game
character building, as you
mulai
mentioned
dari
from
jam
yesterday,
12
we
siang
can see
sampai
there's a
jam
huge improvement in ONIC
7
in just a
malam.
few days.
Bayangin
So maybe
7
they
jam
have hidden
mereka
strats. Maybe they
main
want to go
game
all
ya,
out
terus
right
cuma
now just to show
break
that they're
30
number 1 in
menit.
Indonesia. Here's for the
Man, that's hard.
You know what? I'm gonna disagree. I think the stats don't lie. Come on, numbers really show. Like we were looking at the history of how these two teams played. There's a reason why Bind is the first pick. ONIC, they haven't had that much experience with it. They haven't played it, had much practice with it.
They
this
haven't played
entire
in this
APAC.
tournament.
Exactly.
The last time ONIC played Bind was actually during the Indonesian qualifiers.
So long ago.
It was a few months ago.
So-
So it's actually quite concerning thinking about that.
Yeah, well, the maps have been selected for all of our friends watching.
Let's go,
at
boys.
All of the viewing parties
Let's go.
across the world, in Singapore, in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Indonesia. Time will be right after this short
Akhirnya
break.
ada tim
The
APAC.
final spot from the APAC
Tim
region to
APAC
champions
masuk
will be
champion ya kan, tim Indonesia anjir. GG lah. Oke.
Jadi gue fokus ke Valorant itu udah dari tahun 2020 karena mimpi gue dari dulu ya jadi pro player lah. Nah dari situ gue mutusin buat lebih fokus ke Valorant. Tapi kalau untuk achievement buat diri gue sendiri kayaknya masih belum karena masih belum bisa berangkat ke Master.
Kayaknya orang-orang suka ngelihat gameplay gue yang eksplosif, sana sini, kanan kiri, mainnya loncat-loncat.
Kayaknya viewers ngeliat gameplay gue tuh kayak sering banget nge-clutch di match-match penting itu kayak misal round 11-11 terus roundnya udah tegang banget terus gue yang nge-clutch. Nah biasanya viewers taunya gara-gara itu. Buat fans Boom jangan lupa nonton kita dan dukung kita di Last Dance Qualifier. Stay hungry beast.
Oke. GG coy. Let's go. Akhirnya kan tim Indonesia beneran ketemu tim Indonesia. Nah, kita balik ke broadcaster Indonesia kan. Masih belum selesai nih, karena mereka lebih lama kan.
Sih menurut gua karena Asian di band dan kita tahu ONIC mereka main di Asian itu rapi banget. Bisa dibilang mereka kayak mirip-mirip Paper Rex bahkan ya. Di ONIC ngeliat strat yang mereka bawa ketika bermain sebagai defender, pocket strat mereka, dan ternyata map pertamanya adalah Bind. Wow, ini apa ya? Ini berdarah
Bind,
sih
Fracture.
yang bakal kita mainin. Asian, Breeze emang pantas di band.
Bind, Fracture apa tadi? Bind, Fracture,
Secara normal bakal
Heaven.
pick defense duluan.
Ya, harusnya mereka pick defense duluan. Dan
Icebox.
untuk map kedua ya, gue sih pengen nebak, cuman kayaknya nggak bakal ketebak deh. Ini bisa
Split.
jadi Icebox,
Astaga.
salah satu map yang mereka perform dengan baik
Heaven.
kemarin. Haven juga kemarin mereka sempat menumbangkan Bleed ya, walaupun berdarah-darah, tapi gue rasa, nah benar sekali Haven yang diambil karena mungkin mereka
Heaven,
ada
kemudian
kepedean
apa itu nama?
dari berhasil
Ini
mengalahkan
tuh
yang
dia
Bleed kemarin. Dan
ngepi
ini mungkin bisa jadi bekal banget buat mereka untuk menghadapi Boom yang akan memilih defense.
Fracture anjir.
Ya, ini masuk akal banget ya
Frac-
untuk nge-ban Ascent. Dan ini
Fracture apa
nextnya
tadi?
nih, ini sisanya mereka
So,
bisa main semua nih.
Fracture.
Ya, Fracture, Icebox.
Fracture, Icebox,
Kemungkinan besar kita
Split.
mungkin akan ngeliat Fracture.
Fracture maybe. Harusnya Fracture sih.
Harusnya Fracture,
Harusnya
terus
Fracture
ONIC
dulu.
sisa. Ya,
Exactly.
ya ini map yang dua-duanya sama-sama bisa main. Boom punya chaos itu, ONIC
Yeah.
punya order itu. Kita bisa ngeliat cara mereka nge-retake
That's
side
right,
lawan
that's right.
Secret kemarin.
Yes.
Mereka sampai nge-plan-nya adalah untuk nge-deny spike plan pakai
Yep.
Rolling Thunder 2 kali berturut-turut. Jadi ONIC G apa? Icebox?
Icebox sih.
Icebox sih.
Tapi kita baru sadar nggak sih,
Balik
guys,
lagi,
kita
Cuk.
bakal lihat
Udah habis. Soalnya lebih cepat broadcasternya ini.
Welcome back everybody to the
Pastilah.
Valorant, to the VCT Champions, to VCT Champions Tour, might I add, of APAC LCQ. Welcome back, and it's the grand final, the matchup we've all been waiting for. My name is Pavlos, joined by Kremer, and for today I think we're Kremer.
Nah ini Kramer yang beneran nih, tadi sih bengkai anjir.
No, not Australian, definitely not Australian.
But yes, we have an incredible matchup. Boom versus ONIC, and it is a rivalry which Indonesia have learnt to fear and respect. 9 times these teams have played against each other over the course of the last couple of months. And with that, ONIC ever so slightly in the lead with 5 wins to Boom's 4. In the last best of 5 they played against each other, ONIC were able to take it 3 maps to 1.
Yeah, it is guaranteed that an Indonesian team will be representing APAC as a 3rd spot in Champions over in Istanbul after this is all done. So there's a lot of hype behind us. Indonesian pride, you know, we've gotten these stories of these 2 teams sort of battling out throughout this season. And now, yeah, maybe one of them has been on top of the other at some point in time throughout this season, but that doesn't matter anymore, right? It doesn't matter if ONIC had kind of a downfall towards stage 2. Now they're back up again, and now it's where everything will be decided. This is the most important face-up between these 2 teams.
It absolutely is, and on top of that as well, ONIC, despite continuously beating Boom in direct matchups on the APAC
Champion loh cuy, masuk champion loh, qualify ke champion loh. Tim Indonesia anjir.
Against ONIC in the final, there's a world here where potentially
champion aja.
Of course,
ketemu
I said ketemu
Paperex
I did as well, but to be fair, I was in the middle of the pack when it came to this.
So if I get this right, I'll go 2nd place, which I'll be happy with. I'll beat Dion.
Okay, well, there are some storylines that we can tap into before we head into this matchup, and I think they've already been kind of mentioned when there was a bit of an introduction to the Indonesian desk as well. That is, where do these 2 teams' strengths lie, right?
Absolutely.
I'm talking about Boom so far in the upper bracket sort of position. They've been very explosive with their play.
Pavlos, I see you in 6th or 5th place there.
Yeah. Tied with 4th with Key, right?
And me.
And you. Okay, so we're the same spot then.
Yeah, in that queue. In that queue.
So we both would be stepping up if we get the victory.
Yeah, poor Conky.
Come on.
He could definitely be usurped at this point.
Komodo's been killing it though. Komodo really has been killing it. But yeah, let's tap into that storyline.
Prediksinya Komodo bener.
Right, super explosiveness. How do you think that will fare up against ONIC?
Honestly, I think that ONIC have also shown that they have a really diverse playstyle, particularly on maps like Haven and Ascent. Of course, Ascent being removed instantly from Boom.
Kalau aku tapi suruh ngepick ya, tim mana yang bakalan mewakili sih. Kalau ngelihat main ONIC mainnya kayak gitu, pokoknya dia nggak dapet, nggak capek ya, karena kemarin capek banget sih. Pasti lah 7 jam ya. ONIC sih yang bakalan ini. Tapi nggak ngerti lah kan. Semuanya didukung aja cuy. Dengan gini kan e-sport Indonesia tuh semakin berkembang terus, semakin dipandang gitu loh. Nggak diremehin lagi. Soalnya region kita itu termasuk region yang inferior gitu dibandingin region yang lain kayak ME. Kita inferior anjir banget di semua posin e-sport. Semua.
All of them coming together, and I think we can also start diving into Bind as well, because that is where things become very exciting.
For me, this is the biggest head-to-head I want to see here. It's between Ewok and Meow, the coaches. I think that both these teams are very good.
Ewok sama Meow.
They once again need to be on their A game this match. It's the timeout usage, which I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Dan yang keren dari ONIC kemarin itu, kalau kalian nyadar ya, semua tim dari negara lain itu yang mulangin ONIC anjir. Tim Thailand, MITA dipulangin ONIC. Tim Singapura, Blitz dipulangin ONIC. Kemarin juga tim Secret dari Filipina dipulangin ONIC.
I think we're seeing Split, and I think overtime is going to soon become our best friend.
Split, guys, you heard it.
Aku sih berharap 5 map lah. Kita dapat tontonan bagus nih soalnya. Aku berharap 5 map, nanti siapapun yang menang ya udah itu yang terbaik. Yang penting nonton game bagus ya kan.
Considering that Split could potentially have the sort of chance to determine whether they will be qualifying to the international event they've been fighting for all year, it's quite a statement to make. It's quite a storyline. But yes, it is going to be Bind first. It is going to be Boom starting with things strong on the pick of their own. So I think we can also dive into their performances with that map as well so far. I mean, we haven't seen ONIC play this in LCQ, so maybe we'll expect something different from them.
I actually think from ONIC, this actually gives them a bit of an advantage because Boom have played it a fair bit.
Yeah.
And in the maps that they have been playing by, they've been fairly long ones. We've not been seeing kind of very swift victories. And so because of that, ONIC have quite a bit to anti-strat. Of course, yes, they're going to want a map that they haven't played. There's also a map Boom have no data on them for.
Yeah, yeah. And I think Boom have also felt a loss on this map, right?
Yeah,
against Bleed, 11-13. Although they did get a very important victory against Griffin, but you know, we're talking about 2 different calibers of play. But of course, we'll be diving into the matchup. Boom versus ONIC, the grand final everyone has been waiting for. One of these 2 teams will be representing by APAC alongside Exertia and Paper Rex.
Yeah, there's a duel here to watch out for Pavlos between Munyet and Berserks. Both players can pop the hell off. Both players have had some consistency issues, and both players know how to utilize their teammates to a masterful degree. And I think, bear in mind, as Quack was saying on the desk, the yardstick for these teams is Bleed, and because of that, the yardstick is also Darion, who played better than both these duelists here, but he wasn't able to work with his team as well as these guys were. And it's teamwork makes the dream work, Pavlos, and right now the Indonesian dreams, they've been fulfilled, but the question is, which team will it be?
Yeah, we've also kind of seen Boom sort of change things up since the last time we saw them, right? New addition, kind of having the backup of coaches around on that back end. So, no, Boom is actually being very exciting with the comps, and I think we'll be able to see them straight out of the bat. Now, how does this fare with what we know so far? From the Boom side, I can already see that it's pretty much along the same lines.
Along the same lines, and the
okay, let's go.
About a mirror
I'm back.
Severin going to that chamber. I quite like that, to be honest. Severin and Elmimore, they had a really nice. They've just had really nice combos in the past of working with one another. So putting Severin on the chamber gives you that bit of extra long-range capabilities.
So they have no flash. The initiator is Sova alone.
Yeah, which means we're probably going to be seeing something hyper aggressive because the longer the round, the more shoulder peaks they're going to have to go for, the more opportunities we've got to that.
This is going to be a difficult one. I personally have some question marks around not having a flash on this map, but maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe they can prove everybody else wrong and show why Boom shouldn't have picked up this first map against them in this best of 5.
Nih, pas banget anjir. Oh, tadi turun ini.
Everyone looking at this entire tournament and wondering who would represent us in Champions. Now is the time to put your eyes on the screen. Now is your time to go fetch your snacks, go fetch your drinks, because this is going to be a long one.
We're here
for the best match of the tournament.
And as we get into the pistol round, we're seeing a few frenzies from the members of Boom, and as they stack up pretty heavily listing to A, it looks like that chamber pick we were umming about from Severin is soon to be tested. Missed flash from Berserks means that he is going to be able to get a bit of a land grab here, but Severin, it's time to back away and await this attack.
Looking to initiate this matchup by Boom, taking a lot of space over to this A site. Is respected, Nebulous falling. Although a couple of players are fairly close to this TP, straight out of the bat, taken over towards B.
This is perfect. Elmi was the only player who can stop him.
The mind games are already brought out from this team. One shot goes to Elmimore, somehow still alive. Still has the time to reload.
Dapat 2. Elmimore
even goes down. The reinforcements do arrive, but
bagus banget cuy, jadi anchor dia udah dapat 2 asem.
Plat is going to go down as well. 3v3 retake.
Sambil ngedelay planting kan, teman-temannya lagi rotate.
He's actually going to push up so far. Out of that poison cloud, unexpected. That delays the push. Now we're looking at a 2 versus 2 with the 2 Boom players stranded on site, and ONIC behind the poison cloud that has just deteriorated.
Nice.
End up falling, meaning that Flip Shitter could be the person.
Nice, Munyet.
He is not. It's Munyet to put him to his grave, and it's ONIC with first blood of the grand final.
Munyet we rarely see on the Rays as well, so this is once again the unknown for Boom. They need to be able to play as reactionary as humanly possible, and it was a great start actually. Once they identified that ONIC had gone for a fast rotation to go straight through.
Tapi nggak tahu ya attackingnya. Karena mereka nggak punya flash kan. Jadi mereka harus raw pick kan. Yang apa kemungkinan chamber yang cari informasi kan, karena dia bisa random full out. Tapi serem anjir nggak ada flash tuh. Ya kita lihat aja lah gimana mainnya ONIC. Mereka lebih paham daripada diriku.
Started on a good point as well, considering this is not their own map pick, this is Boom's, and they'll be able to get better weapons into this one now.
Wah anjir, pakai judge nggak tuh?
Some really strong pistol wins and eco buys. It's not boom.
Senjata paling asem tuh kalau holding di heaven-nya
in this tournament so far.
I like the fact of seeing a judge from Elmi more. It's kind of the confidence weapon to go
for. Nah tuh casternya juga ngomong tuh. Aku suka tuh pakai judge tuh.
Trying to make a very swift bid to get to that operator online. The members of Boom, it is just going to be a couple of Sheriff Cyril there. A kill where they can find it would be nice, but I don't think they're expecting a victory here unless we see some absolute heroics from either Famous or Blaze King.
I mean, wasn't budging. Even though the paint shield's thrown at him, he knows they're not going to land by his feet. Therefore, he sticks around and holds full control over Hookah.
Boom make a bit of a coalesce over to this A site, all of them stacking up in shorts, which means, bear in mind, it's quite a long-range duel to be held.
Kalau mereka mau muter lagi kayak tadi, Elmi mah udah siap pakai jas.
Dangerous though as well.
About to be
itu masalah. Wah,
quite a bit of a punch.
Itu keuntungannya utility flash ya.
To deny the initial start of the plant. And now ONIC are wondering, will they be seeing a TP or should they stick around with a
anjir, slow banget ay.
No, commitment
baru di plan akhirnya.
That is going to be the plant commencing, permitted by ONIC. And now Boom can just fall back, taking space over lamps. And again ONIC have to
ini
take
posisi
space
sulit nih. Ini posisi paling sulit kalau kita nge-retake.
Nice.
Boom. Nice, dapat satu. Judge sialan ya. Senjata haram kalau jarak dekat.
Flip shit up.
Udah ke
away
defuse
from the
nih.
paint shell. Severin not allowing Blaze to make a difference. This is looking clean by ONIC, as clean as it could be for the first 2 rounds of
nggak bisa
this
ngasih
match.
damage banyak.
W King with that judge as well. It's a
Nice.
really confident
Let's
way
go, ONIC.
to start your anti-eco. And that judge as well, it has effectiveness against rifles as well. So a really strong
Kita kan harus milih ya, paling nggak biar mendukung lah, ya kan?
ONIC 2-0 in the lead. Remember, for a best of 5, a lot of the time it is a marathon, not a sprint. And on Boom's map pick, they are going to want to be able to get off.
Wah, masih ada judge lagi. Dan Severin pakai ini, shorty.
Just so they're able to,
dia mau ini kayaknya, Severin di belong kayaknya dia. Nanti ngepicknya pakai headhunter. Kalau musuhnya nge-push pakai apa namanya? Oh, di U-Haul. Pakai ini shorty.
Keep in mind, the only team ONIC has lost to in this tournament so far has been to Boom, right? Yeah. Boom have not faltered. Even though those maps, there have been some that have been closed, they have dropped a few as well themselves.
Timing hampir aja teh botol tahu.
You can expect this one to be a close one. ONIC, the momentum they've had from that lower bracket run, a dream lower bracket run, to be honest. So many teams that they've been able to knock out.
Ketahuan. Udah tahu deh.
Right there.
Now,
right
entering
there.
around, we have not seen from them so far
in
this
aja
tournament.
Bisa kesono.
On a good note, it has started, but Boom now with a buy round. This is where all things can unfold in their favor.
Severin's trying to play a really close angle as well, which is surprising considering Elmi was the one with
mereka
the,
udah tahu nih posisinya masih di
here.
city semua
And
nih.
it looks like ONIC want to take this
Masih
control
belum
in short, but they're
ngepus.
waiting to see Boom reveal themselves elsewhere on the map before they commit to this push.
Unless Severin actually aggresses even
Boom.
further. Right in the range of his rendezvous, does spot out one, but plays it back. Now Boom, look at this, not much time remaining already. Haven't used too much of the utility themselves, which means that we may be seeing a very explosive take over to this A site.
No utility on flip shitter either means this is going to be really difficult.
Bomnya bagus banget, Tai. Bomnya sama ini ya pas banget.
Now on top of it, Blazeking finds himself to the backline as soon as Elmi Moore thinks he can run away from it. He is denied that prospect. Boom, such a strong take, but yet to get the spike down can mean that Monyet can do quite a bit. Though misplacement of the paint shells mean the plant will be executed 3v5 as ONIC tried to retake. They need them quick. Monyet with the first one could be good if he has a follow-up. He doesn't have reinforcements. Has to do it alone. Now, Severin from the sideline, coming in with a judge. That's a beautiful kill. Smoke. Shiro as well, joining onto the fray. It's 1v2 for Severin, but he ends up dying to his swinging berserks, and it's Boom on the board.
Yes, they're on the board, Pavlos, but for ONIC, getting those 3 kills actually
dapat 3 kill udah.
Is really going to keep their confidence uplifted. There's that operator brought out by Severin. That explains the headhunters in round 2 and 3, and now they have that operator. Let's see how they change the tempo. Another judge comes out on NC Slasher this time. ONIC really favoring these shotguns as Boom go to Vandals around the board. The other thing to highlight now is the ult management starting to hit the sunrise of our ultimate arsenal, and with that I really want to see, particularly on the Astras, how these cosmic divides are going to be wielded.
Yeah, no, that
ya kan main agresif Severin.
That got very close, and
Ini
it already
seram sih.
tells how much
Severin
tension
ini
there is on this
posisi
matchup.
seram tuh.
With a really early showstopper from Munyet as well, I wouldn't mind seeing it just get used to get the man advantage against Boom, because if they can catch out someone
NC
like
Slasher tuh fungsinya kalau
Severin
Severin nanti mati di pick dari arah yang sebelah kanannya dia, kirinya dia, itu langsung diambil sama ini si NC Slasher. Ini nih,
clear ground-breaking positioning, and it gives all the information in the role for the rest of his team to reposition accordingly.
Nice, dapat satu.
Even runs away with a pick.
Nice.
Running away with the pick means that Boom, there's only about a minute left on the clock. They don't have time to go re-clear 8 and then assault the site. They have to push into this B site as soon as possible.
Oh
Boom
no,
playing in a very ONIC style right now. In a very non-APAC
mundur
style.
mereka, balik lagi.
And it's well,
nunggu dulu temennya rotate baru retake.
But they haven't cleared out the backside of it. Monyet now with a show.
Oh, gak kena, miss.
And can't reposition the crosser in time. Blaze King elevated, does it all, but NC Slasher is so close to this. In and out of the smoke. Oh, he's so close to the action.
Oh, nice.
Masih dapat. Severin with a headhunter with 2 players to pick up. This could be a very exciting start to this grand final.
Oh, Severin.
With the operator George,
Yo,
as he expected.
Oh.
The flick isn't there. It's Bisa to save the day, and it's Boom to double it up.
Itu susahnya pakai ini cuy, pakai operator kalau retake.
Severin just a couple of degrees of flick away from being able to win our first clutch of our first.
Wah, sayang banget anjir. Monyet miss sih itu dia, ultimate-nya dia.
Blaze King. He's positioning himself in such a way where he is trapped in the corner, yes, but he's able to guarantee the plant. He already has players who are still back and long, so even if he dies, his team are probably going to win the after plant. Really selfless way to play that. The fact it works out for him on that fade is even better because it means now at 7 kills he's matching Munyets and mitigating the damage.
Tapi dia masih punya ini, to the force. Boom!
Severin again with the opener. Such an influential player with a tour de force.
Dan ada second layernya si Elmimor,
which means the impact he will have here is that much more important.
The silver lining that Boom can take is that even though they lost a player, it's in a position where that Vandal can't be retrieved.
Smoke.
At least until they head over to the safe site, which Flipshooter is making quite a loud foray of.
Yeah, they are showing their ground quite a bit, quite extensively, guiding light to enable the push.
Oh,
Severin. What a play would have been if he would have got on a kill per site and run away with his life. The Viper Spit will drop and so will the spike. NC Slasher look outside of it. Looking in as if it's a
Berserk posisinya bagus banget. Oh, Berserk!
Spicy shot.
Berserk bagus banget anjir posisinya dia tadi. Itu keuntungannya ini, keuntungannya kalau punya flasher emang.
Not the journey in some cases.
Bisa nge-pop flash gitu.
3-2 lead is just how you want to start. What a shot from Flipshooter there as well. To be able to shut down that player. And now you look at the economy of ONIC. Yes, they can buy, but there's nothing behind it. Losing this actually gives Boom a really good start to this half, something which may end up worrying them a little
Elmimor
bit.
mau pakai tuh. Viper Speed-nya mau dipakai dia. Elmimor. Dia pakai Judge juga.
We are just a few steps away from going to Istanbul.
Di ulti nih.
Boom, realizing this,
nah, kan?
maybe they're a little bit shy of using that.
Mereka nggak bisa nih masuk sembarangan.
It took them kind of a tournament and a half before they started going back into that aggressive.
Nice, Severin.
Severin is
gila, Severin gila sih anjir, mainnya agresif tadi
dia. He's finding so many early picks. For the last 3 rounds, he's done it every single one of them.
Yeah.
Dan dia masih nunggu lagi loh di situ. Dia tahu kayaknya mau di-pick ulang nih. Nah tuh. Oh, untung aja ada Rendo.
Is on form for the grand final. Boom now rotating now towards its left side where Severin is there.
Oh, ketahuan Severin. Harusnya ketahuan Severin. Sayang banget.
But it also leaves Shiro stranded all by himself into B. Falls back to elbow. It seems that handing this site over, they're willing to take the retake.
With the Hunter's Fury available, they can delay or maybe even stop this plant as well.
But with the spike going down, Shira's trying to go for some scouting duties, but it may have been a little bit too early because it doesn't seem like his teammates may be able to capitalize on it just yet. Elmimor will take forever to get here. He's got a TP, he just uses it. Flipshooter though with an all-important entry keeps them at an even footing. Blaze King has been spotted himself, but ONIC are fearing to get pushing here. Painchels to get them out of the way, and now they start to regress. Looking to pincer them in. It's Elmimor showing his ground.
Kepalanya kelihatan itu. Nice, Monyet. Kepalanya kelihatan soalnya tadi. Oh, itu senjatanya kelihatan. Nggak dilihat.
All that he he can do is
botol di pojokan situ, senjatanya tadi kelihatan.
What a clean retake from ONIC as well there.
Wah, anjir match-nya sih tuker-tukeran round.
They waited for Elmimore to get into hookah. Once he was in hookah, Elmimore took cover once he distracted them. So the players coming through U-Haul are able to follow it up. Really, really effective way to be able to isolate the Boom players one at a time and to be able to take 2v1s on different angles to make Boom's lives even harder. Remember, Boom, yes, they won 3 rounds in a row, but they were losing players in the process. You see that reflected in their economic standpoint now with an ult advantage, sure, and not a firepower advantage. 2 Spectres on Flipshooter and on Botol. I'm interested as to whether or not ONIC deploy the Hunter's Fury. Yes, they do.
Oh, look at Severin again. Look at Severin again, but he hasn't been spotted. NC Slasher's there to assist them, but he has to fall. Blaze King aggresses from the other end and catches them off guard. The showstop has been enabled from Famous. He wants to go in, and so does the rest of his team. And it seems that one has been left stranded. That is Shiro. Severin is able to
ketahuan aja. Famous tahu, soalnya pas Open Nightfall ada ini garisnya kan. Kelihatan tadi ada orang di box itu kotak itu tadi. Belakang kotaknya.
Severin blinded and can't do a thing about it. Elmimore, the last one alive, but the last one also to die as it's Boom.
Tuker-tukeran round asam.
Quick, clean, and ruthless Pavlos as Boom go onto that site. And they punish actually the fact that Shiro's using that Hunter's Fury. It means that there's no one else to be able to cover those players who are aggressing. So once they identify there's 2 of them, the fact they're able to get that first kill is perfect, and then they just snowball off the back of that. You look at ONIC's economy now, not in a pretty spot, and we see our first timeout.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is ONIC's
timeout
as well.
Yeah,
because this is actually paced up dramatically very quickly.
Yeah.
And it was
production, halo,
first
production.
Severin didn't end up with the first kill, even though NC Slasher did. It was instantly traded.
Kok nggak muncul-muncul
so,
ya kan? Tulisan timeoutnya, production tuh.
And it's getting a little bit dangerous for them because Boom start to find the tempo, are starting to push aggressively. They're feeling comfortable.
Caster,
and they're getting the entries as well.
What I quite like as well is they're calling the timeout before any momentum's been properly established. It's been a to and fro for the time being. We've not seen any team go, okay, they're leading in momentum. And so I think ONIC trying to mitigate that happening from Boom are just calling it sooner rather than later. You look at Severin as well, 2 ult points away from a tour de force. Quick kill with a shorty and an ult.
Dan ini jarang-jarang loh. ONIC jarang-jarang ngambil time out masih 3-4 gini.
I doubt we'll see that used.
Biasanya kan dia first half pun baru ini di akhir first half biasanya.
Whether it be to stop a retake.
Ini ngambil time out
just on its own off the back as almost a round winning ability, much like you see people use with a Viper's Pit or a Tour de Force.
This should be a simple round for Boom.
Yeah.
ONIC though have been teams with the high success rates when it comes to those pistol wins.
Dicek 2 kali
but it also could have been the
rajin banget
playing against Secret.
Rajin banget dicek 2 kali. Line up, nice dapat 1.
And there we go. Elmimore.
Kalau Elmimore bisa ngelewatin itu bisa upgrade senjata dia.
The only weapon, but he's not really getting close
to a relevant
fight. Famous knows. There's a defender nearby.
Nice, Severin.
Losing his life either way.
Nice. Nice, Hero.
Are they pushing them and they're getting all of them?
Timingnya anjir.
ONIC, where did that come from?
I love that.
Thrifty ya kan? Ini yang disinggung tadi. Disinggung sama siapa tadi? Bella ya? Balik sama Bella pas diwawancarai Digon tadi. Digon itu hostnya ini, hostnya yang Inggris. Ngomongin masalah Thrifty. Ya ini ONIC kalau Thrifty sih serem aja.
To cover the entryway from Cave, it means that he's able to actually stack up with his teammates in a bit of a kind of loose crossfire. Absolutely phenomenal. Boom's reaction as well, really not bad. They just push straight to the site, knowing that they're going to be able to get that spike, head back to that A.
That's why they're called the
Severin lagi anjir.
Because they do it
boom.
Severin pushes short again.
Dapat lagi early. Severin jadi early ini asal.
But you know what also is happening?
Early frag-nya terus. Ngambil satu-satu terus. Boom.
A shorty kill because he can.
Boom. Nice.
Severin really coming alive.
Dia udah siap-siap tuh. Dia tahu bakalan di-push di situ, dikasih trademark. Trademarknya ditaruh di belakang, nggak ditaruh. Biasanya kan ditaruh di depan tuh. Ditaruh di belakang. Musuhnya ke slow, dia mau ngepick kan jadi lambat banget ngepicknya. Kelihatan tangannya dulu cuy. Kalau ngepick kena orb atau kena slow ini trademark tuh ngepicknya jadi agak lama. Jadi tangannya udah kelihatan, kita udah menang duluan kalau gitu.
You know it's going to be a banger series when your first ace is in the first 10 rounds. We haven't seen any incredible clutches matches yet, but it's only a matter of time, Pablos. 14-6. Currently Severin.
Nah tuh, lihat tuh. Trademarknya di situ tuh. Nah, nggak dikasih tahu asal. Itu tadi jalan kan Vipernya pelan banget. Kena slow. Tangannya kelihatan duluan. Jadi Severin sempat ini jadinya, sempat scope duluan. Nah biasanya trademarknya tuh taruh di situ atau di depannya itu loh. Nah tepatnya kotak tuh.
And he was umming and ahhing about aggression again there. I love it. Always is. I absolutely love it. But Boom, they do have that Cosmic Divide and Viper's Pits, but they've not really been in a position to use them.
Yeah, and the mistakes from the last time they played against Boom must be highlighted. Severing this
line up-nya bagus sekali. Di belakangnya ini, belakangnya box. Nah, karena nggak mungkin orang ada di belakang box, makanya itu di wallbang. Bagus juga main. Nah, inilah. Kemungkinannya ada di depan situ atau dia mundur ke belakang kan? Gara-gara ada line up tadi yang ke belakangnya sini, dia kemungkinan ada di belakang sini atau di sini. Makanya di wallbangin tadi. Keren anjir, tai lah tim Indonesia. Mereka improve-nya banyak banget. Termasuk region yang kompetitif. Dibandingin kalau masih Singapura, masih belum ada yang selevel sama PaperX cuy. Disikat semua sama PaperX. Kalau di region Indonesia masih ada AI, ada Boom, ada ini ONIC.
It's a good call to save as well. Shiro and Elmo, they can drop if necessary. And bearing in mind that with only 2 rounds left of this half, your economy, you need to at least be able to buy for the last 2. You don't want to end it on a kind of flaccid note as Boom move into a fairly strong position here. The economy's good, but it's not perfect.
No, it really isn't. But definitely getting the rifles out.
Benar-benar tukar-tukaran round.
Both teams can definitely sustain the damage of a round.
Anjir. Line up ini aja dihitung asal.
An advantage early. This half has been nothing but close, nothing but back and forth.
Oh, aku paham ngapa dihitung. Kalau mereka mau nge-push tuh, mereka bisa masuk sini nih tanpa kelihatan dari sini. Oh, paham. Kenapa kok line up-nya Viper tadi benar-benar ada ininya cuy? Biasanya kan nge-wall ya udah di wall aja. Nah tuh lihat tuh, monyet tuh. Posisinya monyet tuh kalau wallnya naik. Itu nggak kelihatan. Posisinya monyet di situ. Aduh, ketahuan Nightfall. Ketahuan Nightfall. Tapi ketahuan Nightfall. Gara-gara dia Nightfall di ini ya kan, di bathroom. Jadi posisinya tahu ada garisnya itu. Sudah siap-siap blasting. Itu nge-delay doang. Ini susah sih, udah saving. Tapi Severin nggak saving sih, yang saving mungkin Zero yang saving. Ah, saving nih, saving. Udah lari. Harusnya saving cuy. Soalnya nggak bisa beli nanti. Yalah.
Which means ONIC will have a final buy, will have a final say in this half, but it's still Boom to guarantee they at least go equal in this half.
Severin mati.
Right, for ONIC, that is going to leave a fairly bitter taste, considering Severin has been playing out of his mind. He is going to be able to invest into that operator next round, so we are still going to be seeing Severin go for these pushes to try and get these early picks. The only issue that Severin is going to be facing is I don't know how good the attacking operator can be on the chamber.
Oh, dia mau ngelihat Bilong sekarang.
We're just gonna have to wait and see then. See if they can prove you wrong.
Di dalam ini.
5-6 is the score. ONIC so far seem to have come in prepared, seeing there's some performances just like Severin's 14-7 by the way. Maybe can be the difference maker.
Oh, sekarang ngeras anjir.
Look how ONIC have changed their tempo.
Ini pengen dapat ini dapat early-nya ini.
It's respected
at
the same time. Oh, Severin spots too. Oh, but do they know that someone posted up quickly behind them? They've got no clue. They have no idea Flip Shitter is there. Oh, or do they? Oh, they do.
This is so smart.
Oh, NC Slasher. He's just checking it. He spotted out the guard.
Wah, nice banget. Di-expect masihan.
But it doesn't matter. It's still a 5v versus 3 in favor of ONIC.
That showstopper can really ruin someone's day
Wah,
as well.
monyet juga kena utility sama ini, snake bite sama pensionnya kena berbarengan.
Famous will just simply be cleaned up. And that is Boom. Equalized after ONIC's success.
It's
GG,
calculated aggression, Pavlos.
Seru anjir gamenya.
Once again, he pushes. Once again,
Ininya loh, kalau kalian ngelihat perbedaannya tim Indonesia sekarang, line up-nya itu loh, placement utility-nya.
All tied up as we end our first half of the grand finals, and honestly, Pavlos, these teams once again are looking indistinguishable.
I wonder if that's what we're going to be seeing the entire matchup, right? Are we going to see this in this entire best of
Probably.
I just said 3 with F at the end, so it was
itu yang miss tadi. Banget tuh.
Yeah, no, it's a best of 5, everybody. It's the grand final.
Ini nih attackingnya aku yang agak bingung nih. Kalau nggak ada flash tuh attackingnya agak susah. Nggak susah sih, maksudnya gimana caranya dia kayak masuk U-hole, harus pakai recon dan lain sebagainya kan. Dan itu nggak lebih bagus daripada ini. Flash. Nah ini nih, aku tadi yang ngomong, nah kelihatan kaki sama tangannya duluan.
Kind of games like these, like matches to make history, are gonna continue to just exude confidence in the region as well, knowing, hey, we have teams in our country.
Nah ini gimana attackingnya tuh tanpa flash. Kalau dia mau masuk, agar masuk sini kan harus ngecek ini angle sini dan angle ini. Itu harus pakai recon berarti dia ngeceknya. Jadi kalau recon yang dipakai di situ, sekarang pertanyaannya ngecek side-nya gimana? Nah itu yang bikin aku bingung tadi, makanya kenapa kok nggak pakai ini, nggak pakai fade atau mungkin Sky kayak ini.
My concern on Boom is who picks up the operator.
Kita lihat aja gimana eksekusinya.
So it's going to have to be on a bit of an off roll.
And it's also where we start to see whether ONIC not having Flasher in this composition.
Nah ini casternya juga ngomong tuh. Gimana nih mereka gak ada flasher di attackingnya gitu.
From the going into this tournament, but we've learned to really respect, and because of that, Boom, you see, dropping a fair bit of early utility, they do garner a bit of info off the back of it. But remember, without flashes, it's the actual taking of these
ada flash itu kata casternya, kalau nggak ada flash, jadi ngepicknya itu ya ngepick dry pick. Paham kan dry pick ya, langsung ngepick aja tanpa ngapa-ngapain. Nah ini kalau angkatlah ini dipakai gini ya. Nanti ngeceknya yang di dalam side gimana? Kalau pakai anggaplah pakai pakai siapa? Fade. Dia kan punya 2 prowler tuh, bisa buat ngecek gini, muter gini, diputerin pakai prowler gini, kemudian 1 prowler lagi bisa buat ngecek yang tempat yang lain, atau pakai guarding light-nya ini si Sky. Ya gitulah.
Like you said, he knows they're coming. Swings out. That's the kill. And Boom are on a big advantage point here. Monyet drive-by completely takes him down.
Oh no, Monyet mau ini tadi sembunyi tapi kehalang sirup. Bentur badannya.
Boom on top in this pistol.
7-6, and I love that from Flipshooter. He identifies that they're coming, goes into a corner, realizes that he only has to kill 1 and he only has to delay the plant. He does both, kills that first player, gets the snake bite down in time to mean that the rotation of that spike.
Nah dia mau tuh nggak bisa kan, mau masuk, mau kesini dia tadi. Kehalang badannya si ini Zero.
Out of this round.
Mau ini, mau cari cover.
Let's be honest, Pavlos. ONIC with Sheriff are just the scariest of the rivals. So
ini aku yang bingung tuh dari ONIC tuh, nggak ada flash.
But either way, we say in a sense. So
nah ini masuknya gimana coba ya?
It always happens though. It always happens again. So maybe not this one because Flip just gets caught.
Dia denger kah ada orang lompat suaranya?
The troops being lined up and ready to start to execute. Although 2 of them have been spotted off because of the owl drone as well.
Wah, old drone-nya udah di-invest dulu.
Position to keep them back from doing any damage towards guard, and it's close. Oh, it's close. Peekaboo. It's still the trade, but how more can you get? He stays alive, ping shots to the right-hand side corner. Berserk will have to peek, or will he? He's still alive, doesn't take too much damage, and that's a Spectre. He wants more out of this, I'm certain, but without too much health, he needs to be as accurate
Dia
as
cuma
ever.
22 sih SP-nya.
As Boom guarantee.
Itu susah banget sih.
The fact that even the eco rounds look like, for a moment, they could be scary, sort of gives this whole series this sort of Stygian, brooding atmosphere where you
selama
know
utility-nya siapa Zero itu habis, udah nggak dapat info lagi.
Only just entered the early wins.
Beda sama ini Boom. Kalau Boom utility-nya buat cari informasi itu bisa pakai Sky sama ini Faye. Kalau dari ini cuma dari ONIC cuma bisa ini doang. Si Zero doang cari. Tanpa maksudnya cari info masih tanpa ini ya, tanpa ada risiko.
Really has to get the mileage done here, and for Boom it's just a matter of go for some small control and short, but ONIC that's a strat of their playbook. They know exactly how this works.
It also means that Boom actually have a chance in this one. In the Poison Cloud, Fords trying to wallbang, but it's Monyet to come out on top, somehow barely surviving. Famous as well, with only 1 HP, why not? Oh, that's a Stinger nearby, and that's a free Vandal. He'll take that. Thank you
free
very
Vandal,
much. Come again.
Onto
the inside they go, Famous with an upper angle. They won't be expected, but they all take the TP. But is it for good reason? Because the two players from Boom are on the left-hand side, and they're all being mowed upon. No one survives from ONIC out of that
Kena sis,
anjir.
We thought it would be a battle. It was a slaughter going through that teleporter. In premise, it's a great idea. You've been hit by the Prowler. You know that there's a Vandal if you're on that A site, so you're going to try and out-rotate your opponents who have already aggressed from long there. From Berserks, and I believe it was also Tebozal, that defense there, that crossfire in short.
Sis-nya bikin ini nggak bisa gerak kemana-mana mereka. Tadi kan TP deng 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 deng. Sis-nya dilempar kan, bang kena semua.
For ONIC, a couple of sheriffs to wield, but that feels like a pity price now as Boom extend their lead to 9-6.
Yeah, no, ONIC really pulled the Boom there. You know, we've seen that a couple of times so far with them taking the TP and attempting the fake, but not working out. But this time it was Boom actually waiting for it. Big time. Blaze King takes a lot of damage from Yuto though. Paint Shawl, Snake Bites, the lot. That's the opener though for Boom. Big opening capabilities. Shiro finds himself a Phantom, and with Blaze King low, it's not impossible. Throwing the
hampir aja,
missing the mark. But the rotations have come in for Boom.
Nice.
The assistance is there. It's all down. It could have been, but
dikit lagi.
Have really extended the sleeve.
It's like in these flashes of consecrated light, we see just players topple and fall, and heroes emerge from both teams. Boom, they just about able to win yet another 1 versus 1.
Boom juga GG tay. Nggak main sendirian mereka.
Right now, you are running out of time. You only have
Blaze King tuh,
rounds left in you.
Dia udah bagus banget ngasih damage-nya.
Set the sun on map 1 and set the sun on what is going to be their momentum in the series.
And the momentum has stacked up, right?
Yeah, it has. It seriously has. Luckily for ONIC, the silver lining is that you do have a Showstopper to wield. Every other ultimate is only 2 points away, so we are going to see a bit of a power spike from them. But you got to do it with guns, and right now, this could be the last of the guns on ONIC.
Oh!
Once again, Severine just presses that rendezvous. His body goes back, but his life is left behind. And ONIC have actually started to and Monyet dies to his own Showstopper. That is unfortunate, trying to get a kill. It happens. Happens to the best of us.
Anjir, sama-sama showstopper di depan muka anjir. Dan Monyet mati kena showstoppernya sendiri.
Justify going for this retake. In fact, they're saving. Makes me think that they know that ONIC are going to have a fair few ults to wield next round. They just want the best buy they can, so they can anticipate the buy afterwards. By the time the round count is 10 to 8. It's some really cool forward thinking. And actually, if I'm on Boom, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout next round. Just to prevent ONIC from even getting the momentum from 1 round. Just win it down to a timeout.
But this is really big for ONIC, right? Because they were starved by victories for quite some time. It seemed that Boom had all the responses. It seemed like ONIC had a really tough time actually entering, but now they actually managed it.
What I quite like from ONIC is their defense had a lot of aggression to get the initial kill. Boom's aggression is to out-rotate for either the afterplan or to punish ONIC should they change their mind. What it means is that ONIC are forced into quite a one-dimensional take as to which site they actually thrust their players upon.
What scares me is that all these peaks are still dry. Imagine a player standing in the right position. He'd been able to shoot them all down. There's no flash.
We saw that with the Spectres in round 2. Once I went through that teleporter, it was just an absolute slaughter.
Yeah.
Luckily, they have ults which have helped with that, but without the Viper's Pit now, I'm interested as to how much dependency ONIC are now going to find on that Cosmic Divide. Boom not opting to time out, instead opting to save their momentum with a Nightfall and Seekers available, one away from that Viper's Pit on FlipShooter, and you see him aggressing into showers there with Famous to try and secure that.
Yeah, and with no flashes also, Boom don't feel any responsibility to fall back, right? Play it safe. There's no need.
Anjir ke slow lagi. Ambil ini dapat turbo force.
Yes, there are
buat nanti ya kan.
Saving. Yes, but still tough to just hold those positions.
Interestingly, ONIC's small bit of noise on long there has triggered the rotation of 2 of the 3 players on that ace site, and it means that FlipShooter actually disconnects from showers. He's unable to get that ult orb, and now Boom have a very weak defense on this ace site off the back of what was just 2 abilities.
Well, we only just now see a rotation for Famous towards the right-hand side, but no, he lingers a little bit longer.
He's doing such a good job. He's got 4 players locked on this site. FlipShooter needs a hero play right now, otherwise they're going to be in huge trouble. And they bait out the Nightfall as well.
That is amazing. Boom really thought it would have been a B execute, but it isn't. Now they enter towards this A site, but again, no flashes, and FlipShooter can only just hide here and not want to budge at all. The Poison Cloud will fall. That is one thing that they have at their disposal, but 25 seconds to come, and they still haven't gotten the spike yet. NC Slasher needs to swing, but he hasn't gotten the time. They're all going to use the TP as soon as the Seekers are enabled from Boom.
Oh, the rotation. It may get there in time, Pavlos, but it's only 13 seconds.
Shiro now entering, but they haven't realized that Bodo might be already on site. They're not checking it. They haven't looked. That's going to be a trade, but all of the kills from Boom. 6 seconds, and the spike will be going down, and it's Famous and FlipShooter that would try to cancel it all.
Saving lagi kah?
ONIC just out-rotating Boom there, beating them fundamentally. Boom, even if this retake works, need a timeout.
Was a double fake this round, but Famous might be making this round just a bit more doable if they give him the opportunity, but no.
Nice, Severin.
Has been taken out together with FlipShooter, and that is ONIC trying to close down that gap.
Severin as well, that 3K shows that he's woken up on the second half. He had a great first half, but on the second half he's only had about 2 or 3 kills. It's been a very slow awakening to the party, but now he's here. ONIC, alongside the fact they're starting to get their ults, they're starting to build a bit of economy, we do see a really, really strong position for them. For the members of Boom, what do you change? Well, I think if they hadn't rotated, there's that timeout we wanted to see. I think if they rotate just a little bit slower, then they never actually would have left that B site. Or if they had an anchor in place, that double fake just wouldn't have worked.
We're seeing, again, troubling faces. Well, we're not seeing the faces, but I'm sure they are troubled at this point in time, knowing that ONIC have found the code, realized how Boom are playing, right? We saw them over to the B site, kind of trying to draw as many people as possible. They successfully did so, and as soon as they think they did, which they did achieve, of course, you don't always have the information. They don't have the information we do. We actually see all 10 players on the map, but they had the suspicion, of course, that the B site had so many players. They moved towards A, and then it happened all over again with a rotation through the TP.
That's a testament as to how good Severin is as well. For 1 player to draw the rotation of 4 members of Boom. Now look at their economy as well. It really suffered these last couple of rounds, and ONIC now swiftly putting themselves back into the driver's seat, looking to steer us back to what could potentially be Hedgehog heaven for them if they can shut down a bind and then take us to Haven.
Well, it's still a small buy, even though it's not a full commitment, even though it's an effort to get a complete buy up the next one. It's still one that can pack a punch.
Oh, dia push sekarang.
Couple of Spectres, a Bulldog and a Bantu. Of course, Famous on the Sheriff. You have to fear it. You have to respect it. And there's a full wraparound coming in over showers.
ONIC have read it. They know it's coming.
They're looking for it at least, but do they know it is actually coming?
Nice.
It does. Retrieves the one. Do you expect a second? Famous with a swing.
Nice.
That's just some damage, no kill. And that sets ONIC up for success towards this A site. It's only Blaze King to be dealt with, spraying across the smoke, reveals his own position, swinging out again, but he gets taken out by
utility
and shot darts, and only Tefaro and Berserk to remain.
Corrosive
Anjir, 3 utility. Pain Shell, Snake Bite, Shock Dart. Mati lah.
Munya is low on HP, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to fight unless Tay Botal. As Astra mentions, too easy. He could be the one to spearhead this retake.
Might be best if the agent can
flash.
see too easy when you're up against so many players, but unless she can see into the future,
Hawk.
maybe he's entered the Astro
Nice.
seeing the multiverse
Timing.
and knows the outcome of this one. But there's simply no time. Snakebite loses his smart, but up against the 3, you can only hope to save. Shiro is waiting out. And Techboda without a gun! ONIC with 9. And when we thought they were no longer relevant in this matchup, they have to rethink it. Because Boom may lose their advantage the next round.
For ONIC, so as their teammates at their back and the business end of a Vandal to their front, it seems like they are going to be more than happy to continue this comeback. The fact that they have been able to start grouping together now, they're no longer being caught out one at a time. More importantly as well, their fakes are looking a lot more convincing because they have started stacking together. When they send Severin to go make a bit of noise, he doesn't make a noise, he makes a racket. And that same racket, ONIC are currently running on Boom with the Tour de Force available, with the Hunter's Fury available. They go up against Flip Shitters, Viper's Pit, but what good can it do now with ONIC racing to an equalizer?
Well, they're not racing particularly this round.
No, well, it's, yeah, they've sort of slammed on the brakes.
But the stability and the rounds they've been gaining time and time again, yes, that does show quite a lot of pace.
We've hit a corner.
Yes.
Sonic. It doesn't necessarily mean...
Did you just call them Sonic? You
maybe.
might as well have.
Maybe.
They've called themselves
Gotta
that.
go fast. And
they gotta go fast.
At least not for another good 40 seconds. as
it does tend to be, but
yeah. Being fairly passive to start their round as well, which I quite like.
The Trailblazer does spot out movement onto Severin, so they know there's some sort of a split going on, but do they know that the aggression is about to come upon them?
Berserks. 2 Hawks ready. There's that first one. There's that first affirmation of presence, but they don't know how many.
And Hookah is open. So ONIC can simply just move into that, although Elmimore is a little bit scared to do it by himself. Guiding Light Berserks is just walking past them, spraying out, could be good, but it's not. Techbodo on the back end, on the other hand, is the one to do a lot of the damage. As well, here to assist, but he's got assistance from Flipshitter. All by himself, gets 4, and Flipshitter only needs the 1 onto Elmimore.
No ace required, no ace needed, because he's got teammates, and for Boom, that'll be 11. 2 rounds separate these 2 teams, and for Boom, those same 2 rounds separate them from a victory in their opening map. Their map pick, might I add. We are on Boom's home territory. The first map of this series means they looked at every map in the pool and went, bind, that's where our battle will be.
And after a 3-round drought, Boom seemed back in charge. And Techbodo to pick it up after not having such an influential game, it must be such a big confidence builder.
You're right. Blaze King also having a great performance so far. He's going to look to try and continue that for the latter stage of this map. Severin. Oh, both players spot one another out. Neither land their shots, but the psychological damage is definitely there.
Yeah, we all flinched there. We all flinched there. It was a close call. Famous is sticking around. I love how Boom know, like, the possibilities of them being punished in these close distances is minimal.
I think that now they've been faked once or twice, they're now being a lot more aggressive with their attacks, and they're a lot more aggressive with their defensive stances, purely so that it doesn't happen again. Once again, Berserk spots out the presence on B long, but he doesn't know how many players. And for ONIC, this could be something they look to use and abuse, setting every single player around to Hookah instead.
Adapting on the spot, but what also ONIC have heard is that a Hawk has been taken over to the B long side, but instead of moving into Hookah, instead of moving into that left extremity, they instead just go down mid. Look to move into A short. There's a gap through the smoke that could make them visible. And I think they just may have, because the rotations have already started. It's a little bit awkward for Moniet, but thankfully Elmimore is there to collect the pieces. They've taken Lamp's control, but with the Viper's Pit falling, they know that Flipshitter is close by. Severin there and waiting for it. ONIC are not done with Boom just yet.
Blazekin needs to be careful as well, running into that vulnerability. Elbow has been taken, and for Boom, do we see a save?
Oh, saving,
I love this, Pavlos. Look at the money on Boom as well. They can't risk losing this because they're handing the equalizer over to ONIC. So in going for the save, you still have weapons to wield. Your teammates can drop if needs be. And for ONIC as well, you've also baited out a lot of their abilities. They've used their Cosmic Divide, and their Tour de Force is been used as well. They're not going to need their Hunter's Fury until next round, but that can be avoided.
That is mad, considering the fact that, I mean, we've seen these two teams play up against each other before just a few days ago in the upper bracket. They felt maybe there's not too much to lose and they would go for these. We would see so many crazy plays, and so many of them have worked out because ONIC or the team in a better position will just underestimate them and make mistakes.
Yep.
But Boom are not going for this one this time around. Yep. They hold back.
It's just perfect. Just perfect. And, you know,
keputusan yang bagus sih.
Teams once
saving
again,
itu.
when it comes down to each minor mistake, they will and can.
Kalau mereka kalah di sana soalnya nggak bisa reinvest lagi.
And he's had that for a round or two now, so I'm interested as to how he's planning on wielding that against Boom. Over on Boom, in terms of ult management, you have that Cosmic Divide and Sabot ult. He's had that pretty much all half, and we've not really seen too effective of a use for it in the first half either. For Boom, it's going to be Famous' Showstopper next on the horizon, and that for me is going to be a serious a wake-up call for ONIC to be a little bit more passive. Boom, they attempt aggression. ONIC, other side of the map, means once again it's Flipshitter to be the sole defender of this A site.
Yeah, it's both teams on opposite sides, right? And we're already seeing a pivot from the defenders.
Is it in time, though?
Maybe.
Yeah,
ONIC aren't really committing.
ONIC. It feels like ONIC right now are outsmarting Boom, but it's Boom's minor utility usage which has been able to keep them this lead.
There's a fine line between outsmarting and just losing time.
Boom look like they want to try and gamble and go for a retake and showers here.
Slasher gets caught. No reinforcements. That is Boom with a rotation, making an execute happen, gaining space to make sure they have the info, but they end up with a kill as well, and they're very happy about that.
45 seconds left. We need to see ONIC start gearing up for an execution, and very fast, otherwise they could just be timed out.
I think Boom are happy to keep their players polarized across both sites now. Having two is not too bad of a deed when they've already eliminated one of the attackers.
30 seconds left.
They have also triggered the rotation. They're hitting the weaker sites here.
Could be the best decision they made, but at the same time, they have to clear these corners. I mean, again, without flashes, maybe near impossible. Showstopper to enable them forwards. It's a showstopper from the defensive side again, but it's
nice one
person to get a kill on that defense. But they do level the playing field, and they will be able to get that spike down.
Absolutely perfect. Boom are going to be going for the retake this time, though, and they need this first kill, and they need it fast. 3 versus 3. This could spit deployed.
Yeah, this could be the one for the equalizer. It could be one to put Boom on map point on their own first map pick in this best-of-5 grand final. Flipshitter, he could be playing with an elbow here. It's risky. Up with a shot through the wall to get the first kill out of this retake. Elmi Moore on the case, though. Elmi Moore wanting to disallow it. Onto the other side. Severin can simply spray down and get a kill here. Does he know it's being
nice?
It has been diffused halfway, but he eliminates Flipshitter. Berserk's on the case, but it's Severin alone. He has to clear them. Berserk's. What
Cosmic Divide-nya, anjir.
On map points.
Absolutely perfect, and that skill doesn't just come from the fact that he's able to
Cosmic Divide-nya bagus banget.
He's also able to buy time. He does so with his utility as well. Even that Hound on B long, it means that for the members of ONIC, they have no choice but to hit that A site because Berserk's info gather on B was just perfect, and with no follow-up Pavlos past that Cosmic Divide, ONIC really need to head back to the drawing board for what could potentially be the final round of this opening map. Timeout called. I love it. They've been holding on to it. Kaijiho now going to be sharing his whimsical words of wisdom to the members.
Teori 13-11 lagi kah?
That is all that is required to find these last 2 rounds.
But at the same time, Boom on the other camp, they're 1 round away, and ONIC need 2 consecutive ones. And they put so much into that fight. So much of it. Viper's Pit, Cosmic Divide. Showstopper? Was that also used?
Yes, it was.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. And for ONIC, Blaze King may be able to get a Nightfall. Berserk's going to get the Seekers, but they need to find a way to make that last 2 rounds. Same for ONIC. Sho's had that Hunter's Fury for a good while now. They need to get some serious mileage from it to make that delay effective. 1 round is all Boom need. Their money, not great. So Bulldog has to come out on Flipshitter. But
apakah teori 13-11 adik-adik?
The question also is,
13-10. Soalnya kemarin yang sering dimulai itu 13-10 sama 13-11.
Haven't been able to easily close them out. They've struggled. So many of these teams. Boom has been one of them.
Yeah.
Well, hell, ONIC has been one of them.
Severin on the aggression hookah here. This is a bit more aggressive than the Severin we're used to, and I quite like that change of pace.
It is a change of pace because at the same time they've left Severin alone over on hookah.
On topic of leaving players, Blaze King hasn't left the spawn of Boom. I imagine this is so he can rotate to each site as quickly as possible.
That's how much in the dark they are, and that's how much they know that they love their rotates.
Yeah.
Tech Bodal. Ooh, as soon as the rendezvous does appear, the rotation back from Blaze King.
Nice.
Towards that B side, but it's Monya
Oh,
to try and do his best to gain space for his team. He has found one,
tuh,
but
udah
quickly
smoke
traded
ah.
by Famous, who is still a nonsense, waiting to go in with his teammates as soon as the opportunity arises. Blyspec to the far end, pushing down, pushing back his opponents. Tech Bottle on the swing. Tech Bottle with 2. The spike does go down, but to what cost? ONIC have lost so many players. Severing tries to do it, but now he's all by himself, and they know where he's going to come from.
Nggak
They
bisa.
know what to do. Diffuse it. Throw their abilities at him.
Nggak bisa.
Throw
Nggak dapat dia.
bullets at him as well. 13 to 10. It's
GG.
Boom to take home the
GG,
first
Boom.
map of this grand final.
What a way to start our grand
Cosmic
finals,
Divide-nya
fans.
sih,
An
tadi
incredible
itu
performance
bagus
from
banget.
Boom to be able to use their teamwork, their minor utility usage. Blaze King for me, even though he kills Pavlos, he is more than a one-dimensional instrument. He is the multi-tool of Boom to be able to also set up every single player.
Wah, ini juga seize-nya. Wah, bagus banget. Nah, tuh kena seize tuh. Kakinya Viper. Lihat tuh.
This map on the defense looking a lot more comfortable, whether that was perhaps by Onyx's weird composition.
Yeah. To me, it feels like Boom were able to do so well there purely because it was their composition being good rather than ONIC one being bad. I think ONIC's composition does work in that playstyle a little bit, but it did require everyone to be aiming well, and they just weren't able to anticipate the small util setups.
Well, Boom definitely show us who is boss and why they picked this map. Ladies and gents, we'll be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Nah, ini nih Cosmic Divide ini. Satu 0 ya buat Boom. Nice try ONIC. GG Boom. Aku sih berharap ada map 5 cuy, biar seru aja. Anjir, gamenya sih close 50-50. Cuma ini komposisi agentnya yang bikin menang. Sama kayak casternya tadi, casternya juga ngomong tadi komposisi agentnya. Oke, bentar teman-teman ya.
Hello, welcome back to VCT APAC LCQ. We're at the finals now as Boom strikes first. The Hunter continues to do exactly that against the ONIC Hedgehogs. You know, like that? ONIC the Hedgehog?
ONIC the Hedgehog, I like that.
Digon here with Tash and with Quack. And round one, map one, goes to Boom, but it went pretty much expected, both these squads. Not a lot between them, Quack.
I mean, it really was kind of even towards the first half, but the second half is where we start to see Boom start to shine more. It's kind of like what Sleepy was talking about, that organized chaos. They really pushed down more on defense, which their goal was to really just constrict ONIC movements, and once that happened, they got intel, they managed to keep them trapped in. They won, like, what, 4 rounds in a row. And then ONIC, they started to change the pace, which was really, really interesting. That's where Boom started to struggle a bit, but towards the end is where we start to see Boom shine, because they really adjusted. They knew how to adapt to that change.
I like that you mentioned that, because it's the anti-APAC strat that ONIC likes to do. Now, how did Boom deal with that anti-APAC strat? What they did was just go faster on defense, kind of catch them at their own spawn, or even before they could get near a site, before they could even fake it out, just going by just like one single information. And when you pushed, you no longer see those one-man pushes. You see 3 people pushing into showers, straight up getting a kill, push up some more, pick up another, and immediately they just say, okay, there's no more people outside of showers, go straight to B, and that was pretty much the end. And on top of that, there were a lot of misplays as well, and this is honestly a battle of misplays, because when you think about it, it was more of like Boom taking advantage of that. You saw there was one round that every single player of ONIC had their ultimates. We saw 2 ultimates popped out. That was the Viper's Pit, I believe, as well as the Showstopper. Now, the Showstopper was the biggest problem here, because Monyet accidentally blew himself up. He did pick 1, but without that advantage, you can't really help your teammates. And another Showstopper mess up was on B side by Monyet. He was supposed to hit Famous, missed entirely, and he got shot out in the end as well. And Boom loves to capitalize on those plays.
Yeah, I am tired of seeing raises on bind, because the raises on bind, specifically in APAC in this LCQ, have been subpar. Some would say sub-rosa.
It's a great duelist to play on this map, but the one thing is sometimes with APAC, you get a little bit too chaotic and then things happen. But of course, when it comes down to it, Famous comes out on top. He's the MVP of this entire match, landing a lot more utilities, a lot more ultimates, and although sometimes with the satchel it's a bit of a miss, but at the end of it, you know, I think Monyet struggled a little bit more.
I mean, if you look at the performance of Famous on Raze in this map in particular, he always shines. He's always top 5. Goes way ahead of everyone because he's not afraid to take up space. He doesn't really rely on those setups to get those picks as well. He's just a very comfortable player on that. And on top of that, I mean, in the beginning we did see Severin really step up, but as soon as you go on to attack, you can't really do much as a chamber.
Yeah, it's really that defensive side. You start to see it towards the end of that graph, I think around round 20.
Karena tadi nggak ada flash
kan. Combination of Berserks and Tabletop, they really had this beautiful combo of deliberate star placements
itu secara defense-nya kuat gitu kata dia. Tapi nggak bisa berbuat banyak kalau pas ini attacking.
So I think this is something that Boom can bring into the next map, because this is something that we hear a lot from Masters.
Heaven sekarang.
Say this, that
Heaven kemarin sih yang
one of the best teams. You have to beat the best teams on their own map picks.
El Nimor pakai ini.
It's going to be tougher for them to hold, because Boom had such a great performance against Bleed on this map, which is like, you know, the bullies of APAC. Boom beating them on it. It's going to be tough for ONIC to really perform back against this.
This is scary.
Ini teori 10-13 dari kemarin kan 10-13, kalau nggak gitu 11-13 kan.
And they still went for it. Yeah.
Berapa kali ya 11-13 tuh?
Wow, you're actually facing your demons, you know,
like
head
my
on.
Actual number is because Boom had 13-7 against Bleed.
Met in Thailand 13-11.
Meanwhile, ONIC had
kemudian
14-12.
tim Secret ONIC 11-13, 13-11, 11-13.
Yardstick, right? Bleed.
It was tighter.
Kemudian kemarin pas ngelawan Bleed 13-10, 13-10.
They were trailing for most of the time, were able to battle back, as they almost did here against Boom in the first map on Bind. Remember, Boom were down on economy. It was ONIC that were sitting pretty, had enough credits to buy whatever they wanted, but they bucked the trend and were able to close out the map, and now we're heading to map number 2. Let's send it on over to our casters to get us into Haven.
Let's get into
let's
Haven.
go
Right?
Heaven.
First map.
Yo.
Well, I wouldn't say dominating, but towards the end it was looking a lot stronger for the Boom side. But
Australian
the
Crime
grand
Warrior
final has only just started basically, and the second map is just a continuation of it.
You're absolutely right. And
Map 5 map lah.
What's to come? I cannot wait to get into Haven. Of course, Boom, yes, they were able
Full
to take
map.
map 1, but it came bloody close. And ONIC, they did make Boom sweat on many occasions on that map. Severin, for me, was the player to watch out for on that chamber. Now he moves to Haven. He has even more space to wield those operators, those tour de forces, and even just in general work with his teammates in that same sort of.
Kalau nggak salah komposisinya kemarin di Heaven tuh Omen. Nah ya, Severin di Omen, Zero yang pakai apa chamber, NC Slasher tetap, Monyet juga tetap.
The Boom side. But when I look onto the other end of the spectrum, we start to see the same exact thing. Okay, nothing changes. No, right. Both teams playing what is familiar to them. They both played it in this tournament so far. And both have had very close results. And I love what Quack said about having Bleed as a placeholder to kind of see how it
lain
stacked up
Bleed
against them.
kemarin kan pakai line up ini.
Well, we don't know how much that stands really, because we don't know how strong Bleed was on that particular day. But I do like the idea. I do like the idea that Boom may be a little bit more dominant on it. But it's time to see what their resilience looks like as ONIC has the chance to try and equalize the playing field before it's too late.
You're absolutely right. And for ONIC, this is the map to do it, right? A map we know that they are damn good on. Yes, it was a bit closer against Bleed, but all of ONIC's victories are close. They just a team that likes to take their time. They like to play with their food a little bit. Goes to Bisa, a bit of early aggression from Shiro, trying to get into that control.
Tadi udah ngeliat tuh Severin. Famous jadi mundur nggak jadi ngambil apa? Tadi nggak jadi ngambil orb dia.
Shoot through and just presses mouse 1 multiple times until something connects, and it does. Elmi Moore is now dead, and now the A site will pursue here from ONIC. Quick reactions though from Boom to enter this, and they have multiple players holding down this crossfire.
Nice banget. Tenang banget.
To take ONIC down.
Berserk tenang banget anjir dia. Si Severin tadi ini pindah dari apa? Namanya? Headhunternya ke klasik. Jadi dia ada waktu delay sedikit, nggak bisa nembak.
But we didn't see any of those flashy plays that we sort of know him for. Over on ONIC, it was definitely Severin who we were saying a lot more. Of course, he's now taken a step back from the chamber. It goes over to Shiro, who is a completely different beast. He is even better on that chamber.
Boom looking good.
Getting that early start is definitely a very, very good sign for their confidence.
Aku sih berharapnya 1-1 apa? 1-1, 2-1, 2-2 gitu loh. Seru cuy gamenya jadinya. Ketegangan itu selalu ada. Nice. Dapat senjata nih. Oh no, di backup. Nice. Severin.
It's a fair cleanup here from Boom as they want to double up their score. But with Elmi Moore still alive, we can hope for a couple more.
Elmi Moore dengan sheriffnya jangan main-main cuy. Sogdat dulu, Sogdat.
Oh, but he doesn't have the advantage, and the split should have come out on top. Yeah, Boom needs to be careful with those.
They really, really do.
Yes, itu tadi kalau kena Sogdat mati dia tinggal ngepick satu kali lagi. Sayang banget cuy. Saya 54 kan tadi. Kalau Sogdatnya pas kena itu udah kena dia. Mati dia. Damage-nya 70. Gak tau deh, lupa aku mah. 75
to perfection. We'll see if they make that bid for control.
Kalau kena tengah-tengah tapi.
Well, this time we see a bit of a switcheroo with players. Boom dedicating a lot of firepower on the safe site. Monyet
lari. Hampir aja kepick lagi dia. Sekarang saya botol yang ini. Oh, tapi ada trademark. Santai. Ada trademark.
And Boom.
Ditutup! What the fuck? Ditutup! Trademarknya! GG dai! Mereka ngeflank, lihat tuh 1, 2, 3, 4 orang ngeflank.
Oh, this is big. This is very big. Have they heard the footsteps? Oh, the dash.
Ketahuan. Nice hero.
The advantage
Masih di
here,
zone.
running out on these straights, but it is a very fickle affair. One which could crumble against their favor any second now, especially when Famous is in the equation, taking full control over Nest. Severin has to give them respect, has to fall back from it. NC Slasher may be in trouble. Flip should see he falls back.
Severin!
Severin, though, left behind, does find one, knowing that Blaze King is close by. He will be wary, but the potatoes of this fight is the fact that they want to fall back. Flip should have catches Severin off guard.
NC Slasher.
Separated these two players are from ONIC.
Tapi ini sih Elmimor lihat tuh udah di situ posisinya. Ya, timing.
Oh,
enggak.
Oh,
Hampir ke timing dia. Dia masuk Geras tadi, udah.
And once again, Pavlos, we have a 1v2 that looks doable. I like the fact that ONIC have then planted for spawn. It means that they can actually get into a position they already somewhat control. For Blaze King here.
It's all up to him.
Oh,
what a swing! And it seems he expects it.
Oh, Blaze King.
Boom, coming in like boom shakalaka and ends up winning.
Boom shakalaka.
Boom shakalaka. Blaze King goes off like a cracker as we see Boom make it free. Our first
nyantai banget Blaze King. Dan dia masih ngespek ada orang lagi loh. Dia diem kan crosshairnya, diem sebentar.
Boom 3-0. They force ONIC down to Sheriffs once again.
I love that ONIC are known for the players to come out with these upsets, with these pistol wins, but it's Boom to do it first.
Absolutely.
Well, not first. First in this map.
First in this map. And
itu masih diam di situ. Dia nggak langsung lari gitu loh.
An early Blaze Storm means there was a very low investment. Out comes our first operator.
Really right there.
Economic pacing from Boom here. And for ONIC, the fact they're having to drop to these Sheriffs, these Spectres, yes, they're very good at making these work, but can they do it against the operator of Berserks?
Everybody, we're in for a treat. I don't know if you've noticed this already, but this grand final is shaping up to be quite a banger. Mind you, it is a best of 5, and the victor of this will be representing APAC in Champions over in Istanbul. Berserks.
Wah, dapat nih. Oh, miss.
A little bit too tall on that crosshair.
Nice, Elmimor dengan ininya serifnya tetap aja anjir.
There's a massive chance. Good little juggle of the weapons to deny them.
I love it as well. It means Famous actually leaves the operator back sites. There's a chance for him to pick it up again and head back into the aggression.
Nggak ke-detect ini.
No one is looking.
Look at the rotation. This is calls from ONIC as well. They realize
they
have an
deep
opening to
banget
work with.
Oh, but Blaze King might be wary of it.
Ketemu Blaze King dia. Oh, masih menang.
Oh dear.
Paranoia, ambil senjata, balik lagi. Muter dia.
Look at the flank as well from. Look at the flank as well.
Oh no! The timing!
He's gonna hear all of this. There's a flag from Munya as well onto Flipshooter.
And Flipshooter can't get the kill, which makes things even more.
Oh!
180 ton.
Posisinya anjir udah bagus banget. Tapi ini NC Slasher nih. NC Slasher dari City nih, nggak ada yang tahu. Oh man, sayang banget.
Yes, but they are forced into not only committing that Hunter's Fury, they also lose the operator. You see the pilgrimage of Flipshooter to be able to get back to that A site, to get that big scary weapon, and to get it back onto Berserks. 4-0, but ONIC, they are making Boom sweat.
ONIC got us scared for a second.
They really did. They really
anjir, padahal posisinya udah bagus semua cuy, cuma weaponnya aja yang nggak mumpuni.
Reality is no, it's a headshot.
Posisinya maunya tadi juga udah dapet, posisinya NC Slasher juga udah dapet, cuma senjatanya aja.
You would have so much fun with them. I would have PTSD.
They would be RGB terrors. Buckle up, Bucko. We're going for a ride. And for Boom, a ride they are definitely going to take us on. ONIC, they have a fair few available. We're going to see the Tour de Force come out to try and counteract the operator on Berserks. Berserks won't aggress the same position twice, instead going for a peek on long. Once again, missing the initial shot, but he won't be punished with it just yet.
Not just yet. Bueno, give it a go. Get a shot in. But ONIC have left behind, so no aggression over from Boom, so nothing to be cleared out. Mid hasn't been taken over by ONIC, and I think actually
Severin ini mau ngepanis ini jetnya kalau dia
against Secret on Haven was they had big difficulty on taking this mid position.
Ditungguin.
To lack the creativity on the
Zero
attack,
anjir.
maybe seeing it again.
Zero anjir bukan Severin.
Question actually this pick, but maybe they think it's weaker for Boom than it is for them.
They also had a lot of time to anti-strat as well, which I think is really going to come in very prevalent when Boom move to their own attack here. Something to mention though, Flip Shitter won't quite be tested. He's done a very good job at sort of
masih jaga di situ cuy,
He's
Berserk.
going to do that same role.
No, ini sih serem.
Berserk's just going to get a second chance, a shot at redemption with this operator to defend this long attack.
Well, the Aldrome will do its attempt to hold it off.
30 seconds left.
Shiro finds himself a mark, which makes it difficult for Berserk to reposition.
Oh, nice.
A lot of fast peaks coming out. And it makes
Berserk.
And he's still alive. Draws out
Nice.
Close by combat though for Severin as he punches his opponent. Walking forward, Severin.
Oh, Severin.
Severin wants them all.
Plan.
That hasn't been dealt with.
No, nggak jadi plan, no.
They can't get the spike down. And Elmi between the two defenders has to fall like a sandwich, squashed in the middle, and it is a 5-0 for Boom.
What a round from Famous as well, to not only run down the clock, but to then wield the cruel mistress of time.
Famous tadi di mana posisinya dia? Aku nggak matiin anjir.
Once Tebotal backside has done enough in terms of delaying his opponents. All he needs to do is tuck in and delay the plant.
Nggak ada replay ya.
Right now we are seeing a textbook defense of Haven, and bear in mind they are not playing perfectly. Berserk is missing these openings, which means that for Boom there's space, there's a place to get even better.
I mean, yeah, we said Berserk is missing a couple of openings, but he's also finding a few. Right, so you can't expect him to get them all the time.
He's having redemption arcs within the space of rounds. He is going to be able to get away after being pinged by the drone. ONIC go into a bit of a default. It's a fairly aggressive default with the stance of both the Chamber and Omen, sort of really trying to press the defenses in their respective positions. Berserk is going to have to avoid that recon dart. His teammate not quite able to shoot it in time, as Elmimore is going to push off the back of it.
Actually, quite a lot of utilities used on this defense.
Yeah, a lot. They've ONIC have done a really good job at draining it. Something else to mention, though, is that ONIC now, with about 50 seconds left, don't have any map control. They need to have taken at least a position when expending that much time and that much resources in trying to fake positions. We are going to see the come into place in the garage, while the rest of ONIC prepare their assault to this A site. Berserk's another chance to shine on his defense.
And Famous is walking backwards, forwards, only now realizes there's a push coming through.
Nice.
And now needs to head on to this A site, doing his job with the
nice.
Akhirnya overwalking, overstepping, and ends up finding a bullet to the head, which means Blaze King now is left to himself. Can only entertain himself at this point.
Blaze King ini paranoid dia. Banyak ini soalnya.
As well, he may be able to get a third on this flank. He does one bullet to the skull, and as that bullet goes,
paranoid soalnya ada zero kan.
Blaze King has a chance to think about how come Boom were able to fall. It was mainly because of that flank from Shiro, cutting off the rotations. Boom, they had spanned into a fairly passive default on their defense, meant the rotations had to go through B. Shiro cuts it off. The null command as well to be able to catch out Berserk means that Famous's rotation isn't able to bear too many fruits despite getting a trade. Really strong stuff from ONIC. My only worry now, and my hope, is that ONIC can repeat this.
Okay.
Get that slow-mo down to just show the BM at the end. Yeah, I mean, wasn't much BM there, but, you know, it's the fact that we finally get a win in this round, and it's so dominating.
Now we see the change of weaponry from Berserk. Suddenly he's even more aggressive than before, trying to get up into the face of ONIC as they have another slow start, this time with Shiro the one to slowly push their way up through mid.
Godlike swing.
And
unpunished. Doesn't even care to deliver. He did his job.
Oh, look at this rolling thunder planned in mid as well from Tebotal. It's
not dia nunggu Tebotal dapat informasi nih. Udah di rolling thunder.
Over the course of the last couple of rounds, not needing them. Everyone needs timing.
Yeah.
Udah, let's go.
Right away.
Yeah,
udah. Puts a couple of players into the air. Shiro though, untouched by it. One more ends up with a kill. The bullet draws out the headhunter, not good enough.
1v3.
Severin
ketahuan dia lewat tadi.
From the smoke. And as soon as Boom drop around, they're able to get it right back in their favor.
I won't lie, Pavlos, I love this matchup. It is a APAC style versus kind of reminiscent of EMEA style. And for me, if you're on Boom, this is a really good practice as to how you
Boom looking strong, defense-nya.
You're able to close out this series.
You know what? I love that you mentioned ONIC being EMEA style, but I think if you take one of the teams that may follow suit to that, it could be your Na'Vis. You kind of try to take a slow out approach, like your mechs, for example, but end up falling flat in some of these occasions because they leave some aspects of their takes behind. They leave it too late, and it becomes a bit of an issue. So, in one way, I'd say yes, but it's not the highest of calibers of EMEA, if you know what I mean. Right? They do take some elements of it, but I love that you mention it, and it's a nice perspective to see kind of these regions coming together in that way. But it is a time out for ONIC, and they are under pressure.
It is like a
paling nggak sih harusnya mereka pengen nggak jauh-jauh lah skornya.
That means that anti-stratting them can be really difficult.
Mungkin 5-7
Boom, a lot of these
atau
counterplays are done on the fly rather than
paling bagus ya 6-6 sih.
ONIC, they call for the timeouts, and I want to highlight
tapi kayaknya sih nggak
is
mungkin
ready
6-6.
with that overdrive.
Mungkin bisa 8-4
atau
shadows.
5-7. Yes, they're about to hit a power spike, but Boom are already there. They've got their Hunter 3 on Famous, who's already having a really, really solid map. 12-4, he currently sits a pedestal, which ONIC are yet to match. Shiro was usually the player we have our eyes on, but he's had a quiet start. I imagine it's the defense where we're really going to see ONIC come alive if they're unable to start turning the tables.
Nah, iya bener kan.
Moniet.
Nah.
He's very fast on the approach, Paranoia coming through, and
kena blinded dia, mundur ke belakang.
Moniet is still alive, and he's just zapping his way out of this side. Finds himself a gun to work with, because why not? But realizes he won't be able to have the overdrive forever. The spike will be going down, but look at this. Lockdown already utilized. Hunter's Fury in retaliation.
Tapi lihat posisinya El Mimo.
Not an inch. So 2 ultimates used, and it's ONIC to not lose a player. Flipshitter wants to push through this aftershock.
Nice.
Into the open, and
nice.
Trades onto the spike, diffused halfway, but it's still ONIC.
Posisinya lihat tuh, El Mimo lihat tuh. Dari City.
Leaving his teammate behind to try and fend on this. It's all down to timing. Moniet finds it, and there's a crossfire that he needs to consider.
Oh no, man!
Shiro. Now he has to focus only onto one. The timing isn't quite there for them, but he's
nice. Moniet masih dapat.
But it's Moniet to not take any chances. Swinging, finding the
udah bagus banget posisinya padahal. Posisinya Shiro sama El Mimo bagus banget anjir.
They literally just all these slow rounds, all these slow defaults where they're trying to find it over, they're trying to catch out rotations. That goes out the window. It's a huge dive onto that C site. Not only do they bait out 2 ultimates from the members of Boom in that up club, more importantly, when that 2 versus 3 was happening, there was a player in garage, there was a player in spawn. They were attacking
mati dia tuh, mati di itu.
Onto that site to make Boom's life that bit harder.
GG Famous.
But that's because Famous is playing incredibly. Any other team would have just collapsed there.
Moniet was in so much trouble there, completely stunned off in that gravity wall. Thankfully, it did have
mundur mereka. Langsung hotet ke C.
Behind vision.
With Shiro putting on C, suddenly Boom are finding themselves caught out. Twice in a row now has happened. ONIC, they're going to be able to get to the C site uncontested. If they win this round in a one-sided fashion, for Boom, back to the timeout.
Fragment buat ngedelay.
Back to the drawing board. And back to in a situation
udah retake lagi.
Regaining that composure, but Berserk
boom.
Plays and he has to be feared. Shiro says no, I don't fear you. Try me.
Tapi ada aftershock ya? Oh masih ada cuy. Aftershocknya masih ada buat nge-clear KB-nya nanti.
Where Berserks and Blaze King failed in. Shiro, the grader, will be slamming them down.
Oh kagak cuy. No. Harusnya nge-clear KB-nya cuy. Posisinya ini Shiro udah dead itu di situ. Soalnya dia masih belum ini rendezvous ya.
Closing up on Boom.
I want to see the Boom timeout. I really, really do. And for Shiro, now that he's woken up, it was that last round gets the sword of force.
Nah, lihat tuh. Rendezvous-nya nggak ada, dia cuma 1 di KB doang, satunya belum di setup kan sama dia. Kalau tadi posisinya ini di aftershock-nya ke KB, ya open dia jadinya. Bisa dipanis duluan.
But now ONIC back into the driver's seat with the From the Shadows ready, 2 away from null command, and once again a fairly swift control of A long here, but they're falling back to their old ways. That KO still has the spike, he's still sitting back. They want Boom to be left guessing, they want Boom to be left worried, in fear of where the ONIC attack will come.
6-3 ya. Menurut gue sih bakalan 5-7.
Considering all the games have been so explosive up until this point, and ONIC just trying to flip the script completely. And it's not working out for them, right? They've been caught off themselves. Boom find chances to peek out, gain those early kills, and ONIC have got nothing left to work with. no entries, no high hitters. The rest of them have to do it alone. And considering Boom have got on the right read of placing 3 players in this A side direction.
Harusnya. Nice.
With the crossfire setup with Famous not being properly checked.
No!
They will be
Nggak dicek. Nggak dicek.
Sent to the Shadow Realm.
Kagak dicek.
7-3 the scoreline, and for ONIC
Aduh.
this is where it gets a little bit worrisome. Timeout already used, and it feels like even on these attacks, yes.
Enak banget anjir posisinya Famous tadi juga.
Famous has definitely put his foot down. 17-6 Pavlos.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good bind. Now on Haven, he's just exploded.
Nggak clear
Look at this
checknya.
beautiful crossfire as well. Famous actually getting both kills. It feels like Berserk's almost was the bait there when it should have been vice versa. One away from a Hunter's Fury, over on ONIC there, one away from that null command, but actually controlling these ult orbs is something that ONIC have had serious trouble doing, particularly on
Nice,
the side.
akhirnya mati. Berserk di awal-awal gini.
Berserk's this time around is the one to get caught.
Yeah.
Okay.
No longer being the one to do the catching. But of course there are 2 rounds left in this half, and ONIC would love
ini
to
Famous
close
nih.
up this gap.
Mati nih Famous harusnya. Harusnya ya. Oh no, dia miss timing.
Will be in a much
hidup
more
masih
comfortable position
mundur
themselves,
lagi
and
dia.
ONIC
Habis
do
ini
not
nge-recon.
want to allow that.
Lihat aja.
There seems to be a little bit of a walk going on in mid. Flip shitter.
Oh, reconnya masih ini masih cooldown.
Shiro, he's making some noise. Making Flip shitter know that he's nearby.
Look how aggressive Blaze King is as well. Boom have such a
Flip jeder di situ tay, anjir posisinya off angle banget.
Clear to make sure there's no one
Mati nih dia.
Oh,
dan beneran mati gagak tuh.
One of his opposing players is low, but Severine, the man with the 38 points of health, is still the one to do the shooting.
Bengong.
And
yeah, nice.
Boom have to polarize their players. The defenders one per side, but they lose their A-side defender, which means trivially that the A-side will be taking.
Tobosal needs to go huge here, Pavlos.
Oh, he pushes through the smoke.
Nice.
Oh, could have been an opportunity.
Nice.
But it is
7-4.
mistimed just by a second. And it's Blaze King to just have to fall back here.
You're right, and
saving doang.
Blaze King
nggak mungkin
as
ya.
good as you would expect from a team who are 7-3 up. ONIC closing the distance a little bit, and let's be honest, the 7-5 Haven is pretty respectable regardless of what side
belum
you're
dipakai
on.
paranoianya.
By all means not out of this map, which means that if you are on Boom, you cannot under any circumstances get complacent.
Belum dipakai paranoia ya.
In ult management as well, Elmi Moore, one away from this Hunter's Fury.
Okay.
Severin, he's had this from the shadows for a good while now. This is in unison with that null command. ONIC go into the final round of this half really, really well equipped. Over on Boom, it's still lacking a little bit, and I feel like Boom, their momentum has definitely shifted.
Posisinya
good with these initial fights, but and these initial rounds, but now we're hitting the latter stages of this first half.
Untung ke Panis, Flip jeder pas mau balik dia ke
They found a couple
side.
of rounds where they found successes because of ONIC placing, individuals without backup setups.
It was ONIC mistakes.
Yeah, exactly, and it was ONIC's mistakes, but now they're the ones that are going for those, committing for them, and end up being picked off themselves. So it's a bit of a back and forth, and now have to ponder the question: how far do we hold? How much do we expend? And to what extent will we allow ONIC to play their own game?
Flip Shitter and Tebotol
mainnya
both
agresif banget tuh Berserk.
as well. We could be seeing just
Tapi di situ ada turret cuy. Bahaya nih. Bahaya nih. Ah, itu tahu tuh lempar utility tuh di situ.
To follow up a hit to see.
Tembak.
Spotted the nano swarm. And an alarm bot.
Oh no.
Severin is just short off the mark there.
Gue kira bakalan ditembak anjir. Kagak kena.
With this operator as well. It's freed Boom up to go for these big rotations because they have such an effective early warning system set up.
Wah
with
ini,
this operator.
ini bisa sih ini. Ini monyet kalau ketangkep sih udah.
To find an early kill. Aldrone
Check.
be perfect for the tag.
Nice, check.
Will it come out with Moniet swinging? Oh, Moniet is falling back from that one. It does indicate that ONIC want to hit the side. They're all heading towards the C side, and the fact that Boom is posting
Mereka nggak jadi ke sono.
Just give them all the info in the world. It's not going to be A, guys. It's not going to be mid. It's got to be C, and Boom have all the defenders there.
Hunter's Fury here could be perfect.
now where the fault line can be enabled as they start to push through. Come Cars, BlazKing to the sideline, yet to be challenged. And now he's able to find the kill. Hunter's Fury to try and get him out into the open. Hasn't been punished just yet.
BlazKing sih masih hidup, gimana ceritanya BlazKing? Masih hidup kayak gitu. Wow, 8-4.
Clean reads, clean executions, and what
a play on the defense. You look at the team cams as well. Both teams as calm as ever. We're not seeing overhype. We're not seeing tilt, and that's the effectiveness of being able to play on boot camp. Something else to mention as well. BlazKing Pavlos had no business surviving for as long as he did. An immaculate play to be able to move in and out of your own smokes to buy both time for the Hunter's Fury and space to prevent ONIC from.
Wah, 2-0 nih. Masa sih? Masa 2-0? Ayo lah ONIC.
But that shows some confidence from them. This defense looked clean. And again, we're seeing some signs of ONIC struggling.
Defense-nya Boom sih bagus banget tadi. Aku nggak nge-expect kayak gitu loh. Kayaknya sih mereka ini sih kemarin susun strategi kan sambil nonton pas ngelawan Bleed kan. Pas ngelawan Bleed itu komposisinya kan sama nih. Kebaca jadinya cuy. Komposisinya ONIC tuh ini sama kayak komposisinya kemarin ngelawan Bleed. Dan gameplaynya sama juga.
And of course, reminder everybody, this is the grand final. Reminder that both of these teams are from Indonesia as well. So Indonesia is happy right now. Everyone from there is like, yeah, we're getting a representative either way. It doesn't really matter that much to us. But, you know, there are some local fans for each team. Everybody has their favorites, has their favorite player. You know,
Almimor kurang stand up juga ya.
Who is it going to be, you know? And no, it's getting a little bit out of hand for ONIC. With 4, you can't be too happy with the case scenario for you right now. But defense is where they've shown
kebaca sih bener.
How it's done before.
Kebaca bener cara mainnya ONIC sama Boiiizz. Ini keuntungannya upper bracket itu gitu. Dia punya 1 hari buat ini kan, 1 hari buat ini apa? Strategi karena dia punya 1 hari libur dan nontonin gameplaynya ini yang di lower bracket.
Both teams for a good while now. Something Bleed was able to punch against both of them. Now Boom attempt to make it work.
Yeah, on the B side.
Dan kalian nyadar atau enggak? Dari tadi tuh ONIC nggak pernah ke B. Nyadar kan? ONIC nggak planting di B sama sekali. Kadang nggak ke C ke E, tapi nggak pernah dari E ke B atau C ke E ke B nggak pernah. E selalu ke A ke C atau C ke A.
No more smoker to help them conceal their position. Limited utility all across the board, really. Only a recon bot available.
Nice.
And Shiro starting win on these trades.
2v2.
That's what they need.
2v2.
Answering back in kind, but they're still uncomfortable.
Nice.
The whole way around.
Bisa defuse sekarang.
It's all down to Famous. He's struggling.
Nice.
Defuse halfway, and Shiro gets that headhunter down and locked in place to get these kills for ONIC to get themselves a fifth.
Gamenya seru.
That blast the boys onto B, but it's ONIC's retake, it's ONIC's gunplay.
Ayolah ONIC yang menang di sini. Kemudian di Fracture nanti bisa tuker-tukeran lagi, Boom lagi ya kan. Habis itu di Icebox bisa ONIC lagi ya kan. Terus baru deh final mapnya udah terserah kalian siapa yang menang.
Very, very small indeed.
It's starting to close up very quickly. That's what they needed. Very much so, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And now as the anti-eco comes out, frenzies on almost every member of Boom here.
Nah, line up-nya sama juga. Padahal line up-nya tuh sama juga cuy. NC Slasher pasti pakai itu null comment yang di posisi itu. Lemimor di belakang. ONIC monyet nggak ngeliat kiri dia. Nice. Nice. Clean.
NC Slasher is going to be able to bring us
clean.
Sixth.
Si Zero jadi lihat tuh omennya nge-flash 4-4-nya. Zero dapat ini kan dapat info tadi. Oh ada banyak orang di sini langsung rendezvous out. Siap-siap Severin langsung ngedelay pakai ini paranoia. Masuk udah disikat tuh.
Thank you observing a production team for getting that through an overview perspective as well.
Nailing it today. Absolutely right. For ONIC now, we are going to be seeing a couple of
lagi dagger itu lagi yang
dipakai.
dipakai.
Bulldog is going to give a little bit of teeth to the bonus, but for
Kalau
Boom,
mereka
they
tahu
definitely
sih,
have the firepower
itu cuy,
here.
gampang
But it's
di
the
ini
opportunity
lah
to
kan,
rely on
nggak dapat
Money
info
and
itu tadi
Slasher,
daggernya.
both halfway towards their big scary abilities.
Daggernya nggak dapat info itu.
Rolling Thunder
Tapi
is
keuntungannya apa? Kalau nggak ada
so
orang di situ, dia bisa maju. Elmimor dia tuh
in free
posisinya.
So we'll have to wait to see.
Closer than anybody else.
The seismic sensors are going off. We've got the early warning system, but we don't know it's there yet.
No reason to panic. Yeah, don't press the panic button.
Di smoke lagi.
You can only see some red LEDs in the background flashing a bit, but the smoke.
Itu buat delay doang smoke-nya.
Not the full alarm system.
Bikin ini.
Got the weapons.
Mereka mikir di smoke itu ada orang atau enggak tuh. Di angle yang di belakang itu ada orang atau enggak tuh.
Showing his ground.
Nah ini mereka mikir juga.
Ah
ini mau nih. Ini nih. Bentar nih. Oh no, timingnya. Timingnya yang salah. Ini kayak yang kemarin dia ngelawan Bleed tuh. Kemarin ngelawan Bleed pakai ini juga. Pop flash 3 orang itu. Elmimor, NC Slasher sama Monyet. Sama. Severin posisinya. Oh, dicek.
Shiro shot behind the boxes there. Will be a simple kill as ever for the Boom side. They'll be finding themselves.
Susah sih Monyet mau masuk.
After this round.
Angle-nya terlalu banyak nih.
Spike goes down. Pot shots from Monyet. Attempting to do something, attempting to find some kills, but nothing will be going his way.
NT.
Do not falter and gain a ninth.
They gained a ninth in a very, very positive fashion as well in keeping most of their
Udah
weapons
tahu
alive.
anjir ini tadi.
They're
Boom.
able to build that bank. Shiro brings out the first defensive operator of ONIC.
Dihindarin lagi nggak tuh?
Remember,
Ininya.
Shiro didn't get too much
Apa?
done
0
on
poinnya.
the operators on
Kita
the
lihat aja
attack.
NC Slasher
He didn't
bakalan
have
di mid
enough
lagi kah?
space to, but it was his defense
Buat ngasih
when
ini.
really popped off.
Apa?
Especially
Null
Severin
comment.
did. That's
Kok
now Shiro maybe taking a bit of
0
advice
point.
from him. Maybe looking to follow in his footsteps. Will the student
Ini dapat info nih.
or will it be
Kayaknya.
versa?
Now, as we enter new round,
dapat info.
ONIC have
2
got
orang.
their first
Nah,
buy,
tuh.
full buy in the board.
Wah,
Something
flip
that's,
jeder udah sampai sini dong
we've been
dia
waiting for, seeing
ngepushnya.
how these two teams can stack up against each other, but it seems
Tapi
one is
dilihat
stayed away without being
itu,
spotted, but
dilihat.
there's a
Oh no,
sort of
NC Slasher nggak ngelihat.
reaction to it.
Oh, untung masih ada lapisan kedua. Nice.
Without pulling his trigger. Good faith in his teammate.
Look at that shutdown now. It's all
Nice.
All by himself.
Nice.
Against the two.
Udah,
He's done
nice,
so
nice
much.
banget.
Boom are denied any space they want. Big no to that one. And ONIC, I've got 3 players strong, rotating around Tepodal as well. The good thing for him is he does have a spike and he is in a site that is clear. But it's gotta hurt knowing that the moment he does get the spike down, he'll be crunched upon. Oh, there may be a chance if he ends up with a kill. Oh, will he read it?
Oh no, timing.
Read it.
Timing.
Absolutely not. Draws out the knife at a very wrong time as he brings a knife to a gunfight. And it's ONIC on 7.
Yes, incredible positioning from him there. And what I absolutely love, actually, from ONIC is those first 2 kills on the Boom players. They were trying to outflank C with the remaining 3 getting ready to go up from long. They outpositioned those 2 players so quickly that Boom didn't have any chance to even appear on C long.
Such a nice round.
Yeah, such a nice round from ONIC, such a good read from ONIC. And it was ONIC's ability to read Boom on bind, which gave them such an advantage.
To be honest, I think they knew that Garage was kind of a fake for them, and now, you know, they had NC Slash in a really good spot and helped his teammate to kind of get that kill.
Di ping tuh, ngapain tuh?
Calling the timeouts after a victory as well.
Tim ONIC tuh ngeping-ngeping tuh. Depannya Garrett sama depannya B.
Their timings have been really hitting the spot for you.
I think Boom have been kind of 1 or 2 rounds off in
Mau
places.
di-push nih.
ONIC have been perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm really happy with them.
Why is it that this time this is perfect?
Because you know that Boom are about to change strategy once the next buy comes out, because they were caught off not via aim, but via positioning and via grand strategy in the round beforehand, which means Boom are going to call for a change, and you calling your timeout, you beat them to the gun.
Boom Boom can still talk it through, though.
Boom can still talk it through. And I tell you what, I bet Boom are going to try something pretty quick.
Oh, okay.
I would like to see something pretty quick.
But there's also kind of a mental game, I guess, there.
Exactly.
Because then it's like, oh, will ONIC try something on us now? Will they switch things up? What do we do?
We are currently playing 4D chess with intergalactic time rifts. Like that's the level of... That's the... Very
I think I've got one word
Wah,
to
nggak dapat
describe
info
what
lagi,
we're
NC
playing.
Slasher.
Valorant.
Ah, di push
right
beneran.
We have
Di push.
two of the smartest
Di push ke
coaches
mid.
in the region on either side. Elmore, nice opening with Hunter's Fury. In shutting down Flip Shitter.
Daya mati, Flip jeder anjir, turretnya nggak ngedetect lagi nih.
Monyet can freely push without being spotted.
Absolutely. What a pick from ONIC. And I don't think... Bear in mind, Hunter's Fury that early is actually after info rather than a kill.
I'm actually happy that Monyet doesn't go for the push here because... they don't need to. They've got the numbers, but the push will come through. Rolling Thunder is enabled. Won't be catching anyone, but guarantees the site is clear.
This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And what I like from Shiro as well, in holding, once the Aldrone's pinged him, he baits out the fault line as well, which means that Boom have even less utility for the afterplant.
But now the players are grouping up, and this is where the push may commence. Flash drives from over the wall to help the team push through. Aftershock delaying it. Good timing of it. Shiro looking at from the upper side of heaven. But they're still equal and they still haven't found the entries.
Wah, crossfire-nya tuh. Lihat tuh crossfire-nya. GG banget, Boom crossfire-nya tai. Nggak ada yang bisa tembus ngelewat anjir.
Continue to absolutely cascade onto ONIC there. And I love the fact that we saw the positioning from 3 players in that crossfire, not 2. Once they identified there was going to be no flanker because how quick they were to go
di sini, di belakangnya box ini, di bawahnya Heaven sama di sini. Wah, berat banget tai.
They know that the attack is coming so quickly.
Nah, ini di sini satu, sini, di sini.
It's such a nice trifecta.
Lihat tuh, 3 orang tadi. Gimana coba, ayo?
Because it all was perfect. You know, the aftershock once the flash drive was thrown from the defenders. The delay. The discrepancy in pace. Now Berserks goes even further forward. Shock dart to help out with the damage. 1 spray, 2 kills. And Berserks takes over the site with his team.
Really, really strong there. And for ONIC, that momentum has now just been lost. ONIC could have used that timeout now. I actually, if I'm on Boom and I'm feeling a bit,
I would use the
timeout after this round to make ONIC stupid.
I'd be like, hey, use it on us. Thank you very much.
Against them, exactly. Shiro,
Ya, ketahuan Zero juga. Severin dapat
Get a
1.
couple of these, Severin. And you might be putting this within the realm of reality.
This flank needs to come a lot quicker, I think. Shiro, he has to avoid the Aldrone. You see the rotations from Boom. It's time for exits if you're on ONIC. Boom are going to hit 11 now, setting themselves up to take ONIC's map pick. And look at ONIC's money as well.
Yeah, not looking great at all. Which means they want to give it a go, at least to hurt Boom's economy. But no, Severin falls and Shiro's behind them all, and he tries to get the kill. But the
dapat 1.
Only rips the head off of Flip Shitter's body, but that is all it is because Boom are on 11 and they look even more dominant than they did on Bind.
On topic of domination, we've got Famous and Berserks both
Boom ini anjir belajar bener asem kemarin. Ngeliat ini vote-nya Bleed. Soalnya sama, yang dieksekusi sama. Sama cuy aku ngelihat ini ya. Eksekusinya ONIC ya gini kemarin.
I think it was good if you're trying to get into the heads of Boom, but you can only really do that when you're categorically ahead. When you're neck and neck, you do need to hold it for when it's actually required. And in this case, unfortunately for ONIC, Boom sort of taking some magnanimity in the effectiveness of that.
ONIC needs something and they need it quickly, and what they're doing to kind of get it is pushing aggressively in mid.
Yeah.
Boom respond with placing all of their attackers to the left-hand side, and it may be for good because C is fairly weak on the defensive.
Di window ya.
But how soon will the rotation come in from Monyet? There's a bot there and waiting for it. The flash comes through. Gravity well to the mid side of things.
Mati. Dia diem di situ anjir Zero.
Severin with everything to do. First kill goes his way, but he's completely blinded. Therefore has to replace himself and wait for his team to arrive. Monyet has joined from the sideline, but Severin still shooting him.
Nice. Monyet datang di waktu yang tepat.
Boom, they fall to their knees, they cry to their heavens, give us a sign, I want to believe, but they didn't need to. They already had Severin, he was already in place, and that man is blessed, I tell you, with some incredible positioning there to actually be able to get to backside without getting bombarded with utility. Yes, NC Slasher does end up drawing a lot of the fire, but that's all to set up that Omen for even more kills.
This round really puts ONIC back into the matchup, right? Really puts them back into the game, considering they're already a map down and Boom start to get ever so close to closing out this match, right? 2 rounds away from getting a 2-0 start to this grand final, and that would put ONIC in a position where they had to win 3 matches in a row if they
mau di ini paranoia nih. Paranoia di push. Bentar, nunggu dulu.
The lockdown used by Boom here. This is a big number of revolves. They need to be very careful. If ONIC win this could really
nice, dapat satu.
It's only more with the first one though, and they're actually pulling up the pressure. Tekboro tries to trade it out.
Nice, lockdownnya hancur.
They take down the lockdown, but they take down
nice.
the attackers with them. It's famous now that we'll try and do the impossible, but it seems that everybody has every single angle covered, and that is ONIC surely closing up this gap.
Boom, just as they hit their capacity to try and close out this
wah, langsung time out cuy.
I really like that.
Langsung time out.
Just as they try and to push themselves over the finish line, do we see Elmimore and Severine show up. That wombo combo that was silent for a lot of bind, that has been silent for the first half. Now on their defense, it's the same positions of yesterday, but it's the same skill of yesterday. 3 players top fragging on ONIC shows you that no matter, it feels like you're up against a Cerberus. You cut off one head, it's the Hydra actually, you cut off one head and 3 more sprout back. You're second to get an entry on one of these sites. ONIC, they have 2 more players just as good to take their place. And for Boom, we really need to see some more from Flipshitter and Botal. Let's see Sasha having a quiet game, but that's sort of mitigated by everyone else.
I mean, we kind of see Flipshitter's role kind of being on the back line, sort of in charge of the rotations, never really happening because ONIC don't overextend too much on those pushes, so he's not having too many of these fights. Tekbodo on the assist, but he's not even getting too many assists, right? He's not hitting too many people with his fault lines, not too many on the flashes, but at the same time, doesn't need to, because Boom is actually doing a splendid job of being in top, even though ONIC has some sort of a rejuvenation here.
On the topic of assists, let's talk about Severine. His paranoias have been just world class throughout this series, frankly, throughout this tournament for the members of Boom. Now, what's the buy? It ain't good, but off the back of a timeout, we could potentially be seeing Berserks do something wild with this Blade Storm. Remember, Famous is about to bring out another Hunter's Fury, and Famous right now has Hunter's Fury.
Looking to act up the pace here, Boom, without the best economy to do so. Dagger does spot out a couple of them, denying the capability of using their abilities to ultra aggress, but it seems they will follow through right after it expires. 2 players as well on the sidelines, one from A-Link, one from C, and they're both looking upon this, and one left behind onto the side. This is a good crunch for them. Berserks goes insane!
Oh, Berserk!
Opens up the perspectives for them. Severine wants to deny the part, but cannot do so. Still getting the kills, keeping things close.
Oh, nice!
Here's the owner's survivor.
Nice, tinggal blasting.
With a good opportunity to defuse here, but the gravity well will delay. In a difficult spot, the TP comes forth. Do they know? Does Blaze King know? Where did the TP go? Spraying and Frenzy has to opportunity for ONIC to swing out, and that is ONIC closing up the gap even further, getting themselves also on double digits.
Once again, we see someone from Boom do something spectacular. For
13-11 nih.
Those 2 kills over in B-Link is just incredible.
Atau 10-13.
Then mitigated by ONIC being able to get onto the site as quick as humanly possible. And here's the fun thing about retakes, Pavlos. The sooner you start your retake, the higher the chances of you actually winning gets. Boom on ONIC are on the site before the plant's even finished.
Yeah, no, that was immaculate stuff. Good read from ONIC, but yeah, this shouldn't have been that close though either, right? Yeah. Boom did a solid job of getting on the site, and Berserks did a solid job of being Berserks.
That he did, and I mean, hey, yes, it feels like a bit of an overextension at times though when you see Boom going kind of pushing really hard for these kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ornament's pretty, but it's pulling down the tree.
But I guess this is all built it up for this round. The previous didn't really matter. This one's the one with influence. One that could put Boom on map point number 2.
Wah, Zero balik lagi. Tapi dia Evan sekarang posisinya.
All stacked together, they get ready for this congregation over to this A site. And for ONIC, they don't want anything to do with it. Shiro's on a very passive angle with this operator. It means that if Boom are going for a contact play here, this could be perfect. If it fails, though, the lack of utility could really come to harm them come the afterplant.
And Boom have to deal with it.
They've read it perfectly. The contact play is perfect.
They're surely going to smoke this, aren't they? Yeah. Stars start to set. Hunter's Fury as well, looking for these pre-placed positions. Nothing to be found. Shiro though with the
dapat satu gak tuh Zero? Nice.
He says as he shoots upon them.
Nice, monyet. Nice.
throws it all out. Famous just wonders where his teammates went, because it's a lonely world for him. Spike in the middle of no man's land, and there's literally nothing he can do. He can't go backwards, he can't go forwards, although he gives him space to move into that backwards position.
Famous masih ini loh.
Pedal to the metal.
Masih tahu kalau ada flanking.
So make sure he can take some people down with him. Moniet. He's online, and this is the perfect time for him to do so.
ONIC, just when we think that they are losing this map, just when we think that they are going to have their backs against the wall, from the grave a hand bursts. It's the hand of Neon, it's the hand of Moniet, the righteous hand of
Wah, mereka bertaruh di sini kayaknya.
Boom now, they have a game on their hands with no money to work with. They're pulling out Spectres, Bulldogs, whatever they can find.
Iya, mereka bertaruh di sini nih, Boom.
They're just about able to muster a buy, but with a frenzy on Blaze King, there are certainly gaps in it.
Hunter's Fury, without any information, used by Elmimore. Doesn't collect any information, doesn't retrieve any tags. Bit of an interesting one. Did he throw a recon to the back end?
I think he attempted to. There was a dagger from the KO as well to try and combo that. So unfortunately for ONIC as well, that's it for ultimates. There's nothing to follow up the Hunter's Fury that will come from Boom here when they prepare this hit to be.
Oh, wow. This is smart from Boom. They've put themselves in a position. Oh, he's taking damage from all of that fragment berserks. Oh, no. Somehow still alive, but doesn't take the full front damage off of that. Nadef will still allowed to tell the tale. Now, ONIC with all 5 on the site. Rolling Thunder available. Oh, not diffuse off way. What happened there? Gravity well, perhaps?
Are they waiting for the Rolling Thunder? I think they are. There they are.
There it is. Here it comes. Moniet so far forwards, ends up falling. And they're going all the way around here. They're trying to take space over the garage, but NC Slasher wants to be able to do so on the defuse once again. Spray downs come through from Flip Shitter. They're getting it done. Shiro, all that remains, will try and stick it. Recon to the back end.
Oh no!
And yes, Shiro is a dead man walking, a dead man running. He will try and get someone down.
No, the BM!
Oh my goodness!
He laughs in the face of death.
That is crazy! Boom on 12 and with a statement to make.
Boom, what do we say to death? Not today.
Dipertaruhkan anjir. Boom mempertaruhkannya di sana anjir. Ini ya, tadi bahayanya dia.
Got to hurt the momentum. Boom hit map point off the back of a fragmented buy of Bulldog Spectres. The abilities, not half the players didn't even have full abilities. They had to rely on the little they had, and in that guerrilla warfare, they're able to grasp around.
And all of that started with Boom getting a perfect read onto the open sight of the defenses of ONIC. And now it's time for ONIC to flip things up themselves, right? With a victory here, they can take it at overtime, and it's not all over. But with Boom's win in this particular round, we'll be looking at a 2-0 lead in the best of 5 grand final to take everyone by storm and surprise. Here comes the push, but the rotation is quick from ONIC. It's good. Severin in a close corner, but it's Shiro to be tested first, and this allows Severin
nice
as he pleases.
Woo!
Zero on them and puts
Zero Severin.
In an overtime game.
Oh, Pavlos, 2 games in, and we're already hitting our overtime. This is a grand final to make ages. Remember, both these Indonesian teams, they have played against each other 9 times in the last year. They have been blow.
Wah, Zero. 3 killnya
5
to the
4.
force.
Boom. They are here looking for vengeance. They are here looking to take that place in Champions. And for ONIC, now with their back against the wall, they had to grasp that half. They had to recover.
Senang banget aku anjir ngeliatnya, seru banget. Sumpah deh.
With both teams out of
hype-nya tuh
momentum,
dapat
with
anjir.
timeouts to use, and with money. Let's see if we're seeing operators, where they go. And if we're seeing Vandals, where will the team go? Elmimore brings out an Odin.
Yeah, Berserks to stand up, but not to the knowledge of the attackers. Look how many players are pushing on this A site for Boom. 4 of them. We've seen this play before. But last time it was a close call with ONIC rotating over to C, and it may be something similar yet again. Elmimore waiting with an Odin, but that's not really the best weapon on close proximity action.
Right now, ONIC, they just want the firepower. Boom, 4 players ready to fight that Odin, that god of gods, that ruler of Valhalla. And will the Hall be meeting any more warriors?
It's crazy to me how Killjoy is responsible for the defense of 3 openings to the defense. Garage, that's where Killjoy plays. Alarm bot over to B. Turret on C.
Right now, Timmy Turret, he needs to have a tremendous couple of bursts if he wants to be the sole thing to shut down the ONIC attack.
Well, it looks like ONIC will be making a good read to move into the C site, but they are taking their time with this one. Flipshitter not really pulling the trigger just yet, although bullets are flying in this direction. But look at the back line. This is where the will come through, and Severin is the first to open up.
Nice!
It's huge! Paranoia is massive, but the TP isn't. But it doesn't matter, because Paranoia accounted for it. TP yet again, and gets the hell. 4 versus 4, but
oh no!
takes down 2. Flipshitter once more. Shiro shutting him down, but it's Boom that are ahead with numbers. Severin left on site. He's got reinforcements on the side.
Nice!
Aftershock to the corner to ensure that Shiro can't move out of it. But here comes Severin.
Oh, dikit lagi.
Famous to come out on top, and Boom to get themselves on map point.
Another 1 versus 1 as Boom come out on top, going 13 to 12 in the lead. What a round from Famous.
And
teams, we are seeing monumental reactionary plays, but they're both to one-up one another, as if this map couldn't get any better.
Holy moly!
Wah, Flip Jeder dapat 2 kill yang ini anjir.
And now Boom.
Tadi
I've got an advantage.
monyet kena ke kill sayang banget sama siapa tadi?
To shine.
Yang ke belakang.
ONIC have denied this before. They may try to do it again. But, you know, something that reminds me of the situation, Shiro had an operator the round he denied it, and he ran away with a 4K. Well, the 4th shot will miss up against the owl drone, but it seems that Boom are heading towards them, and Shiro's position is telegraphed. They're heading into Garage as well, and no one is there to stop them. Severin may have to be wary, has to turn his attention elsewhere. NC slashing with the first pick, the rotation is good, it's quick.
Nice, Severin posisinya sih, itu off angle itu. Kok jangan dicek tuh posisinya, Severin? No. Wah, GG Boom.
Close this map over and send us to a 3rd map. I mean, it's already going to 3rd map, but they'll be on top with 2 themselves. They'll be a match point, won't they?
No.
And if they do close this
Wah, susah banget 2 orang tadi.
Udah,
dapat 1.
Where a reverse sweep may be required. Elmimore can do it.
Oh, nggak bisa, cuy.
He cannot.
Udah.
Putting them to the dirt. 14 to 12.
2-0.
Blaze King left on 1 HP in that map, Pavlos. That should show you just how damn close.
Bunny.
The members of Boom embracing one another. They know full well just how important being able to take ONIC, not just their map pick, Pavlos, but what is considered their best map in one laboured but fell swoop.
We knew the series was going to be close, and that it was. And now, with the first overtime of it, we get a taster of who does best when it matters most, when the pressure is most on.
You're absolutely
Wah,
right.
ini clean banget, lihat tuh posisinya, Boom. Wah, 3 crossfire, susah banget anjir. Dan Severin udah mati kan, nggak bisa pakai smoke buat nutupin salah satu ini angle. Ini juga anjir. Dapat headshot dia, padahal udah ini. Kayak gitu.
Extraordinary performance, right? Wow, highlight players out there for sure. Oh, this is a treat, everybody. Up next, it's going to be Fracture. Boom's pick, by the way. So you better know ONIC have to bring their A game, they have to bring their A+ game, their S game if you will, to try and have a chance to fight off this grand final.
Ini juga hampir menang nih. Sayang banget, tapi nggak bisa dapat 1 kan? Ini. Wah, ini udah impossible. 2-0 Boom. Wah, ini map terakhirnya Boom. Wah, sial, apakah kita nggak jadi nonton 5 map nih? No. Sial. Boom GG juga. Nah, kita pindah ke Indonesia. Indonesia ada ini cuy.
Oleh dynamic duonya. Yes. Satu legend, satu rising star, dan ternyata mereka make a good combo.
263.
Gila, nggak tembus. Kalau tembus pun cuma sekali-sekali doang. Lebih banyak dua pemain ini yang kayak udah lagi ada hajatan,
pergi
putar
deh.
balik bang. Putar balik bang.
Putar
Kita yang
balik.
punya hajatan.
Jalan ditutup. Baik ya.
Karena menurut gue dengan kehadiran Famous ya, Berserk ini dapetin support yang dia inginkan. Itu kalau yang bisa gue lihat dari combo kedua pemain ini. Berserk cara mainnya agresif, mau ngepick, biasa anak muda. Tapi Famous, dia mengetahui duelisnya pengen apa, dia berhasil untuk ngekomplimen hal tersebut. Jadinya eksplosif dan dua-duanya nembak ya. ONIC kadang-kadang mereka
26%. Anjir headshotnya.
Banyak ONIC.
Headshotnya tuh.
Kalah.
Ini ONIC lagi. Ini unik. Karena jarang banget terjadi ya.
Ya, damage-nya menang di ONIC.
Wins dari BME Esports yang patut kita sorot. Mereka lebih banyak dapetin spike meleduk, banyak ONIC defuse memang.
Khususnya sorry gue potong. Khususnya ronde 23 tadi Son.
Betul.
Yang mereka si Berserk nge-TB fragment, tapi ada satu momen yang mungkin kemis nih guys sama teman-teman yang nonton di rumah. Monyet itu nge-call teman-temannya, guys kita anti gravity well. Dia berdiri di spike mau nge-defuse, teman-temannya disuruh baris supaya nggak ketarik sama gravity well, tapi gagal Jack.
Iya justru kena semua. Itu kena semua tuh tadi tuh.
Sayang banget.
Dan itu ngebayar cukup banyak waktu ya. Banyak banget. Dan itulah dia map kedua antara ONIC G versus BME. Skor sementara 2-0.
Boom.
Tapi ini bukan artinya Boom sudah berangkat ke Istanbul. Karena masih ada map ketiga. Kita pernah ngeliat di game selain Valorant adanya reverse sweep di Best of 5 series. Jadi mereka belum aman, tapi yang jelas mereka bisa bernafas lebih lega. Kita akan segera masuk ke map ketiga, tapi sebelum itu kita akan break sejenak. Jadi jangan kemana-mana, kita akan kembali lagi setelah yang satu ini.
Oke. Kita balikin lagi. Karena mereka delay-nya lebih banyak kan. Anjas. Gamenya seru tapi masa berhenti di 3-0? Anjir, lanjutlah sampai 5 map. Tapi Boom looking strong anjir. Mereka bener-bener belajar stratnya. Sama stratnya ONIC tuh sama kayak yang kemarin ngelawan Blitz tuh.
Boom up
Kebaca
2-0
banget
after ONIC forced them to go the distance here, but it is a best of 5, so we're not done yet. Whether you're watching over at Scape in Singapore, Quill City Mall in Malaysia, or with Zersha over in Thailand, you're getting your money's worth right now in this finals for the LCQ. Digon here with Tash Bunny and with Quack, and another one in the books. Another one goes way longer than what we thought because ONIC do not give up, but Boom, tighten the screws and close this one off, Tash.
So Boom Esports, what I think that really worked out for them is their utility usage. As Kremer said on his cast just now, what is consistent is your utility usage, and what is not as consistent would be your shots, and that's exactly what Boom really used to really take advantage of it. It's been really great seeing their Breach, KJ, and Astra, how they use it. Breach has been great for taking up space, denying team to get onto site for site retakes, also getting onto site. Killjoy, they flips. Took care of 3 different areas of the map. Garage, C site as well as B, and Astra for info denial as well as map control has been phenomenal.
It's so good because those specific star placements really kind of prevent ONIC from getting the space that they want, especially once the spike's been planted. However, the thing is, towards the second half, I think Boom started to kind of overthink themselves a little bit. That was their one round with the lockdown placement towards A long, and I think they were trying to bait some kind of movement out from ONIC. However, they weren't quite able to hold down that position, and ONIC started to mount a comeback. That's why we went in overtime, 12-12, but then, again, that's where that reset comes in, because it's a fresh mental hit set, and you start to see Boom come back in with those original strategies of trying to constrict movement, push out a little bit, hold those grounds, and then ONIC just weren't quite able to play around that. And of course, it comes in due to fact with the utility, like you mentioned, right, Tash? Blaze King, Flip Jitter, Tibotol, and of course, Famous.
I mean, when you look at Shiro, one of his main interesting part has been his incredible picks, even through smoke. And I think this was one of the game-changing rounds for them because Tebotul was taken out and suddenly Boom Esports lost because they weren't able to get onto site. On the flip side, if you look at Famous being up there, we're not surprised because you can give him any agent and he still manages to make it work. But the way that Famous plays Sova is very different than other people. And it's a very interesting concept because he's not playing for
Famous pindah ke
for
Boom?
himself.
It's a little
Bukan
bit
cuma
weird because
pinjaman
he was
doang.
that duelist, he was
Silakan
the race player
bertanya,
at Bind. Then they kind of switched roles around, but you had a point about this too because like they can kind of become more
Silakan tanya
familiar
ke
with each other's
Nanda.
roles.
And also, it's hard to really
Dan
predict
Mas
how
Gunawan
each
ya.
round
Yo.
will go. You can't analyze one duelist and only one duelist. When you're constantly, switching around, it's hard for you to figure it out.
Yeah, I think one thing to note here is the absence of the man that's been the clutch factor for multiple times throughout ONIC comebacks in Elmi Moore. This is the second map where he's third in terms of ranking, in terms of impact. Again, yes, the kills were pretty compressed for everyone except NC Slasher, who's not having a good day so far, but we're lacking those moments of shout out. How did Elmi Moore do that Elmi Moore things? He's doing his job, but hasn't gone above and beyond, and it's just small meters between these two squads. See, I'm using metric units now.
Wow, the American. Yeah, it's really going to be tough though because some of these
Fracture
clutch moments are
sekarang
just
ya.
so impossible to win. Like,
Wah,
especially
ini
that
juga
last round. How
berat
are you
buat
gonna clutch
ONIC
out
juga.
1v2 against a double stack like that? You can't really split your
Sisanya
crosshair in half like
fracture,
that. And that's why I got to call back to what I said before this map was that it's what Just Goat says. You really have to beat
Ayolah,
the best
bisa
teams
lah.
on their best maps. Now we're going to
4 map lah.
This
4
was
map
Boom's
atau
pick. It's 2-0.
kalau bisa ya
This is
5
a
map.
best of 5. If you cannot
map.
beat Boom on their map pick on Fracture, that's it. You're done.
We've seen Boom's performance on Fracture has been absolutely phenomenal. They're very aggressive, great at taking up space, especially that's been left behind by other teams. And if you look at stats, Boom has played this map 14 times compared to ONIC, who's only played 8. I mean, it's still a substantial amount of rounds.
Katanya itu 14 kali
in
tuh.
terms of
Kalau Boom udah 14 kali
for
di map
Boom
ini.
on Fracture, it's a lot more
Dibandingin ONIC yang
decisive
cuma
wins
berapa kali
compared to
tadi?
ONIC
Dia
that goes
ngomongnya?
into overtime.
8.
Yeah, I think another thing to note, and we can't understate it, how many rounds ONIC have had to put together over the last several days. Again, had so many, 140-something rounds after yesterday's matches, now going the distance to at least double digits on their losses. The fatigue factor must be coming in, but they must dig deep as they only have no more losses to give and 3 more wins that they got to get if they want to make their way to Istanbul and be the number 3 seed. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out as we send it back.
Paling nggak map 4 lah. Ayolah. Ya kan?
I'm not quite sure. It's a close one. They've had a tough time. It seems like they're always really close to them. They've got a leash on them. They're following them. It's always neck and neck, but they never seem
Extra
to be
whipped cream.
Those are great names for us as well.
Pavlova and cream.
Absolutely perfect.
Extra whipped and strawberries on top.
Right now, ONIC being whipped by Boom as well.
Di komentar itu productionnya sama dia.
Honest, for me, ONIC definitely were in the driver's seat for a good while on Haven.
Yeah.
I think
Strawberry
Boom,
on
they just
top.
have a hammer of winning the crucial
Extra
ones.
cream.
And I think
Namanya
that's
dia
why
kan
the kill
creamy.
disparity wasn't too much on either team. It's just Boom were winning the crucial ones. They
Creamer.
were winning the 1v1s. They were winning the 1v2s. We now move to Fracture, and it feels like Boom are definitely on their playground. ONIC
Map paling seru
have
untuk
the players with
ditonton
the
ini,
same skill
Fracture.
though. And I think
Kalau
Elmi
menurutku
on the
pribadi,
chamber, back on the chamber
paling
is
seru
a pretty
ditonton tuh
nice thing to
Fracture.
see.
It is a very nice thing to see. Fracture is where we see a mirror comp from these two teams. No surprises
Satu-satunya
on
map yang
either end of the spectrum. This
sangat
is
ideal
familiar
defending
territory.
tuh bisa
The
attacking.
rematch of these two teams.
Ya, Fracture ini doang.
19-17 was the last score these two teams had, and it was Boom to come out on top.
Wow.
Oh, it's good
West
to see fans
Party.
everywhere all across the world, you know, in all of all the locations that there is a viewership around. But man, the pressure is on. This is
Wah,
where
pressurnya
Boom
ke
close things out.
ONIC gede banget
It's
sumpah.
so much
Mereka juga
pressure
capek
on
pasti,
top.
aku yakin.
right, and
Mereka itu
remember,
kemarin
both
itu
of these
istirahat
coaches
bentar, habis itu harus
are so
mikirin
damn
strategi
smart.
lagi kan
The
buat ngelawan
network of
Boom.
strategies
Sedangkan Boom punya
lead
waktu
us
1
into the
hari
labyrinth of
nyontonin
their
ONIC
minds,
main
and
anjir.
Fracture is where
Enak
that comes
banget
to its
sebenarnya.
crescendo.
Itu
Will
keuntungannya.
ONIC be going home, or will we be seeing ONIC mounts their
ini bagus nih.
It's
Flash.
where this round starts.
Oh!
Straight out from the bat.
Oh no,
my
cuma
goodness,
dapat
it is a 3
1
versus 4,
doang.
but it seems at the end of the day it's Boom to come out on top.
Wih, bagus banget anjir itu
looking
tadi.
to continue the onslaught onto this A side. Only one defender falling back. It's Elmimore realizing that he has to wait for his teammates to have standard chance in this, especially when he has no vision of his opposition.
Wah, itu tadi flashnya udah bagus banget cuy. Sumpah. Tapi kalau bukan harinya ya kayak gitu, nggak dapat apa? Nggak dapat hari ininya.
There's a guaranteed corner taken over. Famous doesn't miss his shots, and neither does FlipShitter.
Susah. Severin udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
And just like they did the previous match,
udah.
Carrying on the momentum from the last one, they will do so again, shutting down everyone.
Wah, itu tadi udah bagus cuy. Miss the shot karena lompat kayak kalau nggak salah tadi.
Continuation as
Ini
business
monyet.
as usual. ONIC definitely struggling in the opening of most of these maps actually, but it's sort of the latter stage of the first half we see them wake up. The second half where they start dominating. It's the slower start
Udah
which is
ke
what has been coming
blind
back to get
dua
them
orang.
because of how close these maps have been. On Fracture as well, you do have the you can go 6-6 and be favored on either side. It's all down to momentum, which means our timeouts are going to be absolutely crucial as well. We move into the anti-eco for Boom. Vandal out on FlipShitter. I like this. It means when we see the next round, they're still going to have that weapon to try and level the playing field. Once again, Boom, they stack up, go for another push as a team. All hit by the KO dagger, I believe. So there is a lot of info for ONIC. Bear in mind they've pushed this A site anyway. It's going to be down to Severin to try and stop this, though.
Yeah, of course, with the trade back behind them, they know that the push isn't that imminent. They can still continue with their venture towards this B site, even though they leave one player behind. As FlipShitter that will use his rifle
FlipShitter cuma 5 HP.
Get one kill out of that. Although it does take a lot of damage, wouldn't be surprised if he handed that rifle elsewhere. But he's a bit stranded here. But he still survives to tell the tale to Photo.
And si Slasher tidak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
Help out in that way.
Udah.
Fairly simple, straightforward.
Dan FlipShitter masih hidup dengan 5 HP-nya dan masih pakai Vandal dia.
Boom as they now go 2-0 up in some very swift
Boom
rounds.
looking good.
Now the full buy comes into place. Let's see what ONIC can do with these big bad guns. And with these Vandals, Boom, they are going to be on a fairly weaker buy with the Spectres, with the Frenzy on Debotol, but it's that Vandal on flip side you need to keep an eye on.
I mean, ONIC might have big bad guns,
but
it's Boom that are the big bad
aja.
wolves. And they're the ones that have done quite a lot of third-round conversions, haven't they?
It's once again the big bad wolves end up moving in a pack, once again trying to control this initial area outside of B main.
Now moving towards this B site, as you do say, Dagger straight out of the bat, making sure that Slasher won't be able to use any of his utility early on. Fragment will make sure their push is delayed, but Berserk doesn't care. He's got an ability to dash on forwards and see Slasher.
Nice! Oh no, dia open banget tuh posisinya tadi.
Be wary of them. Two of them end up falling back. The spike is on the retreat, but the rest of them has stuck around.
Monyet itu posisinya lumayan bagus tuh. Tapi mereka rotation.
They don't want none of this fight.
Remember, Munya is wounded, so he would have been caught out should the assault actually have continued on that B site. The fact we're seeing FlipShitter actually rotate through tunnel here means that as the rest of the team hit this A site, there's the threat of that Vandal either catching out the lurkers or being able to go the long way around the scenic route round to Dish and to then try and catch out the remaining defenders.
And you can see the defenders are polarized, right? 2 per site, and FlipShitter might be able to catch one of them at least. Oh, it's down to timing, certainly.
Oh, timing.
That will keep
Severin
Monyet busy, especially considering
mereka balik lagi ke A.
Site, but that also makes ONIC rotate over to B, which maybe put Boom in a difficult position.
Balik ke B. Kok balik ke A aja. Oh no, ketahuan juga posisinya.
Now he knows Munyet's back sight. The rest of the team can just descend on to B.
Yeah, no, Monyet is left on site and is actually low with the previous trade up shot, putting him out into the open together with Incendiary. So much is thrown at him, so coordinated by Boom. But
nice.
This is your chance. This is the one with when you've got weapons.
Nice.
And it looks like they will not. Both Shiro and Elmimore.
Nice.
Shiro triples his skill line.
Crossfire supremacy.
Yes, Boom may be the big bad wolves, but the Little Red Riding Hoods of ONIC definitely clap back. A first round on the board, and for the members of Boom, let's see if they can recover here. They actually really should have looked like they'd have won there. Getting caught out by taking duels one at a time. You see Debot a little bit slow on the rotation, means that FlipShitter has to get caught out in the open. What around from Shiro there, really delivering on that breach, and with the reinvestment coming in now, a judge comes out on NC Slasher.
And they were really on the back foot there, right? I mean, Boom didn't spend the chance to find his openings, rotations looked to be clear, but ONIC seemed to be ahead of the curve when it came to those final fights.
It's another push as a team from Boom here, and with a Rolling Thunder available, this could very well lead to a far blast it onto this A site.
Yeah, no, they're definitely pushing into this, and Moniet has a Spectre there for close distance fights is what he's looking for.
Nice! Flashnya bagus banget.
Moniet wasn't able to look away from.
Cantik banget flashnya.
From them so far. There's a Rolling Thunder available on the Boom side, which could be used if they want to take over the site quicker. But it's BlazeKing shooting prowess to do the work.
Wow, nice Monyet. Dia dapat upgrade juga.
He shouts as Boom is taken down one by one. Only 2 remaining now. It's BlazeKing and Flipshooter to do it all on the side.
Nice.
Opportunity not given. Moniet wants the ace. He might as well be given it. He's done such a splendid job on this defense, but the rest of them have to pick up the pieces. It's Essentially Slasher and Shiro pushing Flipshooter.
Aku hampir ini cuy, kalau itu line up. Soalnya jalannya bareng tadi, bareng gini. Wah ini ya, aku mau mikir line up nih, mati nih ya. Untung aja kagak.
Boom surprisingly holding on to that Rolling Thunder. They're potentially trying to use it for some grand strategy. We're yet to see, but it feels like that may have been the catalyst that could have broke ONIC's defense there.
It really could. It really could. But it stabilized them. Boom back into economical recession.
And not only have been back in the economic recession, they're also in the alt economy recession as well. BlazeKing one away from his orbital strike means that ONIC have the ult advantage, at least temporarily. Famous and Elmimore both 2 away from Bez means that we are about to see the summit of this alt economy. They've got to start getting used quick, otherwise we're going to see them end up stacking up on top of each other and really having very little effectiveness. Early operated out from Elmimore as well. Glass Cannon.
I really love that we're actually seeing a mirror matchup here, because the previous ones you could argue maybe the first one was a bit of a comp diff. Now there is no more that excuse.
Wah ini bahaya nih NC Slasher.
This composition better.
Wah tahu. Udah ketahuan.
Okay. Ready to
sama-sama smoke.
Start this attack.
Sky Smoke is enabled, allows them to cross forwards, and it's famous with the
Monyet,
first shot.
Off guard lagi dia.
Likes to swing there, Fragment could end
mati dia.
but famous
mati.
So close.
No, nice mati.
Although it is spotted, and the spike is all there. ONIC look in place, the hold is out. Yes, tower has been handed over, but why should you mind?
Ketahuan. Udah ketahuan.
They're in big trouble. On the side they go, and Elmimore, as soon as one crosses in front of him, he knows what to do. Getting them out into the open is what they're looking to do themselves, but they want these picks, and ONIC really are not giving them.
Bagus buat ini. Bos ONIC. Mereka cuma jaga angle doang tuh. Nah itu muzzle-nya kelihatan. Nice. Itu bahayanya kalau kita ngepick close angle-nya itu pakai senjata operator atau ini. Kelihatan ininya muzzle-nya.
He could do so much if he kills NC Slasher. That's a lot of guns down the drain. But still, the round is looked to be won here by ONIC without too many difficulties. That is Elmimore finding the final blow, and it's ONIC on top in
Let's go, ONIC. Beri kita ini 5 map. Terus itu ke map kelima silahkan, mau kalah silahkan, kalah boleh. Mau menang silahkan boleh.
Sniper presence on the defense from ONIC is going to be so damn strong here. 4 ults available for ONIC, 3 ults available for Boom. We are ready for this clash of strategies, and this is really where the skill, the prowess of both coaches, both support staff is going to come into play.
1, 2, 3, 4
to this A site from Boom.
And you mentioned the ultimates a round ago, haven't you?
Statsnya ini dipakai. Statsnya Paperex. Oh, statsnya Paperex nih.
As well locked into a corner, shut down. ONIC taking their defense to the aggressive, exactly how you like to see defense played out in Fracture, but the opponent takes them down single-handedly.
Teh botol, gigi banget, tenang banget dia. Flash.
This is durable. Not all impossible.
No, nggak nge-flash.
Especially Berserk is so close to the fight. Flash does a bat.
Oh shit, BlazeKing masih di situ anjir. Anjir.
Breach from Boom, blasting his way back into this game, and for ONIC now, yes,
wow, teh botol.
Certainly not. Monyet's had a great start to the round in setting up those kills, but teh botol, what
he was on 1 HP for every single one of those kills.
Oh my God!
Are you kidding me, Tech Botol?
And then Berserks, yeah, there's a greater luck to be able to shut down Monyet there, who was already on low HP.
Wah, itu udah bagus banget, cuk. Buat ini, ONIC tadi.
Yes, they don't have an ult advantage, but they've got the gun.
Dia nggak bisa ngepick satu orang yang itu angle-nya di situ.
As quick as possible.
If for this win, Boom go to champions, there'll be a mantle, there'll be a statue of Tech Botol there. They'll figure it out. The fans will. Something will be made up for him. because that was crazy, and I think it will be a highlight of the tournament.
The aggression of
There's so much aggression. I mean, it's pistols for ONIC, but we've seen them do so much with these sheriffs, and they're actually on the fight right now. They're on the side.
Oh no, ke-delay lagi cuy. Ya, ke-delay lagi pakai aftershock. Oh man, big banget. Big. Oh, di-delay lagi pakai molly. GG banget, Boom.
Oh, berserks with the opener. This should be clean by Boom. This should be very, very clean. Good timing on everything, although damaging.
Wah,
delaynya. To the credit scoreline, but other than that, it's Boom to regain the lead and put ONIC back down.
Let's see the damage in ults here. We saw a huge commitment from Boom. They now have nothing to use against the Rolling Thunder, Null Command, Orbital Strike combo available for ONIC. Yes, it's around. Yes, they're able to secure themselves a lead, but how long can they hold on to that lead when having to reinvest even when they're winning? You see that for neither team.
Masih 3 ulti itu. Severin masih punya Zero sama NC Slasher.
Flip Shitter having a great performance thus far, as is NC Slasher, as is Munyet. Players we all need to keep an eye on, alongside, of course, the hero of round 4, Boiiizz.
It's so crazy to me that the pace seemed to be going in favor of ONIC, and you know, with a push of Munyet onto the lower side of the map. You know, with Tekbodo's victory, that 3K, everything just unfolded against them, and now it's Boom that seemed to have the advantage.
NC Slasher dapat nggak tuh pakai molly-nya?
And that's the spike Pavlos. Look at the amount of time that's bought for ONIC to get their rotations into place.
Ini pakai nih ultinya.
All of them nearby, although they are smoked off, they can't do a thing just yet.
Oh, Rolling Thunder!
Rolling Thunder will be utilized, so will the Orbital Strike.
Woo! 2 orang kebakar!
Thunder onto the side, Orbital Strike into tower, and both players retreating from it all have to die. And ONIC, without having to place a single player on that B side for this retake, seem to be poised to end this round in their favor. Severin brought back to life. Slasher
wow, utility-nya anjir.
Squaring things up yet again.
Rolling Thunder pakai ini dibakar sama NC Slasher. Pakai Orbital Strike.
Chorus of abilities echo throughout Fracture there, and for NC Slasher, it's songs of praise that'll be sung for him for the rest of this map. Beautiful usage of the ultimate abilities, but that was the ult dump of ONIC. Neither team with the ults to aid them in what is going to be Boom's weak buy. They're set up for round 10. And
oh no, oh no, Zero sama ini ketemu nih.
More so aggressive, man. So freaking aggressive, Shiro.
Mati.
Although somehow Munyet and Slasher end up with kills there themselves, and Elmimore, instead of falling back to safety after the pick, goes in even further. Doesn't catch them off guard though. Famous is being chased, throws down the spike to his teammate in his last-ditch effort to put Boom in contention here. But Flip Shitter
ganti senjata dia.
Oh my god! Tries to kill Severin, but he's not wary of where the rest are. Here's the dash of Munyet, and reconsiders his options. 1 minute, he can rotate, he can stay, but he can go for the kill onto NC Slasher, but he won't be able
Looking good, ONIC, ayo bawa ke map keempat.
Boom in the backseat.
In the last 2 maps, in the last series we saw from ONIC, NC Slasher was the quiet player. He was the one whose kills definitely didn't show how much he was supporting his team, but on topic of kills, he wasn't getting any. This is now the polar opposite side of the spectrum. Yes, Flip Shitter for a moment there made that look very winnable, but look at that flick, Pavlos. Just nasty from NC Slasher, and for Boom, now 1 round down, but with a bye. Timeouts here would be perfect. Maybe not this round, but it's next round. Boom lose this, they go to a timeout. ONIC win this, they continue their presence.
Can see a bit of a B split from Boom. We've so far we've kind of seen it a one-sided effort, haven't we? All 5 players from one side.
Pindah tuh.
This time putting Flip Shitter onto Arcade to be an extra caveat.
So both are 1 away from the Rolling Thunder as well. I want to see him try and make a certain effort to get
nice! Berserk kena down. Oh, nice, Severin!
Move into the right-hand side, but it seems NC Slasher and his Incendiary and his bullets are doing everything that is required.
Nice banget.
Joining in on the fray, it seems all is good for ONIC. All is fine. All is safe. Apart from NC Slasher's face.
Jangan over. Udah jaga angle aja. Belakang udah nggak bisa dia mau rotate gimana, di belakang ada ini Elmimore, lihat tuh.
spotted. They still
mau kemana dia? Mau ke E, ada trademark juga di sono tuh, lihat tuh posisinya. Nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
Someone behind him, which is exactly what they do with the likes of Elmimore. They know he's stranded. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Remember, have lost ONIC on average after order have placed 25 rounds on average per map. 24, sorry.
That's 25-24.
That's a lot of rounds. That is a lot of rounds. Boom need a timeout here. I would love to see them call it because they are in trouble. Little money in the bank, and ONIC looking ONIC looking to lead that half.
Remember what we said about pace and ONIC needing to be the one to lead the charge at some point?
Yeah.
Is this what we're seeing from ONIC right now?
Yeah, it is exactly that. Because you need to see.
Lihat tuh posisinya aftershocknya. Dia mundur pun mati anjir. Dia stay di angle itu doang tadi.
Utility usage, which is setting up everything here. It's the utility. NC Slasher, he opened that round with a util kill. It's the fact that we're seeing such a magnificent control of the chokeholds from ONIC, which is making their aim that bit easier because they don't require anything else. You see Ewok just in the far left side of the frame from ONIC here, trying to brief his team on some strategies, and I love this.
Bukan Ewok itu.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Boomer also taking the
bukan
time
Ewok itu anjir. Caster, ayo. Dirimu seenaknya sendiri. Bukan Ewok itu.
Yeah.
You know, ONIC, they've done a couple of reverse sweeps at this tournament so far, but all of them were best of 3s. Now it's a different beast because it's a best of 5. This would mean 3 consecutive ones. So far they have momentum. Can they carry it on to close out this map as well as the next?
I believe we're also going into a tech pause.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, going into a tech pause. So we're going to see a restart there. And for me, now that that delay has broken a bit of momentum, unfortunately you can't avoid tech pauses, but it's going to harm ONIC a little bit in terms of momentum. Luckily, and this is something that we're going to mention and allude back to probably for the rest of this map, is their minor util usage, because it's so good, their aim doesn't need to be on point. They could win this with body shots. It's just they're making it look a little bit more crisp because, well, they're just good like that.
Yeah. Well, just a reminder for everyone that has just joined in, this is the grand final of VCT APAC LCQ, where the victor will be heading over as a representative to Istanbul champions. It's a third one, together with Paper X and Insertia. So right now, this is an important matchup. And remember, this is a rematch on Fracture. This is not the first time these two teams met each other for the past few days on this map. Last time around, it was 1917 in favor of Boom.
Technical pause ends, and the next player I want to talk about is Severin. Currently 11 assists. While his kills aren't there, the setup he's been doing has been perfect.
Yeah, and remember, he's IGLing for the team as well.
Absolutely.
And he's doing such a splendid job. And if you look over on one of the previous, I believe it was Haven, right?
Yeah.
The map where he had quite a lot of impact.
It was.
Still close. Still very, very close. But he was influential with kills as well.
Huge push now from ONIC trying to get into the back line of Boom. Having cleared that initial area, Boom have followed up with a huge and fast hit to this A site. Look at the aggression of Flipshooter.
Wow, Flipshooter's just jumped up. Shirario, is he checking it? Is he?
He has no reason to.
Is he wary of it? I mean, he is a bit reserved of taking the step. Flipshooter isn't looking in the right direction. Oh, has that been heard? Has that been heard? Oh, they're not going to check it, are they? They're not going to check it. Oh, they're not going to check it! It's a really bad check from
posisinya.
To give him a chance, together with Boom, to end up with a victory on a very low buy. NC Slasher trying to bring his team back, but it may not be a thrifty round from Boom off of the back of Flipshooter's position.
I was waiting for the APAC 50 round to have lost here. It is Boom. They do such a good job with Flipshooter there to get him into such an aggressive position, and it's the sort of like half check by ONIC.
They don't even check the end of that corner.
The reason they don't check it is because there's no reason for Flipshooter to be here.
Monyet lagi anjir, ngeceknya nggak bersih. Itu
So
tadi udah dilihat sama Monyet, cuma nggak bersih dia.
For ONIC because they were all concussed.
Wow.
Wonderful stuff from them now. And as you look at the ultimate management, there's that tour de force available for Flipshooter that will come out. Blaze King with an orbital strike, as is NC Slasher. And right now, the strikes from the skies are going to be the real difference maker.
Wow. Well, Elmimore finds the first pick. Berserks is now down and out. On the hunt they go. Boom. On the aggression towards the A site, not catching anyone off guard with that ultimate orbital strike in return as well. But as it falls, Elmimore finds a gap to find a kill as well. Sky Smoke placed, but he pushes through it. Monye, he dies through an aftershock. Where was that? Now,
El Mimo!
Rendezvous away, back into safety. He's done his job. ONIC on top in numbers, and more of them. And
El Mimo!
Simultaneously, El Mimo with 4, and it's ONIC having the lead at half-time.
That could have been El Mimo's second ace of the of the series. What a performance from him so far. 7-5, ONIC are going to lead at the end of the half, but remember, Pavlos, we are on fracture. A 7-5 is easily able to be turned around, and because of that, you cannot rule Boom out just yet. Remember, with the experience of this team, a 7-5 being down on a map, it means nothing to them. Rather than where most teams would curl up into a ball and cry, Boom.
Wah, ini sih, ini teh botol gila, teh botol.
I'm starting to see reflection of the playstyles of these two teams in regards to their playstyle, the way they play around it, the timings they take, how long it takes for them to execute on sites. I don't feel like ONIC is an anti-APAC strat. I think it's the APAC strat. It's just that they wait a few seconds before they go for those pushes.
Exactly.
Right? Doesn't really feel like it. But I mean, it's working this particular one.
Yeah, exactly. And what's quite nice is it does catch out teams when you do delay it and when you do stutter your approaches. Fracture's a really good map to sort of emphasize that, and sort of the echoes of these late rotations, these delayed pushes, definitely got to Boom. Definitely got to them. Remember, in our last time we saw overtime, and our time before that, we saw, I think it's like 23 rounds. ONIC, they like the long games, Pavlos. They play long range. And as we saw from yesterday, these guys thrive when it comes to the longer matches.
But let's see if their attack is as good as their defense. Boom, on the other hand, have to step things up. Flipshitter is probably thinking, this is my time to shine. This is where I will feel most comfortable. And I think what everybody needs to look out for here is Tekpodo and Berserks. Whenever those two players are together, you're nearly guaranteed that they will be playing aggressive, maybe with Famous as well. As long as Berserks is double stacked with one of their initiators, if you will, you may be seeing Boom going in fast. But apart from that, it is ONIC on the attacking, now heading towards this A site, which is fairly clear. There is one player defending it and one further back towards Dish, but they're looking to move in a very fast manner. And you already see Monya making his way onto the site. Sky Smokes before, Flipshitter with 1, looking to get a little bit close here. Flipshitter has to be careful of Monya perhaps, but no, it's Blaze King that is wary of him and takes him down. ONIC haven't even gotten the spike down yet.
Nice.
Rotations have come forward. Severin finally getting kill for ONIC, and this is one way to get them started off strong on this series, but up with the aftershock to the corner, and El Mimo on the back swing. That's El Mimo with 3.
El Mimo.
It's 2 kills and down to the third as Boom clear the rest up.
No, hampir aja itu tadi.
Huge gunfight all around the site. Players take their duels, players fall, and with that, it's going to be Boom to take the pistol round. 7-6, that differential reduced to just 1 round.
Lagi-lagi anjir, Boom dengan pistol roundnya.
GG. At least in a one-sided fashion. Goodbye.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a close one. We knew this one was going to be close. I mean, we saw so many overtimes last time. 19-17. Like, that is not one round, one score to kind of ignore. 36 rounds. Quite a lot. Can I count? 19-17? Yeah, that's 36.
Yeah, that's all right. Always fun double-checking, Pavlos. I'm probably the worst person here to ask, though. Yeah. Our producer didn't come on and tell us off, so we're all right.
Yeah, we're all right. Okay, I can do my best. I've got a science degree now. Ooh, okay, yeah. That's the first time I could say that. Up until now, it was like, ooh, I'm studying to be a scientist, but now I am one.
And now you are one. Maybe ONIC could take some lessons from you and how to defend against Spectres with just a mere couple of pistols. Early flash from Famous, going to swing out. It's going to kill though.
Oh no!
Misplaced. Unfortunate. Unlucky. But Zax actually takes a lot of damage early on, right? He's low. That can hinder his comfort. That's comfortable. So many of these fights are uncomfortable, Kremer. It's getting a little bit tough. It's getting a little bit tough. And they know, I mean, ONIC are the sheriffs. Don't disrespect them, guys. Do not disrespect the sheriffs of ONIC. But yeah, Boom, hold back, realise they've overstepped their welcome for a little bit, and I'm glad, thanking their lucky stars, they're still alive. Notices there's one beneath him. That's a very nice dagger.
Shiro's going to try and get away though. He's got Severin to cover him. And with that, actually, ONIC, they go back, they set their gaze back to Dish. The fact they've been able to disconnect from that fight on B is just perfect. Now you look over to Boom, it's all on Flipshitter to hold what is going to be a huge attack coming his way. So Botal's there as well, but the rest of the defense are low.
You kind of want Flipshitter to be the guy there and waiting. Bottle will be smoked off. Flipshitter with a spec. Alright, there's a jumping Manny at his feet. Bono moves out of the smoke and surprises everybody. And so
Blaze King!
And Boom Boom win the round without any problems.
They win the round without any problems, but my god, for a moment do we sweat. ONIC, they had tagged those final 3 players down below 50 HP. They would have had serious problems if that turned into a 3 versus 3, or if Votal and Blaze King weren't able to get that second after that first kill. Really strong
masih
stuff.
Masih ada cuy layar-layar kedua, layar ketiga anjir buat nge-trade.
Unable to bring out any premium weapons, which means that for ONIC the odds are definitely in their favor here. Boom's response may very well be some aggression here, planned to assault this backline of A.
Ooh, Flipshitter's just walked past Moniet. Moniet's right behind him. Oh no, instead falls back and is actually stabilized.
That's a spike.
The standings. That is a spike. Boom is actually on the back foot here. They're the ones on the flank. Moniet turns around and gets a few, but Famous is still alive. How is Famous still alive? Omimore takes the ropes to find himself at the back of his opposition. And that was a crazy one, Kramer. Break it down for me, because that was quick.
Crazy one. So Boom's idea was to be able to collapse onto ONIC's attack, because they knew they were going to be heading over to A with the early information from the dagger. Fortunately, ONIC, they also wanted to go aggressive. So by the time ONIC landed their attack, Boom, they were only able to catch out the spike. ONIC, playing very damn well, used the initial flank of Elmimore rounds to catch out the flanking players, which they then used synchronization.
Aku sampai bingung mana yang ONIC, mana yang Boom.
They do so, the final players
wait a minute.
It's a quick mop up, and now as we head into round 16, there are a few Spectres on either side, which means that this is going to be interesting, and it could very well be clutch territory. A lot of players went away from their ults, which means that we could be seeing some spontaneous use of abilities, Bablos.
I love that throughout that. Right here. What we took as a conclusion is that, so this will be interesting. Yeah. This will be interesting. But it will be. Damn well will be.
Will be.
There is no better way to describe it. There really isn't. Accurately put. And now heading towards this B side, or it seems it looks like it for now. Bit of a split. But on the safer side, on both ends, it seems like both teams don't really want to make 2 mistakes, and characteristically, from what we've seen so far in this series.
Dagger used, or planned to be used, as ONIC go for a fairly late control of A here. Over on Boom, Blaze King and Flipshitter are the players to watch out for. One away from a Tour de Force and an Orbital Strike. Blaze King Orbital Strike here will be the make or break.
Yeah, no, ONIC are definitely doing a lot of noise crossing forwards here as soon as the aftershock comes forth. Monya actually pushes before the last aftershock blast ends, which will surprise them in regards to spraying them down and giving an opportunity to get in sight. The spike will be going down. ONIC survive with all, even though they've got more Spectres than Boom. It seems they may have a chance. Severine will still be alive to make sure they cannot use their abilities, which is important because Moniet can now flow in without fearing for his life. NC and Moniet keep it going, looking to bring Severine back to life.
Yes, Severine
is wondering, do I step into this fire and show to interrupt? Well, his life is interrupted, and it's
let's go, map keempat. Let's go.
Frying pan into the fires of ONIC, the blazes of glory echo as they get their 9th round. And for Boom, yes, there are ultimates to aid them in their way, but the weapons certainly won't. The Sword of Force is going to have to be their sole survivor of this round. It has to be the sole savior of this round, because ONIC now with a weaponry advantage are going to get that much more scary. Beautiful use of the null command. Once it came online, it's now allowed ONIC to get 3 ultimate abilities readily available to try and wield against Boom's defense.
And ONIC switching up the pace once again. Monier is feeling himself. He's just dashing through this map, making it difficult for everyone to pick up kills. And as soon as Tekbodo wants to drop, it seems that Shiro is there to help his teammate out. Flipshiller is locked in a really tough spot. Yes, he has to rendezvous, otherwise he would have been in trouble. He would have been pincered in, and now is with his teammates. But what is important with this round is that Boom are with pistols. Therefore, ONIC can play things safely. Oh no, did I just speak too fast? Did I really just do that? Flipshitter?
That is no pistol in the hands of Flipshitter.
It really isn't. Orbital Strikes, Rolling Thunder. It seems that Boom really want to go.
Oh! Monyet! Monyet! Udah bagus cuy. Itu tadi flashnya juga.
And Blaze King isn't one to shy away from with a Sheriff. And Shiro is low. He's 1 bullet away, no matter the gun. Oh, Blaze King gets it, and now it's down to Moniet. The turnaround, the drive Flip Shitter with 4 puts Boom in the victory seats.
The tour de force from Flip Shitter, followed up by the Vandal, brings Boom their 8th. No weapons, no worries. It's the Thrifty to bring Boom their 8th. ONIC, they do like their longer games, but hey, you got to admit, this may be getting a little bit close for comfort. 1 round hangs in the balance between these two teams, and the economy is certainly going to be tested here as we see ults committed as well. Now the stress is going to start getting to these teams.
The impact Flip Shitter has had this series has been impeccable, and it might have just thrown ONIC in a really difficult spot. It's like they've built and shot them in there.
Yep,
sumpah, Flip Shitter.
Well, really well. Yes, they have money for reinvestment, but they've got to figure out, do they...
Tadi Severin udah bagus banget loh. Cuma udah kebaca posisinya. Pas dia nge-flash sebelum flashnya nge-pop, udah ini duluan.
He's the reason NC Slash and Elmimore
are
doing so
mati.
good. The issue is, though, Boom, right now they're doing that a bit better with Flip Shitter hitting the impact frags.
Well placed, because they really are impact frags.
Yeah, they really
It's not like he's getting 1 or 2 and they lose a round. No, he influences the entirety of the round.
More importantly, Turbo's ult, he's got the Rolling Thunder as well. So the counter utilities in place for Boom. This could be the start, the war drums of their comeback. They have, of course, Elmimore on the flank. The rest of ONIC get ready to assault this B site. Surely, Pavlos, the grand final, the rivalry, the symphony of what has been carnage throughout this tournament. Surely it doesn't end in only 3 maps.
Surely not. Surely not. We want to see all 5 given to us. But Boom definitely don't want to see that. They want to close it as soon as possible. They want to show that they're dominant in this region. Then they deserve in the international stages.
De botol.
It's shouting, "Give me Turkey, baby! I'm coming to you!" 0 is all that remains.
De botol, gila.
Equalized.
9-2-9. ONIC now on the back foot. They've lost their momentum, and this is off the back of a timeout as well. They now don't have any way to call for help. They're not trapped. Boom isn't trapped in here with them. They're trapped in here with Boom. And right now, it's going to be difficult to try and lose this momentum. They have that operator. They've got the rifles to back it up. They have the null command and the rolling thunder. The null command's not going to be needed. ONIC don't have ults. They don't have cash either, Pavlos. They somehow scramble this sort of weak half not by with a few classics in the mix. We'll see what they can get done with it, but Boom, fast to rotate.
And if you're ONIC right now, where's your morale? What are you thinking? How do you come back from this? How do you put your head down and just think round by round? How do you even do that? It's so tough. Shiro.
Dapat satu Shiro.
Trade, but still, with lesser weapons, ONIC need much more than this.
They are able to retrieve the Vandal, so they do have something to wield here. But for the rest of ONIC, they look like they want to stack together and get ready to hit this A site. But that means running into Flip Shitter, and let's be honest, that's not something anyone wants to do.
Yeah, no. It probably would be the best decision if they went towards the A site, because it is that one player. And if you do miss your first shot, Flip Shitter, I mean, he can't rendezvous away now. He's going to have to run away, and he might be going into the arms of Severin. That's exactly what happens. And getting the denial with a dagger means that
nice, Severin.
Didn't spot him either. That is perfect.
The point blank
but the Rolling Thunder is definitely going to deny it.
Let me more.
That's the shot.
Nice.
NC Slasher, what a shot.
Hampir aja.
NC Slasher,
let's go.
None of it. They don't want to give away this chance. They are the first to get to the double digit.
Just as we feel like we're ruling ONIC out on momentum, they come straight back. And Severin, we said, yeah, he's not been able to kill very much, but oh my God, Pavlos, these assists have been perfect. That's Dagger shutting down the operator of Flip Shitter. We said no one wants to run into him because he's that damn good, but when you're outflanking him, that is perfect. And you see from Berserks, even at the end there, that little flash of brilliance shutting down 2 players, but it's just not enough. ONIC back into the lead, 10-9, and now they're desperately going to try and hold onto this lead. A few of their players down to 0 in credit score. So much is invested in this. If Boom lose it, they're down to Inico. ONIC tried to close out the map. If they lose it, boom, they are straight back into this. A must-win round in what is turning out to be the pinnacle of APAC Valorant.
And PaperX and Exertion aren't in this tournament at all, even, right? They're like, they've already qualified. They don't need to go through this double bracket process.
Either of these teams, they have earned to have their name next to
oh, after going through this gruesome tournament? Yeah, hell they do, of course. What a performance by both of them. Boom haven't dropped a match to a single one. ONIC have only dropped to Boom, but if their redemption comes in the best of 5, then they've learnt lessons here, but God, isn't it a mountain to climb?
It truly is. ONIC, they get ready for this rotation back around to hit B, but it's the lurking play of Elmibor you need to keep an eye on. Almost getting caught out. Does he anticipate it?
Fame is actually on his own onto the site here. What can he do? Oh no! That's one kill at least, but it's quickly traded, and ONIC have got site control.
Flag goes down as well. The flank's actually been avoided perfectly.
But it seems like Elmibor is wary of it, still gets one, but these trades are so back and forth. It means that with
oh no, production
across equal footing, 3 versus 3. Berserk wants to go in, even though the fragment is there. No! He knows he stunned up Severin. He knows this is a perfect chance.
Oke, Berserk dia
do the rest.
maju kayak gitu anjir.
Boom, want to be right up there with them.
The confidence, the bravery from the members of Boom, from Berserks to go through a fragment and then take a gunfight afterwards with an opponent who knows you're coming, to then win that and have your team all push into that site. Every single one lands their shots. It's 1 kill each, and with that, Boom equalize. Look at the economy of ONIC. It's just about salvageable, but this Rolling Thunder on Shiro, this needs to be one of the best Rolling Thunders he's ever hit in his career. ONIC, they prepare another hit away. This time, the flanker.
Oh man, close banget matchnya. Anjir, penutup ini. Bawalah ke map keempat anjir. Sialan.
But they're not going for it straight away. They're allowing themselves to breathe, as well as us, as well as the viewers. But it only took a second. You only need 2 seconds to take a deep breath. Then they'll just amp up the pressure again. They find it clear. Flip Shitter has been smoked off, and so have the rest. Monyet gives the call that the coast is clear for them to push. But that is a greedy position to get the spike down. And even though they do get it down, it's costly.
That's Rolling Thunder gone as well. What a huge kill for Boom.
Nice.
Berserk's used an overdrive, and he just wasted it because Monyet is able to shut him down. Though that means that he has to move out into the open because of the fragment. Elmibor. Oh, Elmibor!
Oh, dapat 1 doang Elmibor. No, Elmibor cuma dapat 1 anjir. Itu tadi posisinya udah bagus banget.
End up on top. But that was stressful.
Only a handful of rounds hang in the balance.
Sepertinya sih Boiiizz sportnya dapat nih.
But they're only about 4 or 5 rounds up. Is to give you an
ya, map 4 gak ada dong.
ONIC just about suffering there. If they had that Rolling Thunder, this could have been a very, very different story. They hold on to it once again for another round. Pavlos, they are running out of time. 1 buy potentially left in ONIC, and look at the ults of both teams, particularly ONIC. Severin, Elmibor, NC Slasher, all 1 away from bringing them online, and for ONIC it's the same strategy. This huge pushed away, spearheaded by Monyet.
After ONIC gaining quite a lead now on the attacking, it's Boom to turn the tide around and be the ones in the driver's seat. It's Monyet to enter the A site. It seems we're in an A site simulator for the past few, but it has been working out sometimes. But Boom, they're reaching.
Nice. Berserk sih nice banget, tahu loh Elmibor di situ.
But they're still putting on the pressure. Monyet sprayed through the smoke. He ends up dying. Still a 3 versus 4, so Boom have a good chance of this if they put their chips at the right basket. But they need to be
ada ulti sih.
Because there is a KO of Famous on the
basket. Oh, timing!
Slash of the timing. He hears the bullets flying at him. Famous draws out the flash.
Nice. Wah, hampir aja cu.
Slasher is looking away. Down to 3v3. This is as close as it could be. Severin close by. It's Shiro with a kill. Severin again with the fragment. Look at the sideline. Flip Shitter. Can he do it? And now
jangan. Main ini aja.
God. Orbital strike. That's a delay. Out into safe.
Udah save.
Points of health. And he realizes he has no time.
Okay, nice. Oh, what a game, man. Look at the game.
Close one.
ONIC, by the skin of their teeth, are able to equalize. An incredible setup. Once again, by NC Slasher, that dagger prevented the follow-up utility from being able to shut down Shiro, meaning Shiro can take Angels, meaning Shiro could isolate players, and he does so beautifully. What a round from ONIC, and sure, Boom make it close, but that flank from Famous, the fact NC Slasher was able to read it was just incredible. Severin once again looking to lead in the assist. 16 to
Men, gamenya close banget anjir. Ayolah, ONIC menang lah, bawa ke map keempat lah paling enggak. Tolong deh.
From both teams.
Seru banget anjir. Jangan selesai dulu lah game.
Pavlos,
what can they do?
This game is on a knife's edge.
It really is. But ONIC
nice.
is the heaviest one here, so they could.
Mereka nggak bisa pakai util. Karena Severin pakai dulu komen.
No margins for error. They need 2 in a row. They need 2 consecutive ones. Shiro, will he find his way back to safety? Yes, he's got tower control together with the rest of his teammates, but there's a rolling thunder waiting. Right there. Dekberdal is looking to line it up. Oh, that could catch 3 players. And I believe it catches 2. Berserks now looking to push forward. Can they protect each other? It looks like they can. They're not affected by it. Stun to the back end. There'll be more.
Nice! Nice! Oh! Oh, Famous! Oh, Famous! Famous! Elmimo!
Way. Incendiary out his feet. He's being burnt alive, and he walks out of the flames to try and salvage this round.
Nice! Let's go, ONIC!
As Elmimo and NC Slasher pick them up one by one. It's ONIC now on map points.
Map points, Pavlos. They want to take us to Icebox. ONIC's map pick of Icebox, and with that, we could have a genuine 5-map series. Remember, we end it on Split. What could potentially be the final time we see Split in APAC competitive play.
Let's go ONIC, let's go. Ayolah, map keempat cuy. Kalau bisa map kelima. Terus gitu, udahlah, aku nggak dukung siapa-siapa ini. Kalian boleh lah. Gamenya seru banget nih, enak dinikmatin. Nggak ada siapa-siapa, open, lompat, ada 1 orang, nice. Overdrive, nice, let's go. Map keempat, no, besar. Masih dapat kill besar sialan.
He's found himself a Vandal, and this is doable because we know how fragging works with this guy. He can come online, but this round is not it for him. It's Famous and Flipter to do it.
Nice.
What a swing.
Udah, let's go. Map keempat. Let's go.
Flipshooter will have to fall. He'll try to stay alive as long as possible.
Yes.
We'll do it.
Map keempat, yes!
And give them another chance to get this series locked in for them.
Pavlos, put on your winter coat, get on your mittens, because we're going to Icebox. ONIC finally find their stride, they find their confidence, and they do so in taking Fracture in a hell of a map, and just a taster as to what's to come in this series.
Goodness gracious me, Bind Haven, both for Boom, but Fracture goes to ONIC.
Let's go.
3 maps in out of a best of 5 where anything could happen. And when Icebox is next, ONIC's home ground, there is hope and potential we'll be seeing Split.
As long as there's hope, there's a chance, Pavlos, and right now there is a very, very big amount of hope you're being pumped into the veins of ONIC after they deliver on Fracture.
Teori 13-11 lagi cuy. Teori 13-11.
Barely getting momentum in their favor, but guys, we'll be throwing to a break. The analysts will break it down. See you guys in a bit.
Oke, kita balik ke Indonesia dulu cuy. Seperti biasa ya kan?
I swear to God, itu Elmimo, you have no business. Itu nembak bisa kena kayak begitu ke arah si Berserk itu nggak masuk akal loh. Dia udah kena stun, dia udah hampir kena flash, dan ternyata masih bisa nge-save the round. Karena setelah dia dapetin kill itu, dia masih bisa nge-cut rotation atau usaha retake dari Boom Esports yang berikut-berikutnya. Dan itu yang malah berhasil nge-secure ronde bagi ONIC.
24 kills.
Berhasil memenangkan map
jeder,
yang
menonjol
ketiga.
banget
Dan we
aja.
are not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Kita masuk ke map keempat, tapi tunggu.
Yuk, game kelima kalau gitu.
Let's
Let's go. Looking good.
Step up dari pemain-pemain ONIC G yang lain, dan ternyata LB Moore, Monyet, MC Slasher, everybody showed up. Dan ini yang membiarkan mereka bisa stay alive. Untuk satu map lagi setidaknya bisa mencoba untuk merebut Istanbul dari Boom Esports.
Ayolah, bisa nih. Game ke-5.
Resah. Gelisah sih. Karena rekornya lagi nggak bagus.
Nggak bagus semua.
Ini ONIC G berhasil nge-steal satu map penting dan I mean mereka udah di ujung tanduk berkali-kali, tapi ada thrifty penting tadi dari ONIC G.
Buset, damage-nya jauh banget,
damage-nya
bro.
18.000.
Ini nunjukin dominasi sebenarnya dari ONIC, but then ya mereka ada aja tuh ronde-ronde magis dari Boom Esports yang slip dari tangan mereka ya. Berhasil diberikan ke Boom Esports dan ONIC G. Memang itu sangat menyakitkan, tapi untungnya lagi-lagi resilience dari ONIC G. Mereka punya mentalitas, memang mentalitas juara.
Masih berapa menit
masih bertahan.
1 menit 25.
Mereka nggak falter, mereka nggak geter
English, ya kan?
segeter-geter itu saat udah ketinggalan sejauh itu pun.
This might be a map 5. This might be a map 5.
Ini perjalanan masih panjang kok, Modar. Jadi iya, tentu saja kita akan
seru dong, map 5, seru dong. Ya, itu yang dicari cuy, map 5.
Kalau nggak sampai ke map kelima, jadi buat teman-teman yang ada di rumah maupun yang ada di Ayana, kita akan break sejenak. Jadi jangan kemana-mana. Kita
balik lagi cuy. La. Gimana nih analisisnya? Ini aku nunggu nih Tash Bunny dan kawan-kawannya. Tadi siapa sih Tash Bunny, Digon sama Digon jadi host kan? Satunya siapa tadi ya? Quack. Soalnya casternya tadi Kramer sama Pavlos. Ini nih seru nih game nih. Gini nih, habis ini ONIC menang lagi nih. Nah, baru nih. Di split kan, map yang jarang banget udah di pick itu jarang banget sekarang split. Karena defender sided. Kayaknya perlu di ini sih. Perlu dirubah lagi mapnya.
There are the views of Jakarta, where all the fans have gathered to a fantastic performance so far by both the squads representing the country. But the little hedgehog that could fights back. ONIC get one here in map number 3. We're going to our map number 4. It almost looked like we were going to use our best of 5 to anything more than what we've seen so far. But it looks like we will. Digon here with Tash Bunny and with Quack. And y'all, it was scrappy yet again.
Well, yeah, I guess you can say that. But of course, you know, that's what hedgehogs do. When you're threatened, when you're scared, you curl up in a little ball. You let your spikes do the talking.
The spikes really pierce Boom Esports hard. We are seeing a very different ONIC this time around, where I think that this is one of their most
yang keren tuh tadi utility-nya siapa tadi, Zero sama
their utility usage is just insane.
Utility-nya tadi yang ini nih. Apa?
Change here.
Rolling Thunder ketemu
NC Slasher, where are you?
Orbital Strike 2 kebakar.
This KO so I can go frag out, gets onto the brimstone and tops the lobby.
Nggak bisa gerak juga kan?
10 kills. Yeah, I think finished with like 24, 25, topped the whole lobby in terms of average combat score, and was a difference maker time and time again.
There was another player to that as well. I mean, LB Moore, you were asking, like, where was he? Where were the clutches? And he really showed up on the chamber. And I think, you know, all the frags are beautiful. We love them. But it's also partly due to the fact that Severine, as the KO, as the IGL, sets up for a lot of these amazing moments. I mean, there was that one round with the Rolling Thunder from Table Toll into NC Slasher's Orbital Strike combo.
Nah, itu yang diomongin.
In that round, and it comes up huge. Elmior, of course, chamber clutch.
NC Slasher sama ini tadi.
Is more than just
Shiro.
clutches. Elmior also is
dibahas juga sama casternya.
He's not just a lurk, he's also
Rolling Thunder,
an
let's go. Udah.
On that round,
mati dah.
where we
Kena
saw a
Orbital
very
Strike.
aggressive
2 orang
ONIC
kebakar di tower.
Esports from the information of the knife, finally pushing up forward and catching.
Soalnya nggak bisa lari cuy dari tower, gimana kena Rolling Thunder kan ke slow, pusing, kena ulti.
Clutch Master,
Ya udah,
it's all
pasrah
him
dah.
and one. But I
Kena
also
ulti
want to talk about
orbital
another
strike.
player here. Let's talk about Monyet. We didn't really see him super shine on the first half, and that's because we are seeing him shut down early. But on the second half, it's a very different Monyet. It's a Monyet that is set up by his teammates, just run up to people's faces, get so up close and personal, and just bye, you're back in the lobby.
Yeah, but that's not all. Again, Boom have amassed that 2-map lead, and they were inches away.
Minum
There we
dulu.
go, back to Freedom units. Inches away from
Panas
closing
banget
this
tuh.
one out. As it was Flip Jitter that was just constantly being the one forcing the tempo against ONIC, who didn't have the answer a lot of the time, almost more than half the time, but fell just a couple rounds short.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was really like streets ahead, but the thing is, Boom, this was such a crazy series because there were so many back and forth rounds when we see, you know, the converse IGL, Flip Jitter on the chamber, finding some insane positional plays with the tour de force, and not to mention Berserks, that one round, he absolutely popped off, timed the slide so perfectly onto the top of tower. It's
Nggak ngomongin masalah teh botol nih, yang dapat kill dengan 1 HP tadi. Gila.
There's going to be a lot of chaos.
Yeah, that's right. Again, round 23 when both teams pushed tower, and that was a hell of a fight. I think it was 2 for Almimore, 2 for Famous. Both squads are getting to the point where it's making it difficult for us to analyze because it's just that clutch gene. Who's going to step up in those moments? We've seen people miss some open shots as we move on over to Icebox, but we've also seen them land shots that we didn't think they could land, they should land, and turn these rounds right around.
If you look at Icebox, this is ONIC's pick, and I think this is like a hopium pick because this was the map they won against Bleed. And it was honestly so recent. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Boom Esports, the last time they played this on tournament was back during playoffs over in stage number 2. It's been a long time for Boom, and I have to say, we might be going to map 5 just because...
Whoa, no. I will not allow us to look towards map 5 because we have to put respect on Boom's name. They're the higher seed. They're the ones up 2-1. I love that story, don't get me wrong, Tash, but let's go ahead and let's analyze this map first before we start looking past things, because then if we don't get to bind, people are going to get upset. They're going to be like, look, the analyst asked, they cursed us here, rather than look at this one. So when we look at how ONIC and Boom line up on here,
maksudnya analis desnya udah ngejing duluan nih gitu.
Between these two squads, we moved Icebox.
We've seen ONIC, they've got those post-plant lineups. We've seen Shiro's utility usage as the Sova. It's insane. Boom, on the other hand, like Tash mentioned, we haven't seen them for the longest time on this map. That's why ONIC are probably primed for this. But if anything, if Boom are to win this, we need to see some of these players step up. I mean, Blaze King, Famous, back at it again. I don't know if he's going to stick on the initiator. Maybe change up to a duelist role or something like that.
Again, ONIC have been able to play this map before, but Boom have had their strats covered. What will work out? Well, let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters. 2-1. Will Boom close it out?
Thank you, Digon, and our analyst. This is
Let's
turning
go.
out to be quite a banger, right? I think we would have been a bit upset if it ended up in a 3-0. Not because Boom doesn't deserve it. They've done a splendid job, but because a grand final deserves the best of action. We're both Australian? Question mark?
Yeah,
anyway,
question mark.
no, we're back to normal in regards to our names. No more Pavlova and Cream. But I think we need to start breaking down the next map.
Certainly not back to normal for this game.
Yeah, no, I think it's time to break down Icebox, right? Because this is where action may come down. And we haven't seen too much of Boom on Icebox.
I think for ONIC, they had the choice between ending on Icebox or Split. I think it's quite smart to choose Icebox because Boom haven't played it, as you mentioned, since stage 2. And it means that they're going into the unknown. ONIC, they've played it a few more times. They're warm to the map. And let's be honest, when we saw them on Icebox, they certainly weren't bad.
No, certainly not. And of course, as we do start to look at the compositions, we're seeing a Boom.
Severin tetap nih. Severin pakai ini.
Very familiar with back in stage 2. A very familiar point as well.
You're absolutely right, and with that, I'm going to be interested to see how the Killjoy sort of works going into this map. I personally am not a big fan of Killjoy on Icebox, so I would like to be proven wrong, but for now, I am slightly favouring ONIC's composition.
Ini 8.000 watch.
100%. Heading into this one, everybody, hope you guys are ready. Hope you refilled on your snacks and your drinks, because I know you probably run out of them after 3 maps. It's quite a long one. But it's time to enter
Let's go.
the icy realm of Icebox, filled with snow, epic plays, and epic executes.
But now it's going to be an early push from ONIC. Set their games to A. They were umming and ahhing about going fairly aggressive. Using that Viper's Wall over on B was a bit of a fake. And because of that, Boom seemed to be fairly well equipped for the retake here. But ONIC aren't going to oblige them just yet. They're still being fairly fastidious with their initial attack. And I quite like that. For me, it means that they are really making sure they don't get caught out.
And Boom as well are playing fairly passive on this, right?
Yeah, they are. That's excluding Berserks, who is looking to push a little bit over on B.
Yeah. On the A side, though, fairly reserved. And that's where ONIC are looking to take their first approach. Severine to entry. Seems that Boom have kind of got an idea, right? No presence shown anywhere. Stuff from info, really, right?
There they are. Now the acceleration comes in. This will be a plant and potentially a 5v5 retake here for Boom.
Yeah, very much could be. Oh, Tefodal actually pushing up here. Snake Bite's throwing at him. Plant at the top, which means pretty much visible from anywhere on this site. It's good
nice
for ONIC, having the space to do that. And already with the numbers, it's going to get tough. Berserk's Entry King doing it again, looking for more. Berserk's doubling up. NC Slasher unable to do so. ONIC now on the back foot, actually. And Severine may be in trouble. Does damage, falls back. Do they know how?
Oh, Tefodal
aggresses. And now Elmi Moore is all by himself. He can't find the head. Or can he? He can! And already on the pistol, we're seeing action. But he's not in a position to deny the third diffuser.
Oh, no.
To gain
Close banget.
Of this map.
Absolutely perfect. I'll tell you what, Boom.
Close banget.
Purely because we ended up seeing them use all of their utility to try and cancel the plant. It doesn't do so. The plant still goes down, and what it means is that they have to rely on their gunplay and gunplay only. Luckily, Berserks exists, and with that, they're able to punish the plant's position there, and Bantu finds quite a nice angle, actually. A cheeky one. A cheeky one, but it does work. Over for ONIC, though, it's down to Sheriffs, but let's be honest, the ONIC Sheriff buy is pretty much Vandals for most other teams.
Yeah. Fear the Sheriffs from ONIC. Berserks has no fear though, right? Ice cold.
Nice!
Oh no! Oh, have we alluded it too early?
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
Have I seen this place before?
Oh, Blaze King has to aggress.
No, Blaze King is going too far forward. He's shown his ground by spraying across, but ONIC are repositioning to what is probably the emptiest of the sites, although Boom themselves are going for a pivot.
So Botel is in position. He just has to buy time right now as best as he can while his teammates join him.
Oh no, couldn't eliminate the recon in time either. Tefodal, he's in trouble, gets one, traded, still flip shitter close by. They've got better weaponry, remember. The snake bite kill. Snake bite kill, excuse me. Now Shiro and Monya still on equal footing, but without the spike. And not much time.
No utility either.
Oh no, have to do it dry.
Either team.
Oh no. For Boom, this is better, right? It calms them down a bit after a potential of losing the follow-up. But here they go, move together. Move in together to at least get the trade. Even be a trade, Shiro. Rips flip shitter's head.
No! Nice, Monyet!
ONIC instantly on the board.
Oh my god.
There's no strategy behind that, Pavlos. That was just aim out of this world. 1-1 the scoreline. ONIC want to send us the split. Boom want us to stay the hell away. They are going to
go. Give us 5 map, brother.
ONIC were just able to find in what was some ruthlessly aggressive rounds. So Botel, what away from a Viper's pit. Over on ONIC, they are still a couple of ult points away from being able to get a few of their abilities online. But what they have now, Pavlos, is they have Vandals, they have Bulldogs, and they have a serious urge to assault this A site.
An urge that will be put to the side for a little bit, you know? You gotta be reserved. Gotta put the cookie jar a little bit higher to use more effort to end up eating them.
Oh, nice, Monyet!
Because it's actually Boom that are aggressing, and they're the ones that are being punished for it. So ONIC can subside for a little bit, as they have just been freely given the advantage. Not that they didn't have it already.
Oh!
Flip shitter, and with that, I think there goes Boom's kind of holding, potentially upsetting the round. Unless we see something truly disgusting from the Frenzy and Botel, I doubt we'll be seeing a victory here.
No.
Shoulder peek. Teasing, Severin could say.
It's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? It's like Severin is holding a hammer at the arcade, and Dekbodal's like peeking up. No. And yeah, always too slow. Always too slow. Bless you, Kramer.
Thank you very much. I hope that mic didn't pick it up.
Maybe mine did. But either way, you know. Boom. Yeah, no, it's simple. It's straightforward. I don't think they know that Famous is this close, but I don't think it will matter too much. Now he's been
nice.
Only runs away with one. The Vandals are safely within their hands. And the rest of them, I don't think they'll care about too much. And BlazeKing will slowly be approaching. There is a wall there, so that's definitely going to interrupt them a little bit. Dinkaroo found, but all ONIC can do is just wait. They don't need to do anything else. But this ends around really, Kremer, doesn't it? So this kind of puts us in a new point in time where ONIC start this map off strong while they're on the attacking.
This is the first time we've seen ONIC start maps with such effectiveness. Yeah. And I think, remember, their map pick, they're the ones who are sort of amping it up, setting themselves up for a reverse sweep. If we see a reverse sweep have loss, I feel like we're going to lose our voices.
No, that's certain at this point. Yeah, no.
Sacrifice worthy of the cause. And
of course.
With that, BlazeKing is going to fall to the spike. Another sacrifice to the cause as ONIC go 2-1 into the lead for Boom. Now it's time to bring out the guns. It's time to bring out the investment. And let's see if they can channel that skill into matching ONIC. Tobotal, Viper Spit ready on ONIC. Look how close these ultimate abilities are to coming online.
Yeah, very close. We may be seeing some fights for Orbs here, perhaps.
But exactly. And I think that for ONIC, they've gone so heavy towards A.
Mau pakai ini
kah? By the time they head B, they're not going to be able to go
Mau pakai Viper Speed kah itu?
Rotation through mid. See Tobotal committed there. No one else from Boom is going to be in sight, so it probably will be an early Viper Spit from Boom just to hold this position and be long.
Void Cloud enabled, also Moni at dashing forwards has been spotted with the recon. Berserk's actually very aggressive, right? Very aggressive.
And ONIC are going to push straight into him.
Yeah.
Berserk's needs to skill quickly.
No way you anticipate this angle, right? No way. Oh, he shows his ground too early. He shows it too early and gets punished for it. Shiro replenished, pretty much close to full HP. And ONIC are just showing their ground towards this ace side.
That works. ONIC continuing to be fairly controlled for the time being. They did try and sort of extend for an opening. Unable to do so, though, they head back to B. Now, over on B, Tobotal and Flipshooter are being very passive. They're trying to invite ONIC into taking a duel with them. Shiro going to be the player to do so, trying to just get as much reconnaissance up as he can before the rest of the team join him. Severin, either the lurker or the spearhead, the tip of the attack. We'll have to see in just a moment.
I love that ONIC do destroy the trademark towards the B extremity because it also puts question marks to Boom whether they actually push through that. Viper Spit has to be expanded to account for it, which means that at the same time ONIC now have a choice to make. Rendezvous away, that's an audio cue to make Boom second guessing themselves where the execute will be handled from, but it is going to be the A-site hit that they're going for. Berserk though is in this corner, Moni yet to challenge him. He is going to pre-fire it, that's the headshot, that is ONIC with the entry. Famous has the ball as well.
Nice!
No one will survive on this A-site unless there's something out of this world. Moni will not give them the benefit of doing that. Dekbodal is just wondering where the hell his teammates just went.
Backs off and saves, power loss. There are many things there which ONIC did beautifully. The first one I want to highlight, of course, is from NC Slasher, who was able to hold on to his Viper's wall.
Nggak bisa cuy, mending saving.
He then only uses it once.
Dia punya ini doang 150 goal. Mending saving.
BlazeKing, who's sitting on the high grounds, and that was spotted by Severin at the very start of the round in the first 3 seconds. They anticipate BlazeKing has stayed up there. They read his position. Use that Viper's wall. BlazeKing can't push behind it. He has to sit back. He gets caught out, at which point his teammates are already dead. Beautiful round from ONIC, and now the only casualties they're going to sustain are the ones which are trying to hunt down Tobotal, holding on to the only Vandal Boom are going to possess going into the next round.
Yeah, and I don't think ONIC really mind going for him. I mean, considering that the
money isn't
one's
bad.
most to lose something is Boom, isn't it?
Exactly, exactly. I think what we're probably going to see from Boom here is, as you mentioned last round, a concerted push for these ult orbs so they can get that tour de force up. I think the timeout is probably to try and extrapolate which ults they bring online and which ones they're going to try and zone ONIC with.
Very calm and composed. Scratches to the heads. We've seen that before from Boom, and that was on Fracture.
Yeah.
And that is where they lost. ONIC look calm. They all look calm. Nothing over the moon. Nothing over the top. which is fairly interesting given the sheer nature of this series. I think in this map in particular, we haven't seen too many crazy fights so far, have we? We haven't seen too many back and forth.
It's been methodical,
It's been very methodical, and the team that actually gains the advantage early tends to be the one to come out on top, unlike the rest of the tournament we've seen so far.
Yeah, I quite like how structured we're seeing both teams, actually, because anyone can have 5 players together who can just pop off, right? But to be structured takes some serious skill.
And it's structure that teams are doing so well against it is genuinely, I think, out of all the LCQs, I think APAC's probably the one that people are going to underestimate that does surprisingly well.
I mean, it always tends to be the case, right?
Yeah, well, it's funny for us because we know they're good, but
I think everybody knows a Paper X now, right? I think everybody knows that they can pack a punch, and if there's a team to not do well from any of these regions, it's Paper X to pick up the slack because they're always so darn consistent.
Yeah, and I reckon that these teams would definitely join those ranks. Aggression from Berserks. Spotted out. No kill, though. Instead, Botal with the Vandal is going for a bit of an extremity.
He is going for a stroll. And he might be able to gain something out of it, but there are 2 players looking in this direction. No one. No one is looking in this direction.
No.
Oh, he's going all the way around, and the Saudara is not going to spot him. Oh, that's a kill, and that's a spike. Given he's the only one with the Vandal, he wants more. Give him the more. It's only 2, but still
GG banget sumpah teh botol.
Unfortunately, those Vandals too far out of reach.
Yeah, they're too far out of reach, which means that right now the Killjoy is definitely going to be fairly lethal. But remember, Severin is so low on HP, he could be caught out so quickly. The utility is to be feared here, and for good reason. Suddenly, Boomer a man up.
Oh, this is starting to get exciting. This is starting to be flipped up on its head. Oh, Famous with another. It's Tell Me More left. To himself. What a flick!
Gila, flip jedeh.
On top to get a thrifty round win.
5 rounds and 2 thrifties have lost. This is Icebox and APAC, and it is the most entertaining map in the pool at the moment for me for this exact reason. Look at the ults for both teams. 3 available for Boom, 4 available for ONIC. I reckon for ONIC, they're probably holding on to their Blaze Storm and their Tour de Force for when they have to drop down to an eco, sort of anticipating Boom to make a bit of a comeback in the mid-stage of this half. But let's be honest, Botal here, he got some serious mileage from a, what's just a single Vandal. That shot from Famous Pavlos, just disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting.
Operator out on Berserks as well, and I believe this is the first operator invested, at least so far. And you see how ONIC are now being really passive. Berserks, he wants to push into them, but ONIC just aren't even giving him an inch.
No, they're not. They're not. ONIC, again, falling back into their old ways of holding out, feeling out.
Oh no.
And testing Boom's defense lineups. And Berserks is patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. Yeah, we're all looking at this. Oh, the Aldrone. Okay, you got to break the fun here. You've got to break the fun, but naturally so. Either way, the entry does happen towards the B site. Severin goes on a stroll himself and actually gets shut down in the middle of the open. No opportunity for a trade, and that puts ONIC in a really tough spot. They're already at a disadvantage, and Boom, if they put their players at the right spot at the right time, they more than are the favorites to close out this round.
ONIC still have a Viper's Wall to use as well, which may make life very easy here.
But the Resurrection has brought it back to
nice.
Moniet opens things up, and now ONIC is the team on top. Flipshitter, how was that play? What? 3 versus 4 now, and it's ONIC still on top. Spike will be going down. Blaze King trying to spray, but unable to find too much damage. Crash that, he finds the kill.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, Famous juga dapat kill.
2 versus 3 Pavlos. ONIC, while they are in up positions, 2 shock darts, 2 snake bites, 3 players to find, and a big scary operator on Berserks.
The first snake bite falls. Can they balance this utility enough? Slowly, they move. Slowly, they go. Shock darts, both of them used already, by the way, and they went on Spike. This could be difficult for them. Snake bite, when will it be used? It won't be used.
Woo! Nice, ONIC. Let's go, ONIC. Bawa ke map kelima. Seru dah. Aku ikut deg-degan anjir.
To deliver in such a terrific performance there. I was worried that they were using their snake bites and their shock darts a little bit earlier. Instead, the reason they used them so early is because they were trying to bait Boom into pushing, because they wanted them to think they were far back playing.
Wah, ini sih bagus banget Famous dapat kill juga nih.
We do see some serious ult commitments from both sides.
Hampir aja line up itu tadi juga.
7th round, you got to look at the ults, the ult management from either side. ONIC with their eco ult. Severin's going to bring out the Tour de Force this round to try and counteract Berserks.
With all of Boom's oopsies, And whoopsies.
Oh, Severin.
Never mind. Why do I speak so fast? If they're running away with another kill here, this actually
Saudara udah ketek banyak tuh.
In pole position really to close out this
posisinya.
map. Or at least
Berserk masih dapat dong.
The moment you underestimate them, they just
GG
come
Berserk.
out alive.
Right, this tour de force doing so damn well.
Udah buat biar nggak bisa nge-push ke situ.
What can be done from ONIC 2
Kayak
players
mereka
down.
langsung
Yes,
balik
they still
rotation
have a
ke
firepower
E.
advantage, but what good can it do?
Viper split dibuka jadi nggak ada pilihan lagi
One at
untuk
a time.
wah
Boom,
GG
they
banget
read it beautifully.
nggak ada pilihan lagi kecuali ini keluar dapat ini early kill satu aja.
It's got the tour de force.
A quick shutdown would mean everything though.
Yeah, I need 2 more though. And everybody's stacked up here. Everybody's just waiting for it. Only the Viper is towards that B site and
mati juga. Monyet mati juga. Kena slow kan, slow all.
A smaller buy. Never. This is APAC. And it doesn't matter which team it is that is doing the upset. And see Slasher, that's the first, but everybody turns their attention towards him and his life is short-lived. 3 for Boom, the gap is closed.
7 rounds and 3 thrifty rounds, Pavlos.
How is that even possible?
That is a stat. ONIC, they're going to be able to move into...
Berat, ayolah, bawa ke map ke 5 cuy. Berat ONIC, sumpah, berat banget. Boom, GG cepat.
But they're buying down to 0, which means they need to make this work. Luckily for them, Boom don't have any ults left. They do still have the Blade Storm to sort of fall back on. But for ONIC, what they really need is a round that's successful, fast, and keeps everyone alive. I think a fast hit to B to potentially catch out Tebotal early on could be a really good call here. But the reality is,
kalau bisa sih semakin menjauh. Semakin menjauh cuy. Karena defisitnya cuma 1 round doang.
Catching off guard right now.
Yes.
And Berserk has been such a big part of it. And I think he's only just come alive, to be honest, right? The moment he gets those scoped weapons, the moment he feels starting to feel more comfortable, he's back in it.
He sort of hits the starting gun, doesn't he? And the starting gun for him is either an operator or a tour de force, and then he uses lights out from them at that point onwards.
Maybe we can see an aggressive round from ONIC again. Maybe this
really
will
like
be
to.
a fast one.
We have seen something that was sort of toyed with by teams in the regional qualifiers was this fast hit to B with a rotation through mid. Not so much to sort of play like Fnatic did through Kitchen, but instead to actually just outflank the B-side defenders. I would really like to see that at some point this game. But for ONIC, it looks like it's going to be a fake to A to start things off, while the Chamber is going to get ready to try and find an opening. But the Aldrone usage from Boom is just perfect.
Drone-nya bagus banget,
nge-spot. Make the adequate rotations. And ONIC are left stranded.
Jadi nggak rotation, mereka jaga.
This slow tempo has caused them to defamiliarize themselves, unfamiliarize themselves with a fast push. Make it that much more harder. Never mind, Money begs to differ. Money says, I'm just going to go in, guys. I've got blades. I might as well just do it. He runs out of them, therefore brings out his weapon. But look at BlazeKing. He's all important. Look at BlazeKing. He can do it all. Nice. Or can he? Get shut down.
Oh, nice.
Slasher and Money are having a field day.
Nice.
And they just take down the B site.
Oh,
the wall will guarantee the spike plan at least. But NC Slasher will be so stuck up against the wall. Oh, but he himself gets killed through the wall. Resurrection comes out, and this is guarantees the victory for ONIC.
Berserk gets out of there and he saves, remember, because he had to use the tour de force last round on the Thrifty. Investing into the operator this round has left him with no cash whatsoever. What it means for ONIC is that they have reset Boom. They have sent Boom's economy once again down to ground 0. But for ONIC, the issue is, Pavlos, when you go blow for blow, when both of your teams are just arguing in rounds, you never get an economy established, which means that your hunting isn't really an option.
No.
Going for exit suddenly becomes a lot more effective.
Is this what you kind of expected when we took the time out here with ONIC? Do you think you know, the
ayolah, map kelima nih, bisa nih. Udah 2 ya kan, menjauh nih. Map kelima, terus siapapun yang menang, ya itu yang deserve lah.
That next round, they're trying to win the half. And so they were trying to extrapolate sort of how Boom's defenses have been poised. And I think they've probably noticed that a lot of Boom's utility is being held for retakes.
And looking at the utility this time around, we see Viper's Pit enabled for ONIC G. ONIC G? ONIC Gaming, right?
ONIC Gaming.
Oh, okay. Boom. they're not trailing too
mau
far
ngambil
behind,
early
but they
pick
need
nih,
a
kayaknya Severin.
buy round win, right? They can't only rely to those pistols. It's crazy to think about that every single win they've gotten so far has been a thrifty one.
Yeah, exactly.
This round, right? They've had more success. They've had 100% success on thrifties.
I think now what we see from ONIC as well here, where they no longer want to split out, they're just going
Nice.
perfect.
Timingnya dia mau ngelihat recon tuh.
What they needed.
Di mana reconnya mau ngelihat ke atas udah lewat.
Through the smoke as well. Moniet is feeling it.
Timingnya,
lucky stars because they needed this tempo, they needed this pace.
Udah sekarang mau saving atau gimana? Saving sih kayaknya. Kalau jadi boom. Sekarang nggak bisa beli lagi. Lihat tuh uangnya 400.000, 650 sih. Nggak bisa saving sih. Ya, menjauh lagi 3 poin, 3 round.
So I would love to see maybe a bit of a concerted push, potentially send Berserks over to B and hold it at range with the operator. But regardless of what the adaptation is, so long as there is an adaptation, I think is what Boom desperately need. For ONIC though, it'll be a 6-3 lead. And
selama nggak dapat early punishnya, Berserk sih menang kok ya.
6 rounds is quite comfortable position.
Tapi kalau Berserk ini dapat posisi bagus, read ininya. Di push di mananya dulu dapat early picknya, udah selesai udah. ONIC biasanya gitu.
The fact they've started winning feels a little bit strange, but
no, it definitely does.
And here's the thing: it's not like they're bad at the start of these games. Usually it's Boom just play out their minds. It's ONIC now. Boom aren't playing any worse. ONIC is just playing way better.
And it's definitely reminding you of the testament that ONIC are slow starters, right? But at the same time, you kind of see it with a lot of other teams, right? We've seen it with Secret, we've seen it with Myth. Not so much with Bleed. I think their issues lie elsewhere. But Boom, also, right? If you look at their matches against both Bleed and ONIC, it seemed like a lot of them had to be thrown right back up. So they're the ones that had the strongest start this time around.
Famous nyoba gayanya Pete kemarin tuh, ditembak through the smoke. Smoke. Nice, off guard.
Self-isolated, taken down. Blaze King tries to make it happen from the long distance, and they're actually doing the good work here for Boom. They've gotten 2 kills.
Posisinya kebalik cuy.
He's trying to deal with Blaze King before he's doing any more damage. He's being spotted, but he's being played with. Buys enough time for Famous to find an off angle.
Famous.
The wall is used.
Blaze King.
An alternative angle. Beautiful. Blaze King now has a resurrection. Does he try and deny the plant, or does he go for a risky res?
Oh, he can't because of the gap in the wall.
No, nggak bisa cuy. Mau resting. Ada Lemmy Moore di situ.
Blaze King is in a really tough spot.
Mundur udah.
And see Slash and Elmy Moore can set up a crossfire. No, they're not even doing that. They're just setting up together. Looking to break the wall. They're literally playing together. Blaze King is thinking about it.
Nice.
They take matters to their own hands and guarantee the victory.
Semakin jauh. Let's go.
I'm really happy
Map kelima nih.
Just go through mid there. It absolutely catches Boom off guard. And something to highlight there is even though it was sort of opened by the missed shot from the chamber, even if he landed that first shot, there were 2 or 3 players behind it. So the strategy would have worked even if they wouldn't have won as comfortably. Of course, in the 2 versus 1, they forced the 2v1 rather than allowing Blazer King to isolate the 1 versus 1s. It's a really well
lagi yang jaga kah?
Executed round from ONIC. We go into the 11th. Yes, there are no ults available for ONIC. Over on Boom, they have that resurrection of Blazer King. They're 1 away from a lockdown as well, which may definitely aid them in these retakes. You see Flipshitter trying to get that orb.
Quick reminder, Boom are 3 out of 3 on these 50s. Unless they're 3 out of 4.
Yeah, 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Still, that's 75%.
Harusnya sih secara SOP mereka dapat round ini sih. Kemungkinan 8-4 closingnya. Kalau bisa 9-3 sih lebih bagus lagi. Flipshitter. Mau make a play dia. Make a play dia. Oh, Flipshitter. Mas Nanda.
And he gets more! With a bulldog! When you've got 2 swinging at you, that just can't happen!
Not another thrifty Pavlos.
Not another one, surely not. Oh, Boom get caught though. They think there's going to be a rotation, but indeed, it is not a rotation. They're going for the commitment towards this A site, but look at this backstab. They may be pushing Blaze King to enter the back lines of the attacker. Shiro opens things up around. Berserks ends up falling. It's ONIC on the
hampir aja.
Struggling, only having a sheriff to work with, hasn't got space.
Nice!
but NC Slasher catches him and catches him off.
Dari belakang. Oh no. Dari belakang pindah tempat.
Done quite a bit. Lockdown. Where do ONIC move? Where do they go? There's only one corner they can work away with. And it seems that Boom know exactly where they're going to be, and they can pre-fire it.
Oh, Zero, let's go.
Guarantees the win for ONIC.
Perfect round from Shiro there. And ONIC, that lockdown usage, they realize, okay, there's only one corner we can go into, but it does have 2 different altitudes. They end up going 1 on either altitude, and the assumption is that the second player's gone back to play lineups.
Udah bagus banget cuy pick play-nya.
And with that, we see a beautiful catch-off from ONIC. Once again, something ONIC, their after plants XVX teamwork is incredible. And we're seeing that round after round after round. 8-3 they currently lead on Icebox, the furthest these teams have been apart all series. And this is including the series where they played against each other in the upper brackets.
Oh my goodness, the fact that it got so close again on the eco. I think it may be because Boom feel like they've got less to lose perhaps.
I think the issue is for Boom at the moment is they're trading kind of badly. ONIC, they're changing pace from going to the, as we see here, this slow default into explodingly fast plays means that they're constantly getting an opening without Boom having a player in position to trade it because they're either in mid-rotation or they're being a little bit more passive because they're expecting the slower play style.
Well, ONIC are definitely showing their presence. Hunter's Fury will be enabled in an attempt to gain information or attack.
Whoa, attack!
Found. Famous taking down to 70 points of health and no shields. But is that adequate to start executing this take?
45 seconds left now. Famous is going to get healed. He's going to try and recon as best he can. ONIC don't have much time, so if they need to turn ahead to B, they need to do it now. Otherwise, it's going to have to be a full brute force attack to this A site with 3 players to shut down.
I think it may have to be the latter, Kremer. It has to be a fast push. It has to be a fast take. Famous has got a good angle with the wall there. Severin starting to push. It's an off angle. They won't expect it. Blaze King as well chimes in. They're doing everything. The spray down is perfect.
Oh, nice banget.
Adjustment is even better. Shiro and Elmimore,
Nice
13
banget.
seconds.
Nggak dapat mereka.
8-4. Boom. The first time a solid hold come through from Boom on a buy round is this round. They finally make it happen. They close out the half with a win.
You have to consider how frustrating this half has been for Blazer King. Blazer King has been in a 1 versus X about 3 or 4 times, and he's lost all of them. He finally gets into a position where he can defend and attack, and he absolutely shuts down ONIC.
Lumayan juga yang banyak yang nonton.
Very happy to see that change of pace, and for Boom, that single round means they're still in this map.
It definitely shows they're back in this map. I think we were worried seeing where the hell is Boom, right? We wanted this to be a close endeavor, especially considering they are 2 maps ahead, Kremer. They're the ones that literally, if they close this map out, they are the victors of LCQ in APAC. But they're quite far behind.
It's easier said than done, isn't it?
Wait, did they win the round? Wasn't it 8-4? I'm pretty sure it was 8-4.
It was 8-4.
Huh. Oh well.
Oh, our producer just came on and went, oops.
It's okay. I mean, it happens.
Definitely 8-4. Don't worry, the graphics are lying to you. It is an 8-4. And for ONIC, as they now move to their second half, I want to see, what I really want to see is aggression. Yeah. I don't want to see them be too passive to the point where they let Boom walk all over them, because that's the mistake Boom made.
Is 8-4 good enough though? Is that big of a buffer between ONIC and Boom for ONIC to feel comfortable on defense to close this map out?
I think it is.
You think so?
I think it is. Especially because Elmimore's doing pretty well on the chamber.
Oh yeah.
I think once you get the operator up on him, once you get the operator up on Severin, you start trying to boost his confidence a little bit more. Those 5 kills are going to soar up so quickly.
It's up to them to prove us wrong though. Boom. Now on the 4th. Definitely will feel a little bit more comfortable heading into this one. Maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable now that they're on the attack.
It's been the same story on Fracture and Bind. Look at ONIC. Their top 3 players are all within 2 kills of each other.
Yeah.
ONIC just do so well to win as a team.
There've been so many games where we kind of see the top fraggers overwhelming the rest of the team, right? We kind of see teams ending with a top fragger at 25 to 30 kills and the bottom fragger with 5 or 6, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe even less than that, you know? But this game is a little bit more balanced out, right? A lot of players are bouncing it.
And with that, Boom are going to get ready for their assault to the A site. They're going to look to christen their attack with a huge push now ONIC on the retake.
It's looking a lot like how ONIC started their own half on the attacking side, but now this is Boom's turn to show ONIC how it's done. They want to guarantee and close out this series and take themselves to Istanbul.
Viper's Wall, same one used by ONIC. This time, though, it's used as a fake, and I think ONIC are probably going to figure it out pretty quickly. They've already got Shiro in mid on the shoulder peak to try and extrapolate where this Boom rotation is going to come through as they all look to push to kitchen.
Sneaking through the kitchen. There's a trademark there. They will be telegraphed, and Elmimore is quite close by as well. It's down to timing as well. Oh, trademark!
Woo!
You do
Udah ngeding satu anjir.
Does turn around in time. He gets a couple of dinks, but no kills. And now Boom have switched positions with the defenders. Now they've got full access of that site. And Flipshooter gets left behind to defend with the rotations. He gets one, damage onto the second. And he wants to go in for another swing. On the other end, there's a onto the site. Monyet, though, is all by himself, which makes things ever so tough. On the spiky go, he touches it. But with the rest of them nearby, it's getting difficult, man. Boom are really not giving him an inch. Nano Swarm onto the spike to get him off of it as well. Berserks with a marvelous shot to start the half.
Pistol round biasa lah ya. Selalu anjir Boom. Kalau di pistol round sih mereka.
Both of them bottom of their team. The fact that Berserks was able to wake it up with a 3K, join the rest of his team towards the center of the scoreboard is going to be a huge confidence booster, particularly because Chamber on the attack is just a much harder beast. You have to take more of a lurking role, which means your tour de forces are usually when you're trapped in a corner, and the fact that he's able to sort of open the pistol round with confidence bodes well for the rest of the half. Over to ONIC though. Now that they've down to Sheriffs, let's see if we're going to see another Thrifty to add to the tally chart, Pavlos.
Let's see if we do indeed.
Look how aggressive ONIC are being.
Yeah, it's very aggressive, but I mean, it's a very far forwards hold, but not a fast push. So everything does get caught. But the rest of Boom is fancying this mid play, and it kind of is in anticipation of what ONIC is about to do.
Wow, posisinya ini NC Slasher. NC Slasher.
Just build the suspense for nothing. Because the fight isn't there, it's going to come out elsewhere. I mean,
NC Slasher's only got a classic as well.
Difficult for him for sure. Ardrone will not be clearing it out, so opportunity for a kill too. Very simple. They're not going to check this, are they? They're so not going to check this. The waiting game.
Oh no!
Oh, 3 of them passed by, but of course it's going to be the 4th one to not check it. To check it, actually. Famous doesn't let anything fly past him. Doesn't let any player survive. Flipshooter steals the ace. How dare you, Flipshooter?
8-6. ONIC, yes, they have a lead, but that cushion is slowly getting warmer. And for ONIC now, a buy comes out. Guardian onto the Viper. A couple of Vandals to wield here, but that's got to be... I worry that's a tilter for NC Slasher. That definitely can be. Over to Boom as well. It's a huge confidence boost, particularly for Famous, who's just had an incredible round off the back of a fairly successful pistol rounds. And once again, I'm a big fan of these early ult usages. So we'll see what he can do as we enter the battle of what's essentially fragmented by versus Vandals. Berserk's the battle of his own means that Boom's buy actually does have a fair bit of teeth to it. And once again, ONIC being aggressive. This is a completely different way of playing their defense.
Yeah, quite different indeed. Now Boom. Looks like they're going to split the B sites. Shiro gives the info that he has no passage in mid. No viewing capabilities. Throws down an Aldrone and spots out 3. All important information. Trademark will be broken, but they're walled off from the spawn side. NC Slasher trying to run away, but he's dealing with other players. Finds So does Elmimore. As soon as they get guns, they look pretty darn good. And now the fight ensues in mid. Monyet may be in trouble, but they know of his positioning. Boom are repositioning and entering onto the A site.
They're able to try and get Severin's putting his foot down. The flanks are perfect.
Yeah, there are no smokes for them either to find the cross. It's Monyet now onto the other end. Just trying to hold back the attacking side of Boom, and he's succeeding. He doesn't need to over-aggress. It's Boom that are in trouble. It's Boom that need to get themselves out of this.
No, miss the shot, man.
And it seems they may have gotten them close to that. Still a couple of kills away from leveling the playing field, but they at least have room onto the A side to get that spike down.
20 seconds left. ONIC, they were trapped in no man's land for so long there. They finally get it down, but where do they go for the afterplant? ONIC have so much control around this map. Berserk's going to be caught off.
Oh, the timing! Oh, the timing! Well, Berserk survives. He looks to run away, but it's still a 2v4, replenished a bit. That's going to help him. Help him take more fights, maybe win more duels. That's the first.
Nice.
Would have been the lineup, would have been impressive. Plays King at 60.
Nice.
Just too tough with
Akhirnya
Zero
Zero.
on the far out corner, and it's ONIC to find their first round of this half.
9-6, the scoreline as ONIC, once they have their Vandals, once they have their weapons, they can be pretty damn good at Pavlos. And what I really like from ONIC, actually, is the instant reaction. Once they see that there's a push through mid, look how the Viper on the stage, the split second they get that kill, they gun it through B main to try and outflank the players of mid. When they can't do that, they just go outflank A. Really, really smart players on both teams right now, and it's really starting to bleed in game as we see
Gamenya sih
the one thing
butuh
to watch
momen
out for,
untuk
though, is that we do have a
bernafas
fair few ults on the horizon.
Yeah, with the ults now coming through, you know, you start to see that orbs maybe of higher contention.
Yeah, sort of round 17, round 18, we're going to see these huge kind of elaborate dumpages of these abilities.
Severine, that's aggressive. Ends up
Nice, dapat satu.
means that Monyet will also lose his life. So, who wins that fight, Kramer?
I honestly think that it's Boom who come out on top.
Berserk sama Monyet yang hilang.
Serious presence on that jet, the ability to sort of kill fullback, regardless of whether or not your abilities are on cooldown, is much stronger in my opinion.
And it's also the defenders that lose one player, right? So now they have to split their efforts to multiple sides. But they only have Elmimore on that B side. The rest of them can focus towards A. And that's not too bad. So
Nice,
dapat
satu.
to find a kill.
Nice.
Tabletop on the higher ground also gets one.
Oh,
And
gila
ONIC on
teh
the back
botol.
foot here, maybe in trouble, but the spike not going down yet. Builds time for the rotations to come in.
That they do. 3 versus 2. Right now, Boom, they need to make sure they don't lose a player. This plant needs to go down, and they need to find a way to get off this site as quick as possible.
That wall is nearly broken. If the spike gets touched there again, they're bound to spray it down and make it tough for them to approach this site.
It has been.
Orb is touched. 35 seconds on the clock, and they are actually getting back out of there, double backing, pivoting towards B pass.
If ONIC read this quickly, they're going to be able to shut down this attack. I think they're right now Boom are rotating with very little time.
And it's such a slow rotate as well. They're looking to take the fight in mid.
ONIC haven't read it.
They haven't read it, which gives them a perfect scenario of the clear B site and a spike plant with numbers advantage.
Do we see ONIC save here, potentially? I think once the spike goes down, there's
no way, right?
Yeah, it's just a save. No intention to trying to save
Oh,
that
saving
fight.
juga,
They back
cuy.
off, they wait for but a moment. And for Boom, that'll be 7 rounds, but they haven't been able to destroy the ONIC economy as much as they may want.
That's so anticlimactic. We wanted more.
Anticlimactic.
No, of course, you have to save. You have to be serious about this, knowing that you're dealing with 3, where you don't know where they're placed. For all you know, they could be out in mid and stopping you there. And, you know, you take a long time to get there. You'll probably get caught off anywhere. You don't have any utility. It's a tough world to be ONIC in this round.
It really is. It really is. And something I think is quite interesting is that Flipshitter, now with a lockdown, could very well use that to fake next round, because ONIC, they have been rotating pretty quickly, because Boom don't play the same attack as ONIC do. They're much faster paced, at least in their initial fights, which means that if Boom can get a lockdown in place, get it to the next site, ONIC may very well fall for it. And you look at the kill separation on Boom, only 5 kills in it. That's actually the same for ONIC. Both teams are winning as a team. They're losing as a team. And I think that's absolutely perfect to see.
Yeah, I'm actually glad we're seeing this. Like I said, it's quite different than what we've seen so far in this tournament. So, how does this one work out? How explosive will this round be for Boom?
I think pretty explosive. All 5 players set up to hit this ace site. We hear the tour de force come out for Severine. Every player gets pinged, which may mean a warning sign. Either Boom double down, commit the lockdown and go for this push, or we're going to see a stagnation and potentially a fake.
Well, the tour de force is towards mid, so they don't need to fear it for now, especially with ONIC falling quite back out of it. It means that ONIC are feeling good to leave the site to be taken over by Boom. Lockdown will be initialized to at least get that spike down safely.
Look how aggressive a lockdown it is as well. There's going to be no way for ONIC to trade this or ONIC to punish this. Instead, they're going to be able to go into a 5 versus 5 after plant with no flankers.
Blaziken is taking a lot of damage in the commitment of planting that spike.
Yeah.
A lot of damage, down to 16 points of health already. That has got to hurt. Now ONIC do retaliate. As soon as the lockdown is no more there, they are starting to push. They're with the first blood though, but so many Boom players are low. Blaziken on the battleman, not yet to be challenged, gets a double kill as ONIC players drop. One by one, they fall in the arms of Boom as they are waiting for them to dismantle them one by one. Severine with the tour de force is all ONIC have left, but it is not long lasting as Boom close up the gap substantially.
9-8 the scoreline, and for Boom, they are really closing the distance now, not just on ONIC, not just on their economy, their ult management, but on their title of the VCT APAC LCQ champions. ONIC realizing the pressure may start to get to them. Call for the timeouts. One round is not a comfortable distance. They need to talk strategy. They need to talk about how do you break Boom's attack.
Wow. Yeah, how do you break Boom's attack? I don't think it's a matter of how you break Boom's attack, but more of their post-plant setups.
Yeah, I also think that for ONIC as well, they were doing really well when they were pushing to get the first advantage, when they were constantly fighting Boom so Boom couldn't set up these executions. Now that they've been a lot more passive, now that they've sort of been shaken, that's no longer the case.
And we're seeing a big change of pace here, right? 4 out of the 5 rounds have gone to Boom, and on attack, which just goes to show how more confident they are in it.
You're absolutely right. And for the members of ONIC, after the back of this timeout, let's see if there's going to be any follow-up. More importantly, let's see if there's the aggression, because you know I'm a man who likes that aggression, Pavlos. You know I am a man who likes it when the sheriffs do well.
This is an opportunity for Boom to close up this gap, but also start to get away from ONIC, start to put them in the dirt where they feel most uncomfortable, where ONIC have got no way of coming back from this. Remember, Boom are on the verge of closing out this series. Boom have got 2 maps. I know it doesn't seem like it because ONIC have closed out the most recent one, but still, if Boom close this out, they're the ones that are closing out this tournament with a victory and representing APAC in Champions.
Look how aggressive both Severin and NC Slasher are. Yes, they're aggressive, but they're alone, Pavlos.
It's still a pistol round for ONIC, therefore no much to be expected, but we've seen crazy things from them before. Either way, it's Boom to gain themselves the first one, and it surely will be a safe plant for them. ONIC have a tough time to get back on this, as no one was close by.
They look like they're in position for a retake. It's been fairly slow before that spike goes down. Munyet with the Blade Storm could be the difference maker here, Pavlos.
Yeah, no up-just though, therefore only a dash will be available for him if he wants to go for a push. You can see how he wants to find upper ground to maybe nestle in a headshot or 2, but it's just too tough out there. And you don't think Boom will make too many mistakes, but Munyet will give it a go. We'll give it a chance. Berserks with the first. Nothing going in favor of ONIC here, apart from Severine's shot, and it's Shiro to remain, but not for long. It's Boom that
clean banget anjir.
Their ability to be able to split crosshairs, to be able to make players have to alternate from angle to angle is so strong. An incredible afterplant from Boom, keeping so many players alive as well. We finally start seeing the birthing of a decent economy for the members of ONIC. Yes, a buy is going to come out. Yes, we are going to see weapons to wield, but will it be enough to break the tempo, the confidence of their Indonesian counterparts?
Now is the time to break away. Now is the time.
Truly is.
If Boom Esports get the victory, they put ONIC's eco in the dirt.
They have the operator to fear. We have seen that for Severin. This is the make or break weapon as he looks to aggress on A with it.
If Boom get a win here, we may be seeing 11-9. A gift. And ONIC will be in trouble mentally.
In terms of ult management as well, Boom have a huge advantage here. Both teams with a Resurrection, but Boom also have a Tour de Force in their back pockets and that Hunter's Fury. And that Hunter's Fury is going to be crucial.
Ooh, baby. Expect chaos these rounds. A lot to be played out.
Nice, Severin.
Patient. And stops Flipshitter in his tracks.
Nice, let me more.
Well, Tepodo just walks out of the poison cloud into his open arms. There is a resurrection available to keep things a little bit more equal, but it's still very tough. Monet hasn't been spotted. Yes, he has. Dashes away to safety. It's a 4v5 with a res coming out.
With that res out, there is also the option for Boom to just collapse onto this A site and just try and trade one another. Severin, though, he isn't going to bow without a fight, but it doesn't matter if you can't see anyone, Pavlos.
Now we're stabilized. Now it's a 4 versus 5. And now the rotation coming in from ONIC. Elmimore's position has fully been telegraphed. He's got assistance now, but the Nanoswarm falls at his feet.
Dapat satu Mas Ian.
That's crucial because
V3.
they're still contesting. Spike has
Oh
gone
no,
down,
Blizz
but
King.
Blazer King takes a fight. He wants to take them all down. Berserk joins in. Berserk's with a triple, and it's Boom on 10.
GG Berserk
Boom,
anjir.
10-9 in the lead. Welcome, it's Deja. They were back on Fracture, the same position Boom were in on our last map, the same position ONIC were able to grasp and grasp at the top of the cliff to pull themselves out of. Can they do it again on Icebox? A very different creature of a map and a very different change of momentum economy. ONIC need to be as versatile as humanly possible, because right now doing damage, even winning with these sheriffs would be paramount to their success.
Can they do it? Like we said, Boom getting this win surely gets them a lot closer to 2-round differential.
The last time these teams played against each other, Pavlos, Boom lost 3-1 in the last best of 5.
And it looks like ONIC want to challenge this very, very early. Berserk catches the first one, and Elmimore may be in trouble, but he's trying to deny that space. Ends up with a kill, and he's actually delayed the push, allowing his teammates to come in on time, but he ends up losing his life. Viper's Pit enabled, but quickly dismantled. The rest of them do fall into place for Boom, and ONIC are wondering, how do you approach this with Sheriffs?
Hunter's Fury is trying to buy time, here to try and buy space, and it does work, but a bit of team damage from the Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh no. This definitely hinders their confidence, because Moniet cannot be more comfortable to take fights with lesser health. He needs to be as accurate as he's ever been in his life. The strongest shooting of his career has to be this round to keep ONIC in fight. You don't expect much from them, but if they don't, it's Boom too darn close to the end of the series, to the grand finale victory. It's simply traded. Shiro with a Phantom could be doable, but famous repositions
man.
on 11.
Boom now really trying to craft their way to a victory. Just a mere hop and skip from hitting that 13th.
Ya, kita nggak nonton map kelima sepertinya teman-teman.
The gods of Paper X and Xerxia in Istanbul. The only thing standing between them and that victory is one happy head jog and a handful of rounds.
Boom want this. They're hungry. Hungry hounds on the chase. And on the attack, of course, you better know they'll be sniffing their way in attempt to unravel this victory in their favor.
A strong round from ONIC, but they're up against the tour de force of Berserks here, brought out to try and close this out as quick as possible.
A little bit of attack there in mid. A lot of pressure there as well. Cannot be at all confident. There's a lockdown and Viper's Pit available for Boom. Crucial weapons on post glance, but it depends on entries if they can be influential on takes.
See Slasher, he has got to be the sole defender of this site. And who better for it to be the player who carried ONIC through Fracture and
Let's go, Monyet.
draw first blood.
Ayolah, bawa ke map ke 5 cuy.
Opportune situation for you to put your team on top, but no. Moniet has shown his ground. A little bit obsolete this game, but no, he wants to make himself relevant once again. A 4v5 and Boom on the back for ONIC. Want to stay in this game, cannot let this go too far, cannot let Boom get themselves on tournament points.
Oh no.
Blaze King on top, but it's also NC Slasher that hangs around in that area. Boom have slipped up and given themselves the advantage. Viper's Pit, and this makes things even more difficult for ONIC.
Elmimore's trying to find the Sage in the pit, but he just can't do it.
And Blaze King repositions. They think they've just cleared it, but they haven't, which makes things so important.
Nice!
Elmimore with 3! Where did those come from? But Famous is here on the back for Recon Bolt Throne, which means he's given also the positioning of himself. Will Broken, can he deny this? Spike touched twice so far.
Nice!
Cannot do it! It's Elmimore with the Quadra and ONIC with the 10!
What a round from Elmimore to be able to go through that Viper's Pit, to be able to identify each member of Boom, to then isolate Tamosul, the creator of that pit, was just incredible. Incredible positioning, then to alternate from player to player to player. One by one, the dominoes fall, and for Boom, that lead now just one round.
Let's go.
they are not going to roll over and die. They will not give up that easily. And so long as Munyet has an operator to wield, ONIC is still in this.
ONIC are still fighting. They will not give up until the last round.
Tour de Force comes out on Severin as well. The double op setup, the double sniper setup, you could call it.
Berserk udah hilang.
He's done it again, right? Second time
Tukang bikin momentum udah hilang.
Safety, the advantage is handed over, and now we're seeing the lockdown from Boom.
Lockdown deployed, will it be shut down? Looks like there's no utility to do so. Munyet through the wall here has to try and be accurate.
Well, the space is granted. Lockdown respected. And Boom take over the site with a spike going down.
Is clear.
Damage at the feet of the repositioning ONIC players. But Munyet, how aggressive can you play with that operator? The rest of them have to start falling in, and Munyet has to take the back line standout.
Nice, breasting down.
He misses a shot, but Flipshire is at the bottom end. Double kill.
Nice.
Munyet with a shot.
Nice.
Sound attack bottle. And it's so damn tough because he's so far away from the fight. It's already diffused halfway. The resurrection has come forth. This is near impossible. Interrupted. But it cannot happen. It cannot happen for Boom.
Woo, let's go.
On the 11th. We're going all the way. What?
What?
They're also good for 2 at the end there. Suddenly, it looks like actually a bit of damage can be done. But ONIC with the last 2 rounds on the bounce, I think just might be able to reinvest. This could be actually cataclysmic to their resolve, especially if NC Slasher can't reinvest. There's LBMO who can't reinvest. One of the heaviest hitters just about gets the cash, but now ONIC don't have the safety net. They lose this round, and suddenly Boom win the game, and the map, and the series.
Oh dear.
The pressure is on, and Munyet repositions with Severin. They know Boom are going to try the A hit for the 3rd time in a row. They know that right now Boom needs something to go their way in terms of getting these early frags.
Boom have just slowed the pace to take a breather. Feel out the defenses of ONIC. They slipped on that A site, and it hurt them. They've bruised themselves, and now they're trying to replenish what was lost. Thankfully for them, they're in the lead in maps. This is not all means to an end, but it could be the last situation where they have the advantage of not being on the back foot, the advantage of not being in fear of losing this last chance qualifier.
Boom have made the right read. They're heading to the
Oh
safe side,
no,
the
Boom
one
dapat
position which only
pos
NC
ini dapat side
Slasher
nih.
can defend, and they're playing the contact play. This same play for ONIC won them this half against Boom.
On the A site they go. Space granted, spike going down.
Wah, teh botol dapat kill lagi.
Might have been too far out of his depth there and had no teammates to help out.
Munyet's had the extra Phantom there to assist him, but there's still a man down.
Ooh, ONIC is on the back foot, and it seems Tekbodo is wary of Severin's positioning, of the flank being taken over. Oh,
nice!
Perfect! And Elmimo and Severin both win on their entries, which means it's now ONIC on the front foot. Famous has his attention spanned backwards, and it's only Berserks that is looking forwards. It's Berserks on the wide swing. It's Berserks that's looking to cancel this defusal. It's Flipshitter winning out on his kill. Flipshitter again, down to Elmimo, but he's not got much health on him. Gets the kill! Elmimo, is this really doable? Is there much time? I don't think there is. Berserks picks him up,
man.
But it's now on map and tournament points.
12-11, no survivors in rounds 23, and for good reason. The bloodbath emerges with Boom being the victors. ONIC without cash now, with only 1 round left. They can take us to overtime. They are in with a chance. If this fails Pavlos, Boom emerge victorious.
They need to come out with madness. ONIC need to pull far more than they can hold. Just pull so much, and it's just going to be so difficult against the full buy of Boom.
ONIC have the Viper's Pit. This could be the difference maker.
Look at Severin aggressing so far forward. Viper's Pit will be enabled quickly, and he's got a judge in hand to deny any entries.
And look at that.
Through the smoke! No! Elmimo has just died.
No.
Viper's Pit is
Udah.
eliminated.
Udah
and
ini.
Boom are on the highway
Udah
to
akhir dari ini.
success.
Lockdown goes down instantly. This is perfect for Boom. It couldn't get better. Severin already tagged. Has to be the defender to make it happen.
Has to do the heavy lifting here. Lift far more than he usually can handle. They need to come up huge. And Boom have got so much. Oh, Severine!
Oh,
Everybody's
Severine.
looking at your screens, ONIC. Can this happen? Can you deny it? Or is this where Boom ends it all? Monier pushing up, so is NC Slasher. They're winging in and out of battle. That's a kill.
Nice!
Rex is now fallen. Boom.
Nice!
NC Slasher denying it all, but the star spike is starting to be diffused. Can they get it? Can they get it? Diffused.
Oh!
Boom! They go to Istanbul!
Boom, they join the Titans of Xerxia. They join the Titans of Paper X in a monumental series in the Indonesian derby. They come out on top 3-1.
They are the LCQ champions.
Congratulations, Boom Spot.
The victors and
Congratulations.
representative of APAC in champions. Holy moly, what a series!
I cannot think of a better team to represent APAC at Champions. This team, they can take on the very best from Europe, from North America, from CIS. It does not matter. This team can do it all. A hard-earned victory. Yes, ONIC make them work for it, but what an opponent to have. What a game.
It would have never been heartbreaking for Indonesians, right? They would always gonna get a victor. They would always get representation in the international stage. But holy, was that a fight that ONIC were able to bring back in the end. But no, it was Boom to take it. It's time to let the deaths break it all down, guys. It's time. What are your thoughts?
Pavlos, Kramer, great cast on the day. It is Boom going the distance and having to take all 24 rounds in regulation to get the dub. But they are your LCQ winners and will be your third representative.
Nggak jadi map 5,
Just immediate thoughts here. Just want to start there, Tash.
I'm so sad. My broccoli moments gone. That's number one. And number two, I have to say that Boom's change in pace was just, it was really good. I have to give it to them. It's more of like them. Remember how yesterday I just said that Boom was very one-dimensional how they played. They are very aggressive. The way they aggress is just, that's just it. That's all they had. But this time around, they saw a different change in how ONIC played, especially on how they aggressed on defense. What they did was just take it back, kind of bait out ONIC from their positions. And it was a trade back and forth. I want to say that ONIC, I thought that ONIC could bring it to map 5, but Boom was just very decisive with that win. And of course, that last round where the economy was gone is just too much for them to handle.
I mean, exactly. How many times have we seen it go to 13-11? Like, we had that statistic, average of 24 rounds per map across the entire series. I mean, not even just this series, lower bracket finals as well. This is truly a grand final. But when it comes down to it, you just have to give credit to Boom. I mean, ONIC tried so darn hard. NC Slasher, with that one push towards the other side of green, managed to kind of infiltrate behind yellow. It's really good attempt, but Boom, excuse me. I almost said Bleed. Boom, they were using Bleed's composition. But the difference was these players stepped up. Flipsjetter as the Killjoy, the lockdowns managed to create so much space, not to mention Tebatol with the Viper picks, the Toxic Screen, blocking off so much. Famous, and I think, honestly, Berserk's, all of his opening picks, all of these different utilities coming into play with the Headhunter, the trademark to protect the flanks. It just worked so well.
Yeah, I think when you think about it, go back to the last round. I mean,
See you in
random
Istanbul.
shooting through the
Bye-bye.
wall
See you in
as
Istanbul.
Elmi Moore MVP ONIC just gets shot through smoke, right?
Painful.
And I think that's research that Boom have done because it was that same area in which NC